it's breaking up like that. But I think I wonder if it's thermal throttling, and that's why like it's messing up the way it is. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. Looks it all looks better. Looks all better to me. All right, and and the uh, and the video keeps on like going in and out. Did I like hit something? Yeah. What's going on? Okay. Maybe I had to mess with it. Okay. Come on. Come on. Get me on the Wi-Fi here. All right. So hopefully that. Oh, one more thing. All right. This boy. Gots to get this boy. Don't worry. This is well. This isn't the only reason why I'm really like building this system, but it's gonna be really, really close to being part of it. Get me on the Wi-Fi here. All right. So hopefully that. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Audio's now like so fixed at long last. All right. Now we're good. Nice. 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 Okay. Now we're happy. Let me kill all this. Okay, I'm hot. I think there's a good chance my system might have been thermal throttling. It's my GPU was reading at 86 degrees Celsius, right? So like what, like 10ish? What is it? Isn't 100? Isn't 100 degrees C's? Isn't that a boiling temperature? I'm pretty sure that is. So let me just kind of recap what I was just talking about. New system came in, or a new system we're getting ready to build. This case here is the what is it? The Hiat, what is the Hiat Y70 Touch? I've been wanting this. I've been looking at this case for like over a year now, maybe even two, and I finally got my hands on it. Right, I was like, you know what? Let me. I most certainly am going to need to grab this, so that's what I did. I went ahead and grabbed it. Um, and and of course, then we got our good old 5090 here. We got a 5090. We got the AMD. It's a 9000 series. I think it's the 9950X. 64 gigs of RAM, nothing too crazy, but they're at 7200 megahertz in speeds. Just for comparison, like but the system streaming using the stream right now, RAM speeds is I gotta let me click on over to look at it. RAM speeds is where are you? 2100, right? So what? That's more than triple, right? Triple, right? Yeah, triple, more than triple its speed. This is going to be an amazing build. Is there one more? The other only thing I want to watch is watch show. Come here. It's going to be this PSU. I just found this PSU to be really cool just because it's designed. So it'll make it easy to get the ports. It also has a fan hubs, which I thought was cool. The only ones I don't have in my vicinity, but I'm going to grab them later when I get to it, is the fans. I also had got me some Lian Lee fans. Like, actually, I had bought them like a couple of months ago because I knew someday I was going to be building another system and I really liked those panels or those LCD fans. And look at that. We got it. So, all right. So let me just pop this out of the plastic here. Man, she looks so beautiful. She look fantastic. I do say so myself. Where the manual? I'm just gonna take all the panels off and stuff, and then once we take it off, then I'm gonna get our AI boy over here. All right. Nope, not over here. Where did I throw the manual at? It's somewhere over here. No way. No way it went too far. Hmm. I most for a case like this most certainly would need the manual. Let me see. Split her up. Oh gosh. Yeah. This is a big boy. Jesus Christ, this is big. All right. Um. Okay, let me. Okay, I had it. Now I don't have it anymore. Unless it's like, is it stuck in between something? Oh, I knew it. Okay, yeah. Definitely stuck in between something. Let's just get all the panels removed, then we'll bust out the AI, and then yeah, we'll go from there. So, man, it is quite a lot. Quite a lot in here, man. Let's see. AC is on, so what's my GPU temperature? 74. It's a big difference from 86, I think. Right. I need to find a way to, like, if there's like a hack or something for Windows to, like, make it do Fahrenheit for temperatures. I'm tired of reading the Celsius BS. I'm American. All right. All right. I'm joking. I'm joking. Calm down. Calm down. All right. Let's see. So, oh man, there's nothing I love more than good old Chinese instructions that really don't tell you much. I don't even know what angle is this. Okay, so I'm gonna that's okay, so that's over here. So it's talking about this panel. This panel slides out. Oh, it do. Oh wow, it's just a pop. It's a popper. Oh, look at that. Hold on, I don't know if you can see it, but it has like these little pop things. Okay. Okay, we got something. Looking like something. Just need you to just say. All right, and I think it just slide up, right? Okay. Oh boy. That's where am I put you? Uh okay. Keep your far array. I'd be devastated if I ended up shattering them. Uh okay, what's next? Let's see. Then we got the opposite side. No, it's the same one. Yeah, I just lifted that. A3. Okay, so now it's this side here, and it's the same thing. It just you out and up, and then we do the top. Okay, yeah. See, it's not too bad. It's actually not too bad. Not too bad. Let's. Ooh, okay. Man, this is beautiful. Beautiful. Hold on. Make sure I move these wherever. Okay. Top looks like it just comes right up. Allegedly, it looks like it just comes right up. Oh yeah, I think it does. Okay. 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 Cool. 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 You over there, so I'm not walking around there. Cool. All right. Okay. That's actually not too bad. So both side panels over here. It's already got like quite a few cords in here. All right. What's next? Then it's is this like the back panel? What panel is this? Okay, so you know what I'm talking about these damn Chinese instructions? What is this? This looks like here, so it's definitely this. So does it just go out and is this also an out and up thing? See, this is what scares me. Oh, is it just these clips? Is it these clips? Do these clips make you pop out or something? See, this is that bullshit I'm talking about. I don't want to just sit there and I don't put no goddamn instructions in this. Real instructions. Right? If you notice, all of these said, oh, wait, there's screws over here. I've missed a step. Okay. That's over here on this side. So that's over here. There are indeed screws on the side. Cool, cool, cool. So I do need to grab my little tool set. All right. We got our little handy dandy little tool set here. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna put you over here. All right. Let's see. You already a good fit? Look good enough to me. I don't know, almost. I don't wanna be stripping too much. Okay, I'm gonna bring you back though. I gotta. Why don't I just leave you out? And let's. let's do some size comparisons. All right, let's see what we have here. Maybe it's this one. What I like to do is I like to try and like just take the head straight with me and see if I can get a nice solid um, fastening to it. So like there's not too much wiggle. So okay, let's do that here. All right, let's go and try to take this one out. Come on. Just put it right there for a moment. Take it out in a second. Let me just get these panels out. Okay, cool. They're going right here into that little case you saw me take the screw out of. So now this comes out, right? Yeah, see? All right. All right. Do I need to adjust? Should I probably adjust? Maybe I could adjust the camera just a little bit more. Maybe. Let me see. Can I like maybe like that? Oh man, and just like that, I wiggled the wiggle the cord out. 1 second. This is always the hard part here. Okay, cool. All right, man. All right, so we got the screw out. We took the panel out, and then what is this? B1. What is that? Is that the bottom or is that the top? Bro, what angle is this? What angle is this? I see. This is exactly why I want to wait till I got all of the panels off before I bring the AI out, because I know like this is going to demand my full attention and not like watch this, bro. I don't. Is that the same as I think it is? Is it? Is it though? Is it? I think so. I think this is the bottom. It's got to be the bottom. Okay, I think this is the bottom that they're saying to just pull out. But do I even have fans? Am I putting fans at the bottom of this? Is a good question. No, I don't have. I don't think I had. Did I? Did I have any extras? Oh, I did have. I did have some Nautica extra, some Noctura extras. Maybe I should grab those and pretend. Yeah. Hold on a second, guys. You know something? See, this is why I always buy extras, because I bought these extras in case like my fans in my other cases went down, but because I have these fans in my server. I have a bunch of these in my server. So actually, I'm gonna go ahead and put. I only have like two extras, so I guess I'll just. I guess I'll throw it in here. 3-pin Lua. Man, this looks like this is gonna be a beast. But oh, and then this was the one I was talking about. This I had originally gotten a 3-pack. I actually have I think three boxes of these, so like 9 in total. But I'm only gonna use one for right now. The other ones are like I guess replacements, or maybe when the CPU one, when I feel like changing the CPU fan out, just to make it look nice. Okay, fantastic. Building building a CPU is building a PC is always fun stuff. Okay, so let's pull this out. So what is this? We push it in, pull it out, take it away, screws. Okay, screws. And then we put the two fans. Oh, and there's only two fans. So I happen to have like the exact extras I needed. Wow. Man, talk about Talk about the stars aligning. Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess you sit there. All right. Set you down. Um. Right. So do I just? Oh yeah, sure enough, it's a little clip that you just pop one out. Little mesh fan thing. Okay, this is cool. These are cool. Oh man, this is exciting, man. This will actually, funny enough, right? This is going to be my first actual PC build, right? The other two systems I built were actually server grades. I built a server before I built a PC. The very first, my PC that I'm currently using, I had that custom built like through one of those like, those services where you could just like custom build the PC and then put it together to ship it to you. Um, Man, how far we have gotten. Do I? This doesn't look right. Hold on. Right? Yeah. So pull the mesh out, and then it says, I see three screws. Hmm. It's got to be this, right? The photo is a little off, but yeah, okay. So it is these. Are these like? Okay, these are just. Well, these are like actually stuck with it. And okay, and then this is where you then attach the fans to. Okay. B1, B2, B3. Right? Yeah, it's supposed to be over here. Okay, so I know these are supposed to, if I recall, these are supposed to be intakes. So, okay, where's the, let's bust out the fans here. Great. All right. This, this over here. What it looks like here, those nocturne fans. They apparently like really. I would say quality wise, these were really good. I put these in my server. I was like really impressed with like how nice they looked and felt. Oh, almost lost that cord. Mm, yes, this would be way too short. Where's the extension? Here we go, extension cable. This one makes it more quiet, right? Yeah, low noise adapter. We don't want that. And we're just gonna pray that it should be enough length. I hope. I hope. I can only hope. You know. That's what I need to consider again. I need to consider buying me some extra. That's I always grab like some extra cords that like I may need. I got some extra SATA cable extenders, but it never dawned on me that I should probably consider getting some extra fan cables. Get some extra fan cables here and be fine. All right, so this is up. All right, air is going this way. Yeah, air is going this way. That's what the arrow says. Nice of them to also have the arrow too. Okay. And so then based on the instructions here, it's on this end here. Okay. So let's see. What do we have? Whoa, stop it. Oh, okay, it's for different size. That's what they did there. Okay. I see what they did there. Um, how I want it? I would want it this way. I would want the cord, right? Let me see. Yes, I would want the cord to be on that end. Yeah, everything matches up. Where did my screwdriver go? Over here. Let's hope it's same screwdriver works. But okay, cool. Yeah, of course. All right, let's bust on out these wires, these screws, excuse me, and just make sure that the wires aren't forgotten. Because sometimes like still these cords are sometimes the fan has like special grooves and stuff that you can work the cords into. Like you can kind of actually see it a little bit right here. Sometimes there's some extra like moving around or whatever. But I want to say it looks like, is this supposed to be? No, I don't think that's what that is. I think that's for something else. All right, let's go ahead. Let's throw her in here. Let's see. Everything's looking good so far. You fit. Yep. You look great. All right. Okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh no. No. Can't. No. No. Can't. No. Okay. It's just that's just, it's a very tight board. Always do the corners first, right? So here and in here, like a far end corners. Always do the far end corners first. That'll make securing and balancing it a lot easier, right? Because sometimes I say balance, but the word I actually meant to use was alignment. You want to alignment is like always the most important thing because if you do it in like some kind of like other order, sometimes these things this applies for all kinds of stuff, right? Sometimes these things don't align up properly, and then next thing you know, you're trying to get their last screw, but it's like the alignment's just like a millimeter off or whatever, like less than a millimeter off, and then it becomes like a huge problem. Man, I was not planning on having these fans here, but I guess it's cool that we're going to, so that's cool. This will be perfect too because I'm vertically mounting that 5090, so I don't have to worry about it bending up my motherboard or anything. So, okay, cool. All right, now for the next one, let me just, kind of sort of do it clean as you go, just because, what's the word I'm looking for? As you can see, I'm already like pretty limited on space as it is. So, let me just, hold on, just trying to uh, get this back in the box here. So, okay. Opening up that second one. I already took the extension cord out of that, right? Yes, I did. Okay. Just go ahead and do the same for this so I can save a little bit of time. Take that out. All right, pull this out. Get the screws. And we should be good to leave everything else in here. All right, nice. All right. Okay, cool. And then just toss her back in. All right. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Where did I put the screws at? Over here. Bastards. This plastic was way easier to pull off. I see it right here. Come on, hands. Okay, cool. Is this like a AM? I thought those meant something, but I guess not. Alright, I got my four. Where's me flow? Flow's right, so just like the other one, put you over here. Cool. Oh, almost dropped the screw again. My server has a screw, an extra screw just hiding somewhere inside of it, bro. When it's so tragic. You finish putting something together, and then like you was doing something, and then like some small screw, uh, you know, just does that classic just slip, and then now it just goes into the abyss, and you have no idea where it is. Thank God I'm not trying to put a plane together, because that's the thing. I've had people tell me that that work on aircraft, and they're like, they said that the most heartbreaking sound you possibly hear is the sound of a small screw, a nut or something, falling and hitting, like falling down into like whatever crevice or whatever it is. because depending on where you're at, well, this it applies like wherever you're at, but depending on like where exactly it fell, it'd be particularly damning because you can't leave it there, right? You can't in an aircraft, right, that has a lot of lot of like high moving parts, but not only that, but like it's just so critical that nothing mechanically goes wrong with a plane while it's in the air. Last thing you need is for like um some like extra bolt or something to just get lodged into something while the plane's in the air. So they said that they have to take whatever, they have to take it completely apart all the way down to whatever it takes to find that extra screw. Because God forbid, say screw, drop it out. This is the engine, right? So like the engine of the aircraft, that whole engine. Like if they can't easily get to it, like if they can't see in and just do like a quick, one of those, just right, then that whole engine's coming apart. You're taking that whole engine out of the aircraft and you're disassembling it all the way down until you can get to that bulb. Okay, this is okay. So this part is done, or at least the fan part. Then it says screw it back in. Hold on, let me show you guys what I'm looking at because I don't understand what I'm looking at here. Okay, I did this. Now it wants me to screw fan assembly back inside. What is this? Be fine. What what is this though? I don't understand. Well, is there like extra screws or something? No, I don't see anything like that here. I don't see anything like that here. So I have no idea. I have no idea. I I'm gonna assume that maybe if you wanted to do like some extra screwing or something. Oh, maybe if you had, because these sizes look a little different. I think. I think. I don't know. But all right, yeah, just put them in. I guess they're showing you if you had a three setup. I guess. I have no idea. So yeah, they keep showing you like different ways. Um, I hope this isn't like the top of it. I don't have no extra fans for the top, so it doesn't matter. No, because the power button's right here. So it's still talking about the bottom, but I don't know what this is. I don't know what this extra stuff is. So yeah, we're just okay. So we're just gonna we'll just basically put the stuff back in now with the bottom part, and then we're good with this. I said I'm gonna leave these here with me, or should I just plug them up now? Let me see. It really depends. I'm gonna slide you. Oops, slide you in there. Hell no. Let me just go ahead and just throw them in there. The cords is so. There's no point in even. No point in even like looking at it because it's so short that it might even fall back inside of here, and then that's just gonna be another problem. So if I just do this now, and then that way I can secure it, it should be good. That's right. Cool. Sit back there for a sec. Cool. All right. So now I can just go ahead and work you in there, right? So that you're nice and secured. And come on, well, get yourself in there. All right. Cool, cool, cool. You're in. Um, right. It's just like this now, right? Yeah. I think. Right. Right. Why do I feel like this is missing something? Am I missing something? I feel like this is yeah. Oh, okay, I get it. I slide this up, hold it up, right? Like this, and then screw right here. Right? Yeah, there we go. Right. Just hold on. Alright, cool. Okay. do this right. Woo. Bro, this is hot. I am hot, but at least I have the AC on. Okay, what's next? It's the shirt. I don't know if you can even see it. Let's see if I can. All right, let me see. Can you? There we go. That's about as good as you're gonna get it. Can you survive 5 nights at Diddy's? Mesh. All right, grab the mesh. Right, that went in here. Right, and then just right, and just pop it in. Right, yeah, nothing crazy. Everything look good. Everything looks like how it's supposed to, right? Nothing, nothing out of the ordinary here. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here. It's in, it's secured. Make sure cool. Should be fan like that. All right, that part is done. A little less painful than I would have actually thought. This is talking about some sizes. I guess I don't know what that is, but all right. Let's see what we got now. Now we have, yeah, so this is the top. Yeah, so this is the top. So we can skip the top because we don't have anything for, we do not have anything for the top. So I'm going to leave that be. Okay. Okay, yeah, see? So still talking about the top of the thing there. But when do I do the sides? Because this looks like this is like the side, isn't it? This is the side. So this part right here is the side. See, this is what I hate, bro. I don't know. I hate that they split Chinese instructions, man. Or whatever foreign language this is, bro. Like, C5 is at the top. C6. I don't. What is that supposed to be? C7, C8. Still talking about the top. C9, C10. And then here's the CPU fan. Or maybe it's just going through. Maybe it's just going through like different. I think it's just going through like different combinations. Let's. I'm gonna put you back. Let's leave you there for right now. Okay, so I am going to do the. Let's do the motherboard. Right? Should I do the motherboard? Yeah, I mean that's what would have been next. Because I don't want to do the CPU fan until I actually get to the actual CPU part. So it looks like we're doing motherboard now. So let's go ahead and let's do the motherboard. So it says D1 remove. Oh, okay. Oh, because it's already set here. And this is supposed to go in the motherboard so that way you can actually mount. Understood. Okay. Now we're starting to make sense here. Yeah, unmount that, then do motherboard, then all of the screws you need to do, then put it back in. The GPU is going to be dead last because it's like part of the easiest thing to do. Yeah, that's actually crazy. What the hell is this? What is this? You see, this is display. It's like a double. What? Oh. Oh, for the GPU? It's really cool. I think. Huh? This is a display port, but what is it? What is it for? Oh, it's for the. It must be for this, for the inbuilt display. Oh, okay. Now that's actually cool. Okay. We're we're looking at something. We're looking at something now. Okay. So motherboard it is, but first it is to take this out. So let me screw this out. Okay. So I want to say we're getting to a point now where I think we kind of got it from here, and then we can actually turn our brain off a little bit and do the bring our AI friend in now. Yeah, because I don't see. Let me just pull that out, just so I can squeeze, so I can just get the motherboard in. Once I get the motherboard in, everything's just gonna be self-explanatory, right? Secure the motherboard. Okay, after we secure the motherboard, then we'll look at the AI because then it's self-explanatory from that point on, right? Because then it's gonna be, um, it'll be just the CPU, get that in there, PSU, right? Get that in there. Then I'll throw my fans in, right? So I can do the connections, and then the very last thing is just the excuse me. The very last thing is just the something. I don't even know what was I looking at? Oh, the capture card. Do I need to do I need to do that right now? That's what I'm using for this for. Okay, so you won't I'll have to do the capture card another day. I forgot that that's what I was using to even record this. But yeah. Yeah, it would be. Yeah. After the motherboard's secured, then everything just gets really easy. CPU, fans, and then GPU. And then that's it. Yeah, with the cooler. The thermal paste is always the scariest part, honestly. But all right, we're out. Oh, almost no joke. Okay. Josh over there. Does this? Yeah. So this is just the strict. Yeah, this is literally strictly just get it out the way. Okay. I'll just. Do they? Is it meant to even come out all the way? I don't think so. No, they just literally just bent it out the way. Okay. Put you right there. All right, motherboard. Motherboard it is. All right, so this is the motherboard right here. Um, full on motherboard. I got it. I got it mostly for the color. I was trying to keep everything mostly white inside of this case. But all right, let's see. Pap Pap Raccoona Rac, Racco ITA ITD Racood Racoot Carta. I don't know. I don't know what that is. It's nothing in here though. Is there really nothing in here? They really went out their way then, I thought I was looking at something special, but I guess not. It might have just been just like regulatory nonsense. All right, let's get it's here. What we got inside of here? We have SATA cable and some other thing. What is this? What is this thing supposed to be? Gigabit G connector. I don't know what the G connector is. And what's this supposed to be? Oh, for the Wi-Fi. Okay, that's right. I forgot this is Wi-Fi. Okay, yeah, the Wi-Fi. All right. I set you just right there for right now. All right, let's put her on out. Let's get her on out. Okay, do that. There we go. Woo. Okay. Woo, she look good. She do look good. She do look good. It's a small feeling board too. Pretty small board. See if we can squeezer. And then I remember my mistake I did last. Oh no, I think it has a built-in plate. You know the last motherboard I tried to put together. Yeah, it has a plate. I see it already fixated in there. They must have did that for convenience. The last of the yeah, the last two I did, I like forgot the protector plate, and yeah, of course, like I paid very dearly for that because of course I put everything inside already. Okay, is that we're in there now, right? Right, right. Yep, yep. And I see the things all lined up. Okay, cool. Um, oh, oh, that's not good. Um, I guess so. Maybe I was never playing. No, actually, it's enough space here. I just in the end, I end up losing one of these. Let me see. Can I? Will it let me? Depends. Will it let me? No, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Well, let me see. We're gonna to continue that. To be continued on that. So the motherboard where this is exactly um, it's a bit tight. I think this is meant to be like further up, but then I won't be able to get to this. But then I don't know how much space I actually have from the GPU because the GPU is like the size of a toaster, but I think most of the size is like maybe from the port forward and not the port backwards. I want to say right, yeah. I think that's like where a lot of it. I mean, it goes back a little bit, but like, doesn't the front cover like two port size worth? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, Glockwork. Hey, what's going on? Sorry, I was like, I was zoning out for a moment. Um, Glockwork are just going on. Yep, socks. Yep, socks off. We are. We're getting deep and personal in this one. Uh, and yeah, and then the static. Yeah, I'm spending that extra to have it built myself. Yeah, yeah. I wanted to, but and that's what I was about to default to, but they didn't have the case that I wanted, and I checked like three different services, and it just didn't. Yeah, it just didn't work. Um, so now I'm here. Okay. Let's see. Where do we got? Where do we have? What do we have? But I'm happy to see that you stopped by. Just okay. So where's those screws? Motherboard comes with screws, don't it? Don't it? Ain't no way. Huh. And it looks like, well, thank God I bought screws. Thank God I bought extra screws. There's no way. Am I like just looking at something wrong? Maybe, maybe I'm looking at something wrong here, right? Let me see something. Do we have? Oh, okay, yeah. See, I see something fixed underneath here. It's zip tied. Hold on, let me undo the zip tie. Can I do this without needing to look at it? Thank you for your words of encouragement, Glockwork. Ah, let me. Okay, there's still another. Okay, there it goes. It's loose. It's off. Ow, ow, ow. I wonder if this is where Y70 LCD. Oh, is this for the LCD? Oh yeah, it is. Damn, y'all didn't bother to put the screws in here at least? Oh yeah, no, I think I did. I think I did put the yeah, it looked like I did. Okay. I was about to say. I was like, hold on. Ain't no way. I was gonna be like, ain't no way. Okay, here go for yeah, for hard drive, I see for AHD, for PSU. Cool. They got zip ties in here for us. Okay. Let's do this. What is this? This is for yeah, for motherboard and SSDs, 22 pieces. Okay. Let me just I wanna read what these other two are for, so I just know. So oh, snap. I wanna lose this. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's important. Let's see, for hard drive, for yeah, and then this is for PSU. Okay, let's throw them back in here. I'm glad I remember that little piece of cardboard I saw over there. Otherwise, I would have, yeah, I would have just forgot about it. And then, yes, then we got a good bot viewer, adopted. What does that say? Adopted can't fit 5G one up, whatever it is. All right. So, well, actually, why not? Why put this in? Why? This is just an unnecessary use of plastic here. Right? It was already in a zip bag, in a Ziploc bag, that which was already in another bag. So why the need to like to also bag up the screws? Go ahead and throw those right in here. I don't want to sit here and lose them. Okay, we're good now. All right. Let's go ahead and let's get this motherboard secured. This will be a case that I will protect and cherish as much as I can. Don't want it to ever break. See, stay dropping screws. Stay dropping screws. All right. Let's go ahead, work it in. Right. Don't want to strip it. Yeah, that's on there. That's on there, nice and secured. All right, let's get this end over here. Yeah, and at the position it is in, does this come out? It does, but I need to unscrew it. Okay. So unscrew. Hold on. So unscrewing this display adapter thingamabob. So that way I can then actually get down here to the other motherboard screw. Oof. Can I? Come on. There we go. Got it. Got her in. Go ahead and twist her right, nice and firm, but not tight. Nothing crazy, right? Don't want to be stripping it. Okay, cool. Now let's go ahead and we'll throw this port back in here. Come on. Yep. And you know what I need? You know what I should do to help me like not forget that I have a chat because I really just be zoning out. Is I need to get the thing to just read off since it's like so little chats there that'll help me remember. Bastards. Okay, fine. Let me do this one first. I'm gonna twist it or not. So, right, and then just twist. Yeah, there we go. That's like, why is it? It's almost like it was designed like a really bad angle. So it was a really strange way to for a screw to just twist indefinitely while inside of while inside the drill bit there. All right, nice and secure, cool. Nice and secure, cool. Oh my god. Okay. This is this is great. We're okay. We're okay. All right. Now let's go ahead and let's get to. Ooh, that did not sound nice. I feel like this might be okay. Yeah, I think it might be all right. We'll see. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Let me finish putting putting these in here. But I feel like so that way I don't end up losing um PCIe X. Oh, but they're X1 speeds. Okay, yeah, no, I'm just hold. Okay, I'm hold. I'm just hold with this. Was I really going to use the capture thing for anything? I can accept just using the capture thing for using the USB capture thing instead of the other thing. It's fine. It's whatever at this point. Yeah, I'm just hold. I don't want my GPU to be slowed down. That definitely won't work. But bro, why is that? Why is that place so ugly? It's, I wish I could show you like where this screw goes. It's like in between like a some type of weird groove that they made in the motherboard itself. Okay. All right. We're almost done. We got like just a couple of more to go. But I say, you do do at least like the corners, and then you can just work your way around. Some people, if you got a bunch of screws to screw in, some people like to maybe do just the corners first, and then you can do the yeah, then you just do whatever you want. But me, I just as long as I just get a um a companion corner or companion set, a corner set done, then we're gold. All right, see, so now, yeah, see, and it's a good thing that we started with the harder ones too. So now we're just blowing. Now this should just actually just be relatively quick. All right, fuck, man. Okay, all right. Hold on, man. Just stop it. Stop it. All right. Got three more. All right. Yeah, three more to go. Let's go ahead and do this right here. Okay, cool. This is magnetic. So I could just, can I? Nope. But it's not magnetic at the tip. That's the, right? It's magnetic on the sides, but not the tip, which is just always just so stupid. Perhaps like, at what point? No, I don't. Why would I even ask? See, so now we're back to doing one that's going to be like extra harder. Okay, got it. Sometimes if you get a screw in like at a bad angle, it might be good for you to like once it's like if it's in there in a bad angle before actually you start trying to twist it, hoping that it'll just correct itself, which sometimes it does. It's just usually so much easier and better if you just screw it in the opposite direction to make it adjust itself as well, and then screw it in because sometimes like the bad angles like it will actually screw will actually try to force itself um force itself still instead of just auto correcting like a decent amount of screws do. All right, cool. One more, one more, one more, one more, and then we're good. Right. I wonder if the NVMe is probably underneath here. We should probably do that next, actually. Yeah. Okay. Bro, if I'm tired. Bro, this might be the fastest I end up building a system, bro. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, so before I even do this, we're gonna need to look at this. What is it? Yeah, see? What in the world is that? M2 A, M2 B, M2 C. CPU SB. What is SB? I don't know what SB is, but and then that's what the BIOS thing is. I wish I could show you this motherboard, bro. It looks crazy. And this looks like this is just a heat sink or something. Okay. And oh, why? Why would that? So you're never swapping out these NVMe's once you put them in here? Like I guess you just put them in there and then And then what? Like you just let this just stick to it, I guess. I guess. What is this? What the hell is this? Is that just to help you? Oh, do I just twist this? No. Okay, I think it's coming out. It's coming out. I don't like this at all, but sure. Sure. All right. So let's do the NVMe's just because before I sit there and I put the GPU in. So hold on. We're at the they're over here. There's um you always want to try not to destroy your boxes until you're for sure that everything is working. I'm telling you this out of experience because I've thrown away boxes after I put something together, only to find out maybe like a week or two later that it actually doesn't work. This is particularly with hard drives. Like sometimes those fakes are flying around out there, right? And so like you gotta be on top of it to find to not get bamboozled by fake fake flash space here. All right, so this goes here. Okay, cool. And it is in that spot there. Okay, so we're gonna put that over here. All right, let's go. This is such an odd contraption here. I do not understand. Oh, am I supposed to maybe? Am I supposed to like get this to bro this damn PSU PSU this damn GPU thing is in the way. Hold on. I gotta think about this for a minute. Okay, so it wants. Okay, I think I see. I think I see how it wants this to be. So I'm gonna screw this back in. Let's screw this back in. Okay. All right. Let me screw it back in. Right. Is it in? It's in. All right. Okay. Cool. It's in. It's like some really special twist mechanism. I can't really explain it to you. But it has this really weird twist mechanism. After you twist it all the way, it still has a twist that it can do, but it's a spring twist. So after you twist it, you let go, it'll just spring back, which I think that's just meant to help you like just get it in the place. So let me see. Oh yeah, see, and then let go, and then it's just curious. That's pretty goddamn nifty. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's pretty cool. That is actually pretty cool. Let's keep this right, like we just said, in case it's I seriously thought it's fake, but just in case it is, in case it is. Right there. Where's the other one? Oh, it's right here. Then we got this next storage one, which I never heard of this brand, so maybe, right? Packaging looks kind of legit, but you never know. You never know. Right, we got another one. Don't get this. Okay, we got another one, and this one is should right on in here, right? Like so, and then I twist. Like this is actually the coolest. Yeah, that's. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. That's actually like really cool. But am I supposed to take this off. This plastic. Let me see something. So let's take the shit. I asked supposed to take the plastic off. Well, luckily I didn't. Yeah. Luckily I didn't. Well, luckily it's not screwed. It's just latched on there, so that helps out. But yeah, you're right. We should take. We'll certainly take the plastic off of these. So, all right, cool. Plastics off of this. Now let's go ahead and get her in. Get her just back inside. Come on. Right. So. Right. Cool. Oh, and then I do need to take the plastic off of the Samsung thing, right? Or do the plastic stay on? Do you remove the plastic off the NVMe's, or I feel like you probably should, right? No. Somebody help me out. Hold on. Where's my phone at? No. This is actually a hard one for me. Hold on. Let me ask. Well, no, I'm not gonna ask. Let me Google. Um. Anybody know? Let's see. Do you remove the plastic from NVMe NVMe drive? Yes, it has a plastic cover on its heatsink or thermal pad. You should remove it before installing. This plastic film is there to protect the thermal adhesive, but it's not thermal adhesive. When adding new NVMe SSD, it is needed to remove the plastic covering the thermal pad. Should remove the plastic under the heatsink from the SSD. I want to screw the heatsink to an empty slot. Should I peel the NVMe? Do I remove the plastic from the NVMe drive on the chip? No, you should not. You see, God, man, this AI shit is just, Google AI shit. No, you should not remove the plastic film or label from, especially if you're using a heatsink sticker. The sticker is typically a heat spreader that helps transfer heat from the controller of the NAND chips, ensuring that they don't overheat. Remover can hinder cooling and potentially void the warranty. Ah, okay. See, I'm glad I did not. Because you know what triggered that thought in me? Because most people just sit there and be like, oh, it's plastic, remove it, blah blah blah. You know what triggered it for me is that on the Samsung ones, the Samsung has like a lot of like information on it that's a little weird to put on a sticker that you're supposed to remove. Like it has a serial number, a pin. I'm actually gonna have to take a photo of it just to make sure in case it's important information. And it even has like QR codes on it, and I'm like, huh, that's really strange to put on a sticker, right? A sticker you're supposed to remove. So let me. Okay, cool. I got the photo, and the NVMe's are secured, so that's good. Um, what is this even? I don't know. I don't know what this was to. Did I already throw it back inside of the case here? No. Oh, maybe this was part of. Okay. All right, cool. So NVMe's is in there. I'm just gonna take the heat spreader off of the first two. Okay. And which okay, so that's these first two over here. That. Come on. Take that. And right. That's it, right? Then I just what I noticed that this didn't really. Oh shoot! I did the wrong ones. No. Okay. Hold on. You know what to help if I actually just do it manually myself here. Right? There we go, right? Just get you on there. Nice. Put you back, no harm done. Middle one is fine, right? Because it's actually just this one. This one got serious actual thingamabob on it. Okay. Now we're good. Now we can go ahead. Right. I don't know. It's like I don't know. Right? I don't know that this is on here or this is great, right? This is in there good now, right? Right. 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 No. Any? Oh, is there any guidance? There we go. Okay, I guess. Yeah, it just literally just like slides in there, but I guess this will have to do. All right, now we're going ahead and we can let's put this back in here. All right, you. Don't like. I never really liked those crunchy noises, but oh, it just forced the thing down a little bit more further. Okay, cool. I don't know where I put that screw at. Okay, cool, cool. It's the same one. It is the same one. Let me just screw this the vertical GPU mount bracket thing in here, and then I think we're good. All right, think we're good. I think we're good. All right. Jesus Christ, bruv. Um, yeah, I just want to do the CPU, and then we can yeah, I just want to do the CPU, and then we're good, right? Does this does this come up again? Oh, lift it up, and then you just pull this up. Oh yeah, see, there we go. Right, and don't you take this off the don't you take the CPU cover off? I'm pretty sure you take to install the install the processor before removing cover. Do not touch socket contacts. Save and replace cover if processor is removed. Oh, is it just like okay? There's just enough space in here that they don't want you to remove the cover until after you put the CPU in here. I guess. I guess. I guess. Um. All right. Okay. Cool. So here we go. All right. Oh, but funny story though, I did try to replace the CPU in my computer, the computer I have, right? I had to do it twice because the first time I bent the original pins really badly, and I was just like, fuck, like I guess I'm gonna have to just do it again, buy another one, and then I bought the other ones, and then I bent the pins again the second time. So after that, I just lived with it, and it's just like I guess I mean it is what it is. I'm just not built for this. Um, but now we've and then Lord of behold, right? Then like the next thing I do is I try to build a server, right? Which that took me like 2 months, maybe a month and a half. It did take me like almost 2 months to do, but we did do it. And I mean, it was a server after all, and I kept like on missing parts. But we got it. We eventually got it, and we're good. So that's part of like why I'm like sitting here doing this now, just to kind of get my skills up, because um, I really needed a PC, really needed a new PC, because the old one is just finally giving me like too many problems. Even the stream is like heavily degraded, right? It keeps freezing, and I just don't know why. And I really think it's just a CPU. Yeah, I just really think it's just a CPU. CPU is just hold at this point. Okay, AMD Ryzen 9. Oh boy. What's the sticker for? Let me look at the manual. What the hell is the sticker for? And the certificate of authentication. Record serial number here. That's right. They're gonna want me to. All right, fine. Hold on. I got it. If you're gonna do it, you gotta do it right. And doing it right includes capturing your serial number. Because once you put the thing on it, then yeah, then that's it. So, wow. It not only did it automatically take the photo for me, but my camera, Android phone, automatically got the the QR code. And matter of fact, let me see where it goes to. Show options, view full text. Yeah, that's the serial number. Yeah, it just automatically picked up the serial number off of it. So that's pretty cool. Does the sticker go on the CPU? You know damn well it does not. All right. Boy. All right, and let's see, and then oh yeah, so it's arranged exactly like you would expect it. I think the other problem too is that the motherboard, like the arrangement wasn't like self-evident, but here like you can see the corner here that has the has like a little arrow on it that's different from the other corners, and then there's a little arrow on the corner over here. So that's where this goes. So we're gonna go ahead and blop it right there, nice and gentle. Okay. And now, how do I do want to take the covers now off of this thing here. Okay, cool. I did. Cool. Right. It's always scary to sit there and like apply like so much tension and pressure on the CPU. that's how I that's how I burnt the bent the last ones. But all right, we're good now. And this no, this can't fit in here. Not like that anyway. But we'll leave it in here just cause. Okay. Um, I'm gonna make a digital thing for like my serial numbers and whatnot. But I will keep the box. CPU box I've learned you're supposed to keep. Come on, you bastard. Give me my thing here. Okay, cool. Alright. Alright, cool. We're good here. Alright. CPU's in, NVMe's in, motherboard's in. Now I think we can breathe a little bit. Oh, the CPU fans, right? Once we get the CPU fans, then we can breathe and we'll be able to put up everything, right? Right. So where did I put that thermal paste? Hmm. Where did I put it's inside of the motherboard box. I will be back. Although I do want to check and see they didn't like include some. No, they didn't. Okay. Be right back. Let me get the thing. All right, I found it. This is lava. Lava. Okay, let's get this. Hit this guava monster. I try to stay away from the zero sugar ones because I never trust anything that's like zero sugar to begin with. Let me rinse the can real quick. Um, Stay away from the zero sugars. You don't know like what biological warfare. don't know what biological warfare is probably in these. Okay. Hmm. Initial flavor is fantastic. Initial flavor is fantastic. Afterwards, then it's like, yep, zero sugar. Zero sugar products always be weird. But this was actually really good. Actually, I'm surprised. Hmm. I'm a, probably wouldn't get that, but it'll be on my radar. All right. Let's get the so I found my thermal paste. I've had this for a few years now. Look like we still got a little bit of something, I think, right? Well, that's not even that one. We've been using have we been using like a different one this whole time? I think we this looks like this is the actual Arctic compound. I'm not gonna disrespect my CPU here. They're gonna use the actual Arctic compound. I never really used the spatula. All right, let's leave you there for right now. All right, where's that CPU fan? Jeez. All right, here we go. Right, nice little cheapo CPU fan. Like I said, we wasn't trying to go crazy. Not for the CPU fan. We're not worrying about it right now. Just because eventually, like I might think this is the type of case you get. You keep long term, and as long as you don't destroy it, break it or something, you grow out of this. Increase the mother. I might change out. Most certainly might change out the motherboard at some point. Which if I'm doing that, I must be getting like a really nice CPU, I guess. Well, even though that's already like top tier. So maybe I might not ever actually be changing this now that I think about it. But at least water cooling though, water cooling would be what I'd try to do. Jeez. Yeah. Man. Okay. Let's let me just go ahead and pull her on out. Bear with me, guys, while I sit here and work this out. Okay, so that's the fan. And what are these? These like these are ew. These are the brackets and stuff, and yep, just exactly like I hate. But okay. All right. Let me set it down over here. Um, Now what I like to do is I like to mount the the thing on the CPU first because you can secure that. Boom. Then I'll mount the radiator onto this, and then I'll put the fan on it. What's what always seemed to work best for me. Um, it's less to have to handle while you're trying to get it on the CPU, because especially like if you mount your fan onto your case ahead of time, sometimes depending on how stiff the cords are, like might make that difficult for you to actually like really set this in. Because remember, when you put the thermal paste in there, you want to like blop it, like just kind of like flop it directly on top, so that the thermal paste gets spreads even, right? Because if you shift it around or something, then that thermal paste can like move around, and you don't want that. So learned this from doing my my AMD Epic servers that I had put together, or server I had put together. Only one AMD Epic server. The other one was like a cheapo one. Mostly same stuff, just the CPU obviously is a little different. Okay. So this is the part I don't like, right? LGA 1700. I don't think this is, so this is not it. Um, isn't it this one? I feel like it's this one, isn't it? No? Man. Oh, it comes with thermal paste on here, but now I'm gonna use my own. I'm gonna throw this in the box though. Okay. All right. So first things first, right? Where's the manual? I need to figure out. Need to figure out where this goes. Which one is which? Okay, let's see. All right, I need to know which one's the AMD ones. I think LGA isn't LGA for Intel. All right, let's see. AMD installation. Yes, yeah, I was right. It's the little half bracket things. Okay, so they want you to put, yeah. See the little latches for this part here, so that they latch on. So you screw those onto the half bracket thing first, and they only show you one, but you're supposed to do it on both. Okay. All right. So cool. So okay, at least we know what we're getting now. So it's not. I don't think it's that either. It ain't that. Right? Am I tripping or no? No, there's no way it's only one. Huh? Not crazy. No, there's like two different things. But what's this? Is it really only? Ooh, hold on. What in tarnation? It's only one? How the fuck does it? How does it secure? I don't know. I guess we'll put this on and then we'll 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 see later. Okay. Please remove before install. So this is the plastic. Okay. But before I do that, let me just see if I understand this right. Okay, so we are actually we're not even at this part even yet. So it is actually the brackets first. Okay. So it's the bracket with this. Come here, bracket. Come on. You stay here. You sit. Sit. There you go. Okay. So let's see what we have here. What's the bracket looking thing? Looks like it's these ones here. Yeah, it's these ones. Um, these screws look really intimidating. Man, these thick spring screws. But it's definitely these. So let's take these two. No, there's only two of these. So I guess it, bro, that's so weird. I don't. I've always seen one that like has a thing for it to secure on both sides, but I guess not. All right, well, okay, so and then it's the springs. Okay, so like what? So it's I'm retarded. You're right. I am retarded. I'm looking at it like this, but it's supposed to be like this, and then that covers the two ends. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I am stupid. Don't mind me. Okay? Don't mind me. Alright? Don't mind me. Okay. Now let's and I only need two, right? Only need two. It's only two spring screw thingamabobs. Okay, 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 okay. That's it's like this, right? Am I right? I might be actually screwing these the wrong way. Hold on. It's supposed to be like this. Yeah, I was like, hold on, this is not yeah, it's supposed to be I'm looking at it, right? Yeah, the thing's up and yeah, so let me flip this. Glad I glad I glad I caught on, glad I caught on. And it's supposed to be twisted this way? It's supposed to be twisted this way. Yeah, it's supposed to be twisted this way. All right. So, see, always pay attention to your orientations, man. I tell you, it sucks if you. Oh yeah, you might actually especially hold yourself if you try to look at this or you try to force it and you didn't like bother the way to make sure. Okay. I don't like how that one is, but I guess it is what it is. All right, let's twist this back now. Get you off. And then you're supposed to be like this. Okay. All right. This is actually kind of fun. I'm liking this. I am actually liking this. I'm liking this quite a bit. All right, let's see. Tighten screw to the halfway. I was definitely doing it all the way, but let me, I guess I'll just twist a little bit. So it's like halfway, right? I'm gonna assume that's halfway, and then I'll do the same for this here. All right, cool. Okay, that should hopefully, I hope that's good enough. Okay. And then they don't give you any instructions for number two, but then number three, then they tell you to tighten it. Ensure that the screw. Oh, that's even better. Instead of like having to force it in, you could just try to tighten on top. But okay, so see, this is always the most challenging part for me here. So first off, where does this go? This goes. Okay, so this goes like this in here. Okay, so that goes in here, like that. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then you do the little thing. Okay. Now, placement wise, hold on. I'm gonna get the plastic and I'm gonna get the stuff on there. See, this is the part that is always the hardest for me, right? So really, yeah, so it's got to be like this. This is right, but then okay, if I do it like that, how the hell do you like? Do you just like twist this like this, or do you just like go like this? You see what I'm saying? Like this is um hmm. But if I have it like this, where the it's on the other side, but then like the thing it might be wire might be away, or oh, I'm sorry, actually, I could just actually do it like this, right? And then it can, right, right, it can go like this, right? Yeah, yeah. I think that might be how it might have to be. That look like that might be how it might have to be, guys. I think. You see me trying to sit here and like twist it any kind of way, just trying to like figure out what I'm doing. Um, yeah, because you can only move this but so much, and stop it. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So it's gonna have to be. So it's most certainly going to be like this, where I have the wires. Yeah, we got the wires like set like this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. We know what we're doing. Um. Okay. Here we go. Moment of truth. So, all right. So first off, let's go ahead and thermal paste. Which way are we doing it? Are we doing the four? We're doing the four dots in center. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the four dots in center. Four dots in center. Let me set you down. And let me focus. Right. So four dots in center, and then I'm upset that like they show you without they show you out the water block like as if like it's like you have a choice of like removing it, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like how like if you don't get your orientations and stuff right first, you could really mess this up. Okay, so let me. Okay, so P there, P there. Okay, P there. Then what I like to do is I like to clean it up on the thing, you know, clean it on the CPU. Okay. All right, cool. Now we're here. Take the plastic off of this. Oh, this plastic's on here. Good God. All right, there we go. Yeah, that plastic was not joking. Plastic was not playing. Yeah, it's gonna be on it. We're gonna be on it. All right. Woo! Okay. Now let's do it. Let's do it how we need to do it. Right. Everything is not tangled or nothing. Right. And it's going to be just like that. Right. Yeah. As far as I can tell. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and start with. Right. Okay. Oh, this is supposed to be screwed? I'm screwed. See? I'm already screwed on here now. Um, can I... Right? Come on. There we go. Let's get you tightened up on here now. Whew, okay. Let's get you tightened up on here now. Okay, let's do this one now. Start doing this one now. You know, gotta get strong with it, right? You want to get it as tight. This one right here is like manual. They're not usually like that. And oh man, the camera went out. The camera's going out now. I don't know why, but bear me. Let's do this. Okay. All right, now let's go ahead and get the screwdriver in here so that we can actually tighten this up. Like I said, some of the ones most common that I'm usually dealing with are the ones where you screw it onto the cooler. Well, it's usually the fan ones, right? Because the fan ones, you put the stuff on the cooler and then you blop it right onto the CPU, and you have to like usually you have to force it. Usually like some weird wire thing where like you gotta put your whole body weight on it and like get it to like push the little metal catcher thing in enough in order to actually get it to clamp onto like these whatever wherever it is, like these hooks. So without it, without doing that, like it won't work. So that's what I'm used to using. This one's actually really convenient. I really like what they did here, like having this screwed one, because then like you know nice and loose. You get in there, you get it underneath the thing, and then you just tighten the screw on there, which means that you know replacing CPUs is going to be so nice because you literally just going to unscrew this and then you just take it off. And then I also like too that it's these newer ones like that's fastening mechanism for the CPU is also really convenient because I've dealt with a lot of boards, and this is because I'm old. But I dealt with a lot of boards where there is no fastening mechanism, so you put it on there and then you put the this on top, and then you know all your weight clamping on, and then the issue you always have is that when it comes time for you to like if you want to redo your thermal paste or change out the CPU, the damn like the whole thing comes out, right? Like you'll sit there, you'll finally undo the coolant off of the motherboard mechanism thing, and then you pull it up and then the damn CPU's with it. And so then you got to sit there and you got to like work the, you know, get it out because especially if you got those CPUs with the pins on the CPUs, right? You got to be careful because you don't want to bend those. And then usually what I do is I get some alcohol swabs to like try to work my way through the old thermal paste. And if you just get some alcohol swabs, right? It's just, you know, some alcohol, dip it in some tissue or something, right? And then you usually get the thermal paste. Thermal paste, most thermal paste I've used at least, the alcohol swabs, alcohol will just take it right off. So you just work it at the edges where the thermal paste is, and then eventually you'll get enough of it off where you just can get it off of the cooler. But okay, so that's on there now. Now all we do is just you know, what we gotta do now is just get the rest of the mechanism on here now. So okay, so first things first, you know, let's put some stuff away. So here's the other thermal paste. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and throw my boy up in here. You know, I wonder if these things expire. Cause I have had this for a while now. Let me get you in here first, I guess. Oh, you're probably not gonna fit. No, I guess you're not gonna fit. Okay. I guess you're not gonna fit. And I don't want to put it where the thermal paste part comes out of. To be continued. Let me see. Can I like at least squeeze this part in here? Okay. Actually, let me just do it this way. Yeah, that'll be good enough for me for right now. Okay. Like I say, you want to get all your stuff secured. You don't want nothing intermingled. Sorry, and get the screws with it. And then next on the list is these fan screws, which there's a bunch of different kinds. Which ones is which? Doesn't tell you. You see, it doesn't tell you which one's the fan going to, unless it's on the other side. Okay, it's on the other side. Okay, so they go on to CPU fan all-in-one pump, CPU fan all-in Intel, AMD. I don't know why they didn't show it, but okay. And then you have multiple. Please power off. Oh, the fan has. Oh yeah, the fan will have some connectors to it too. Oh, okay. So that's what those extra wires are. Okay, okay, yeah. So you have you have a all-in-one pump cord thing, and then you have the actual CPU fan thing, which you have the daisy chain. So you plug one to the fan itself, and then one to the motherboard, and then that'll handle that. Okay, got it. All right. So I'm looking for J's, right? Right. That's A, K. Oh, so K's go into the outside and J's go into the board here, but what the hell wire is that? That's A. Hold on. See? Jesus Christ, man. Okay, A is the actual pump assembly, so A, don't have to worry about A. So it's just M. What the fuck is M? M is the actual fan. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. So it is just J's and K's. Okay, and what's J's and K's? J's is that, and K's is the small ones. Ugh. Okay, so J's is the long, skinny ones. So that's these. Oh, is this? This looks like these are also K's. Okay, so they've actually put them together. Nice, nice, nice. Oh yeah, these must be the Intel versions. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. So I am gonna actually end up using all of these, so I can leave this out, and now I can go ahead and I could just yeah, put all this back in now. So let's just go ahead and get this all in. If I was in a review mood, I would actually so far, because that's been one of the like easiest ones I've put together so far. By far. That was incredibly painless. Okay, and so all right, so now right, so I gotta do it with the fan. So now this is the part where the fan comes in. Okay, so let me just pop your open real fast. And let me just get you all screws right there in this one spot. Let me get my keys out of the way. Okay. All right, all right, all right. This is coming along really good. See? Hour and a half so far. And we are almost with the CPU installed, which is arguably probably arguably, might be actually the hardest part. I think the CPU is probably the hardest part just because it deals with thermal paste and mounting and everything. Okay. Where did I? It's over here. It's like, hold on. All right. So cool. We're there. Let's get the fan. Yeah. See, it's yeah. See, it's like this really weird. I'm gonna have to look through it to make sure I'm looking at this right. But okay. Please, did you at least bother to? Yes, they did, right? I'm telling you, bro, because not all fans they do it, bro. Not all fans put the you probably can't see it, but they have the arrows to let you know the fan intake. Okay. So let me think about how airflow is supposed to be. Up and out, right? Um, yes, out because the radiator is supposed to have heat and I don't want to pull it into the case because I don't have fans up top. So I need to have it blow out. Okay. So it's going okay, so it is going this way. Well, I should be like this, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool, right? Let's double check one more time. Right? Yep, arrow going out that way. This is going right here. Cool. All right, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so let's okay. Where I put my screwdriver at? Oh, here it is right here. Okay, cool. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and just do it. All right, cool. Let me just get in. Yeah, this is thermal. This is a thermal take. I'm gonna have to look out for this brand. This is like by far, bro. This is like they made this like so dumb easy for me. I swear, man. Oh, did I fuck it up already? Yeah, I did. It's supposed to be like this, and then I'm twisting it the other way. Where is the fan supposed to be at? It's that way. So, okay, yeah. See, I just want to double check. See, I could have been screwing this blindly. Could have totally been screwing this blindly. Right. That's why, like, it's always good to just. Right. Okay. And twist. Right. Come on. Yeah. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now let's get her in. Like that. Still not where I want it. I would like it to be. Should I have them down or should I have them around? Okay, yeah, you're right. It should certainly be like this. Okay. Very well. Very well. Very well. Let's get that back. Twist her in. Nice and secure. Right? Not tight yet. Just want it in there. And we're going to do this. All right, get the corners. Remember, I said corners are important. Okay. Man, I should try and get you guys to see it a little better here. And then hopefully I never have to deal with this freezing or anything again, right? Because I'll have one beast of a CPU. Right? But there we go, right? All right. And you know, I already tightened that corner, so then I'll do this one. All right, that one's in there. Cool. Yeah, just. All right. Let's do the rest of these now. Let me do the hard one. Okay. Twist, twist, twist. Like that. Cool. Don't want to over tighten. Don't want to do too much. Remember, righty tighties, lefties loosies. Is remember that saying goes. For screws, and then there we go again, losing the video again. Huh. I don't know. I don't know why it does that, but this is one of the big reasons why we're going through this system build here, because I said these tech issues, bro. I think this whole time I didn't need to get any of these other things. I think I just needed a new PC. Think of all the things I would have saved myself, all the heartache. But it was fine. You know, I wouldn't. I would certainly do it again. I want it. I guess. Yeah. guess I've done have it like whatever. Okay, where's the screw at? Okay, so these K's now, all right. Now these K's, yeah, just literally just put it on that side type of thing. Okay. Yep. Um, I don't want to do this. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Yeah. Yeah, since you don't have no fans for the top, I guess it'll be cool for you to play it as far as possible. Yeah, I guess, hey. Well, I just actually, I think that's probably easier right here. Yeah, that's what I have to do right here. And then I do all these down like that. Um, yeah. Okay. I see what we're doing now. Um, okay, cool. Okay, one. Whew, man. I said, right? Corners first. Move my drink. Put that down. Let's just say. I just misplaced that screw already that fast just for moving a drink. Alright. Let's get you in here. Right. Whew. Jeez, man. Okay. Oh my gosh, Brad. Come here. Yep. Gotcha. In there, nice and tight, cool. Okay, and then let's get this in here, nice and okay. That one is trying to. That one's not trying. Oh, okay. So this one is a little bit problematic here. This one's actually, these are actually off angle by a little bit. I had my headphones on because I was going to be doing the AI thing, and then I'm realizing that the major parts I need to get this done first. So let's loosen up this a little bit just so that this has a little bit more wiggle room. And then we're going to go ahead and then put this fourth and final screw in here, and then we can then start tightening it a lot. See, that's what I'm saying. Like you see, angles, man. Angles will make your life so much harder. And yeah, and I can see it leaning, but I don't have enough have enough hands. Use the mouth. Pause. One. One more. Right. Yeah, man. Just when is it still like angled back or something? Is that why? Right. Yeah. Now I should twist. Okay, see now I twist all the problem. Fuck my back, man. My goddamn back. Oh. Is it, yeah, it is. That's why it's so fucked. Okay. Okay, I'm realizing it. Yep. It angled bad. Alright, so that means this one's in the wrong slot too. Huh, this is actually my first time where the corner thing might actually mess you up since you might not pay attention to. No, actually, this can't even. This actually cannot move up. Can't get it back. Is this one also bad then? Oh, so all three? Wow, that's crazy. Put you there. Whew. Okay. Yeah. Okay. At least no, you're not even at least magnetized. All right. Where did that one go? It went inside the case. Damn. Let me try and get like this in here. Try to be a little bit more careful. Right. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, okay. Let's get that one screw all the way over here. What are these? Must be to the fans. Must be extensions or something. Okay. Ooh, glad I have carpet. Socks off. Okay, okay. Let's try again. Let's get you. Come on. Come on. There we go. Nice. Okay, now let's get the last one in here. Come on, just gotta get. Let me just twist you. Let me just twist you a little bit. Let me just get a little twist in here. Okay, cool. Like that. Okay. Cool. Right. Okay. Okay. It's done. It's done. These can. Okay, throw this plastic over here. These plastics can go. I guess I'll put it in this bag right here. I'll throw the screws right here for right now. Okay. This was now the hardest part. Now we are going to do everything else. Old me would have been like, you know what? We're going to sleep. We'll do this tomorrow morning, but I'm here. We've gotten a lot done. Let me just pay attention to the connectors here. Oh, why? This makes no sense for me. N-O. I don't even know what the What the hell is these P's for? What the hell are these P's to? Oh, for the connectors. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Please power on off the PC and check positive and negative ends in the connector before connecting the cable to motherboard. Connecting the wrong can damage the fans. So it looks like to me. So these are like extras. I guess if you use like if you need the daisy chain or something. But it looks like to me. All right. So what we're looking at is I see a crazy thing is that they have two. So this is to the CPU fan, ARGB, system fan, fan pump, sys fan, fan one. You look and see what I'm looking at. ARGBs, LED. Okay, that's the LED thing. TMP, system fans 1 and 2's LED demo. USB, system fans, front panel, CPU cord stuff, CPU OPT, CPU fan, ARGB. I don't know what this is. CPU fan thing. Or CPU OPT. I don't know what OPT is supposed to be. Is that like a it has four. It makes me believe it is certainly this thing, but I don't understand these wirings. S O. Okay, so S says that the end with the wire goes into the end that does not have the wire. Okay, that's if it was far apart. Okay, I'm getting it. Y would have been, yeah, it would have been nice if they explained what each end was for. But I understand it. I actually, I think I get it. So, yeah, because it would have been nice if they had made it clear which ones were which. So this here, is a 3 and a 4. There's only 4s here. There's all 4s here, so it's definitely not these. Okay, so I'm definitely not using the 3s. The 3s are definitely out of the question. Excuse me. And these are all female. Oh, this is a 3. That one's a 4. Okay, so it's definitely a set. Okay, so when you look at it enough, you'll realize which one's a which. So the 3 end. So I'm actually using the 3 end. It's for the all-in-one in the fan. So all-in-one in the fan gets just like that, and then they have a part that I think I put away because I was like, oh yeah, I don't need nothing else now. We're good. This here. Yeah, and they show this going over it. So I guess to protect the wiring. Come on. Right? Is this how it's right? I'm not crazy, right? Yeah. That's what it looks like. Okay. Yep. I just gotta like work it in. There we go. Cool. It's in there. Nice and secured. Right? Yeah. See, nice and secured now. Cool. And then finally, then one of these ends here. Well, there's only one end because the other one's 3. cable management about to be atrocious, but it's certainly can't be helped. I'm gonna go on the month. As a matter of fact, before I even like commit the, so I say that as I'm committing to put this in here. I need to find out what. I need to find out what this port is even for. CPU OPT, and that's in the case. No, motherboard man. It's here. Multi-language installation, of course. Hold on, we just need to know what that port is, because CPU fans make sense, but it says CPU OPT, and I'm not familiar with what in God's name that's supposed to even mean. I see. We don't. I guess we don't get to find out. Yeah. We don't get to find out, do we? Okay. Maybe it has something for us in this one? Maybe. Nope. Regulatory stuff. Oh, that's your review reward. That's so fantastic. They actually know instruct. I'm gonna have to search now. I have to Google it. I have to Google it and see what incarnation. What incarnation is this supposed to be? CPU OPT. What does that? What the hell does that even mean? CPU OPT. CPU optional is a 4-pin header on a motherboard, primarily used as an additional or secondary connection for CPU cooling systems, especially large cooler or liquid cooling. It allows you to connect the second fan or the pump of an AO, allowing more flexibility and manage the CPU cooling. Unlike the CPU fan header, it doesn't trigger system warnings if it's empty, as it's optional. Oh, optional. CPU optional. Okay, fine. So we were okay. So we were about to have a problem. Well, not necessarily a problem, but it would have complained that there's no CPU fan in here, and that would have just been because the actual. Well, it would have saw that it was in there, but like because the mandatory one wasn't filled, and it would have complained. It would have likely complained. Okay, so you got that. Okay, cool. This is actually pretty good. I don't know. I think I still prefer the mango or the Viking berry, but okay. But that part's done. What are we doing next? Now we're going to do the I guess we do the PSU now. Okay. After we get the PSU in, then we're gonna bring the AI guy out. All right. And then we'll bring our AI guy out here. LEDs might be another day. It's late. I want to go to sleep. 8. So, oh yeah. So this is I need this here. Let's see. So I guess we're doing. I'm pretty sure we're doing PSU next, right? So let's look back at our case instructions. So we did this. We did this. We did this. Yeah, we did. We did put this back in, but we're not doing the GPU. GPU, there's no reason to do that now. You need that GPU stuff needs to be last. So don't worry about that. Same thing with the core thing. Now it's the PSU. So PSU is next. And it says here F1 PSU. You just literally just plop inside, I guess. Um, I don't know what this is. What the hell is this supposed to be? What is it supposed to be? Oh, that's for the hard drives. Okay, yeah, that's the hard drive. Then you put it in through that. L and SSDs. That's the S. Oh, that's cool. You got your little SSD thing. What is this? Oh, this is for the screen. Wait, you have to what? I'm looking at this screen. What the world are you doing here? I don't understand. Okay, sure, but do not put weight on corner when glass is removed. Oh, don't. When the glass is removed, don't wait on there. You might bend it in. Gotcha. Um, okay. But I don't know why we want to remove this. Yeah, I don't know why we want to remove this right now. Maybe it's for like something to do with the USB cords or something. I don't know. Anyway, okay. So PSU. Then we'll look at the USB thing on this, and I guess then that's that, right? Yeah. And I guess that's that. Cool. Let's put that there. All right. So we actually can lift this up. Okay, yeah. So the USB cords for the LCD panel is in the back. So all right, let's go ahead and lift her up now. We can actually twist it. Whoa. You want something? No, you can't take it anymore. Okay, now we can actually twist you around a little bit. Which it's woo. Let me think about this now. So this is what? This is the USB. What did that go back? Wait, what the hell did that go back to? Looking. Oh, the display port thing. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So display port. So I gotta just keep that in mind. So I need to make the second port go into that monitor, and the first one needs to go to my actual monitor, or first two, right? So maybe that one's actually need to be my third. Okay. Okay. Here's the fans, right? The little nocturnal fans that we did, uh, which is fine because we have a PSU. PSU has some headers on it, so we'll be good there. Okay, so here's the front panel. All right. Okay, I see. I'm seeing where everything is now. Let's first. Let's just untangle all this. Okay, so these. This is all. So what the hell is this to? Uh, oh, this is the SATA thing for the hard drive. SATA power. What the hell is this wired to then? Um. Oh, is that still to that? That's crazy. So I gotta get a SATA connection, SATA data connection, SATA data connection. What the? Is it to the motherboard? Maybe it's to the motherboard. It must be to the motherboard. Okay. Right. I guess. I don't know how that one's working, but all right. Okay. So this is yep. So front panel stuff. What's this to? Yeah, USB C. Okay, so it's USB C. And then this is like yeah for the actual buttons and stuff. Okay, cool. Uh, I want to do the wires first. So we don't need to do the fans, but we do need to do the actual motherboard wires first. So I'm actually have to go back around here. Same thing with this. But this is also another USB. Oh yeah, this is because the actual USB device, right?
It sounds like you're carefully planning out the wiring process for your PC build, prioritizing the essential motherboard connections and USB headers before tackling the fan. That's a good strategy to ensure everything is properly seated and routed from the start.
my my AI. How did my AI just like started? Oh, it's Gemini. That's right. And we were thinking about actually switching from Chat GPT to Gemini. I'm actually impressed with Gemini, how Gemini's looking, but leave it be for right now. And oh yeah, so I see. Okay, so here's the wiring. I see it. HDMI. Oh no, it's DPI. Okay. Yeah, this sure is an HDMI port on that end. Why is there an HDMI port on that end? Why did they not put it? They have DPI. So they have DPI on one side, HDMI on the other. This motherboard's strange. This motherboard's strange. Okay. Well, all right. Let me sort the cords one more time and try to work this out. So I guess the cords are going. I guess they would. Yeah, I guess they would go in here. I guess. Let me see the motherboard. Let me see the motherboard thing. How did it work the cords? Where's the front panels? Doesn't even say. It's just I guess this is up to you. It would have been nice to know like what it would have recommended, but okay. So hold on. At first I was thinking about here, but I might need that for the fans. That's why there's like conveniently three of them, and I think there's only like space for three. So I'm gonna put in this like rubber vent thing, which is I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of cool, but you know. So let me just work that there. What's the next least conspicuous? Which one's the longest? Okay, so longest, longest one will also run up here, right? Okay. Trying to also make sure that this isn't like happen to be tangled in any way. That and then this other and these last ones I can run at the bottom, right? And and I don't like the advertisements because now that I think about it, the videos when they advertise the case and they show you the build up and it always looks so clean. That's because they're choosing not to do any of the actual peripherals, if that's how you pronounce it. So like the actual USB cords and everything, it's they don't plug none of it up. It would have been cool. Or well actually I wonder if could I is there enough space in here for me to wiggle? No, it's not. And if anything, shit. Hey, bro, like, don't start with me now. Yeah, they don't have any of the extra stuff on, so they literally just do like just the minimum that nobody else would have in order to make it look as nice as possible. That's what I think is actually going on. Okay, so I'm gonna have to flip this again. Um, could have probably maybe we'll see. We'll see. There's some straps down here, I guess, for the wires, but yeah, that's gonna have to wait. Okay, let's flip it around. Man, this board gets dirty. That's the thing with white stuff, bro. I think my next build, if I ever want to do another, like, if I ever do another future build, it's all black. All right, I'm tired of this. It's all black because it's easier to keep clean. I feel like white stuff always just like sticks. Like even like my white desk, right? It just sticks more than like my black desks do, or my any colored desk because I could just like do it. I feel like to make something white, you gotta go through like extra means and looks. Like Jesus Christ, man. All right, let's start with this is what is this? This is the audio. This is the front panel. Audio is all the way down there at the end. Okay, so and the front panel. Oh, it needs to go through here. And the USBs they all need to go down there. Oh, so that's how they did it. So they did actually get it clean. Okay. I'm just an idiot. That's all. Okay. Wait, how the hell do I even I can't even see that though. All right, we're gonna have to be actually a little creative with this. I guess we're doing one at a time now. So this is the audio, And so audio, let's twist her around, right? Move this. No, okay, cool. Audio is all okay. Audio's all the way over this way. So let's get that over here. All right. Okay, cool. With exactly where all of the extra wires are in the way. So this was great. Hold on. All right. Try to twist this so I can actually see. Okay, cool. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, this damn display wire thing is in the way again, and I don't want to. Can I? No, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to unscrew it again. Unscrew that display wire thing. So this. Okay, so at least we know, right? So for this, why bet Hiat. I'm so upset I'm butchering their name, and it's not even on purpose. This Hiat 70 thing, right? So this display cord is this is like the first thing we just want to just you want to just get out the way until you until you have everything else installed. Got it. Okay. Just one screw. Ooh, brev. This is intense. Right. Oh shoot. That screw almost went like somewhere I'm not been hard pressed to eventually find. But okay. Move the display thing out the way. Right. Cool. Alright, it's moved out the way. Now let's go ahead and get the audio clip thing in here. Can we that right? Right. Can we is that in here? Right, it's in there, right? I'll check it out just to make sure. Yeah. And I just made sure too that the what's stuff match, but okay, that's in there. Next is system fans 1 and 2. I want to leave that into the hub and then maybe put the hub in one of those. Okay, so then we got two USBs and then we have a front panel and then we have the USB-C. Okay, so two USBs. And I want to say there is two. Does this thing have SATA ports over here? This thing has SATA ports, right? Yeah, it's right there. Okay, I think. Wait, am I supposed to have my own cord and it's supposed to like I probably am. I think. Okay. All right. Let's. All right. Next wire. Next wire. Next wire. It's going to be USBs, right? This is what? This is a. This is USB-C. That's actually going to be last. That's actually one of the very last ones. Okay. This is the front panel, right? Would have been nice if it actually said so. Actually, I don't know what this. What is this to? This looks like this is to. It looks like it is to the front panel, right? This is not the front panel. What's it say? No name on it? What the hell did I get? This is the front panel. Okay, let me get the. Okay, so it is the USB. So then we have the grab this. So this is to bear me a minute. I need to find one of my SATA cables now and see if I thought I only had power, right? Is this supposed to be for powering? Oh, I think this is the power, isn't it? Isn't this the power one? Yeah. The short things is for the data. This is for power. They use a SATA. I guess it would make sense to use a SATA cable to power it because it I guess would be easier to like match it up with the hard drives. But okay, so I actually don't need to do nothing about that. Just so this actually stays back here, but this one does come over here. Does come over here into the USB. So let's bring it over here. Okay, so this one's USB, and looks like, yeah, top left is missing, right? So that's top left right here. So let's go ahead and plug it on up like that. USB, USB, USB. Okay, cool. Now, what's next? We have USB-C. We're not doing that one. Um, we just did audio USB. Where's I think this is the front panel, right? This has got to be the front panel. We're just tripping. Yeah, this is the front panel. Just tripping. Okay, no, here's the front panel right here. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck is this wire? SATA. What the hell is this wire? I don't know what this wire is. Brad, what is this wire? Let me try to follow this. What is this wire to? I don't know what this wire. I don't know what this wire is to. It's everything but one top from the thing from the thing bottom corners, right? Okay, so definitely not the front panel, right? We have the front panel. Bro, what the fuck is this wire to? I was see. It's like, is this a TPM module? Sure ain't this. Bro, I have no idea what this. I have no idea what this cord goes to. It's not USB. It's not front panels. It's not ARGB. I'm looking through. Definitely hit the motherboard, right? Oh, no, that's not it. What the hell is that? ESPI? What the hell port is that? Well, it's not that one. This one has 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. 20 minus 1. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. No, no. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16, 20 minus 1. So I get, oh yeah, is this supposed to go like that? But no, it doesn't have a, it doesn't have a latch. This has a little groove in for it. Bro, I don't know I don't know what this wire goes to. What is that? Wait, what is this? What is this? What port is this? That shit was like sideways. That's why I didn't even notice it. What port is that? What the hell port is that? Ooh, stop it. Okay, you see, this is the second one that I don't know what that is. What is that? And it doesn't have it. It doesn't have it labeled. Battery. I see the battery, which is right next to it, and then there is something that says RB, but I don't think that's part of that. I'm trying to look. FU3A 5_5G. Okay. It's under the enclosure or whatever. Oh my god. I don't know what that is, but let's see. FU3A 5G. What is that? What is this port, please? This is Reddit. It doesn't even. That looks like it's USB C. 3.2 USB C. Okay, that's that. I clicked on the wrong one. Can somebody identify the socket 3 motherboard? Can somebody tell me? Oh look, they have an actual picture of the port. Bro, why? Why is it? Oh, it's been about 9 years. Okay, you guys are fucking with me. What is this port? Why is it saying this is USB C? Difference between 2.5 gig Ethernet cable and 5 gig USB header socket attached. Okay, this is where ChatGPT would come in handy, right? Because I don't want to sit here and have to dig through all these um, links to try and like find it, right? I just want to know like what the hell the port is. I see a photo of it. I see the manual for the well, not the manual, but like the photo. I see the photo of the specific port. I see the photos of the motherboard, right? I see a few Reddit posts. It might be USB C, but that's what this is. I know this one. This one's most certainly USB C. Oh, 20 gig. Oh, it is USB C. Okay. 5 gig and 20 gig ports. Now, see, I didn't even have to look at it because now it makes sense. Because now I remember that there's a difference. Wow, the okay, it would make sense that the slower speed one would be the one that looks old, the oldest looking wire. Okay, so and this would actually probably go inside of inside this little vent thing here. Yeah, see. Okay. Nice. Okay. All right. Oh, did I tangle wires up? I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. I don't want to tangle the wires up. Let me pull it out. Come on. Pull the wire back out. Like that. So that you're not crossing any. Okay. And then cool. So that's that. All right. That's in there. SATA's for power. And then here's the front panel. Oh, I can rumba. All right. That's front panel. That's a lot more in here than it is, the thing. There's a lot more in here than there is. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4th one is not there. So it's definitely not. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then blank. 1, 2, 3, 4, blank, and it needs to be this way. It needs to be face up. That's wrong. And if I have it this way, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then blank, but there's a pin there, so that's wrong. Unless I'm supposed to do in the middle where it's actually at the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4 in the ends. I think that might be what it is. Let me see. Where's the HD TV there, blah blah blah. Speakers, power, LED. Right? Looks like it's supposed to be like that. Which is the only way it fits. Yeah, that's the only way it fits. Okay. That's oh yeah, then the 20 gig USB port. Sorry. goes. I guess that can also go inside of this one as well. Yeah. Okay. We're nearly done. Or at least with this stuff. That's right. It's supposed to be turned the other way. Yeah. Okay. This is actually my first motherboard that actually had all of the ports for the case. I've always had mismatched cases where like the motherboard didn't match all the things the case has. So these are all powers, right? So I got the fans, the two fans at the bottom, the which I could actually probably daisy chain these. Right? There was threes, right? There was threes in these, but we're not gonna do all that. Right, because I think I'm just plugging straight into the thing. But the PSU can go straight in here. It gave me PSU fans. Okay, cool. So yeah, so we're all gonna actually strap these bad boys down. Let me pull this back out. Right. Okay. I will. Yeah. Okay. Oh my goodness, bro. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Let's take the unnecessarily long. Or we can actually, you know what? You're right. Or I can leave it in here for the future, or maybe for some weird future use someday. That's probably what I'll do. Let me just kind of tighten it up, bring it like in here or something. All right. Not that you're going to see that side. So okay. So now it's PSU time. It's PSU time, and then everything should just fall into place. Okay, this is I was actually like secretly excited about this. So the PSU, because the PSU is like really cool. Just because my first one designed like this. I don't like that it's a gold rated, but at least it's it's there. Okay, let's let's get it. Oh, the damn. Hold on. Pull that out. All right. I plug the Agalto back in. Where's no videos? Oh, are we done? Is it just telling me that the video's done for today? Oh, there we go. I was just saying, it's like, bruh, like I know you're not. I'm sorry. I don't know how much of that was probably, and it broke again. That's crazy. Let me see something. Why? It's my HDMI cord, guys. I'm sorry. Um, it's the only HDMI I have left. So okay, tried to plug that in as gently as I could. Woo! Okay. Sorry. All right. Let's. Well, that other part was kind of boring anyway. Y'all just would have saw me just like sitting there fighting with getting the cords, working the cords through. But okay. Now for this PSU. This PSU is I'm like, Jesus Christ. All right. And oh man, look at that. They got it. They got the bad boy in some bag. Okay. Made me think this was like Crown. Crown. The alcohol drink Crown. But they put it in a bag, or like it's in a box and you open the box, it's in a nice little bag. This is really cool. Let's see how we do this. Ooh, yes. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. This is yeah, this is serious business here. We're in some real serious business. Oh man, they even give you like extra USB cords and stuff. Hold on, a USB. What is this? Watch my toes. All right, let's see. These look like fan headers, but what's this? I think these are USB, like the USB header to actual USB female. Interesting. So you got one that's like the actual USB headers, right? And then you have one that goes into a regular like USB. Like if you wanted to, I guess this would be good for like plugging like one of those like fancy those little devices into your PC, but you don't have like a direct USB header port for it, so that you don't have to have the wires hanging out. This is, I guess that's what that cord is for. Let me throw this on the ground here. What is this? Is this the oh yeah, here we go, right? Here's the infamous 3.1, right? That's why I wanted to make sure, because I already have. Actually, I have I think it's titanium. I think I already have a titanium 1300 watt PSU that's just sitting in my back now, because it's a 3.0, and then my friend told me about like the changes in the 3.1, and then when I looked, I already had bought this, by the way, by the time I got to this part. But when I looked, it looks like the 3.1 is specifically changes on the cord itself, and maybe you might have been able to just use that cord on the 3.0, maybe. But we went ahead and we got, when I saw this, I was like, yeah, I got to get this anyway. So okay, so let's see. So here's the, good old power plug. Yeah, look at that. Okay, they're on my radar. They're actually, they know what they're doing. The Lian Lee people. Yeah, y'all doing it big. I see you. I see you. Man, they gave me like two extras, or maybe hell, the 5090 might actually just need both of them. Whew, whew, she look good. She do look good though. She do look good. Damn, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? What is this? I don't know what this is. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, yeah, the things. We might not even need to use the screws that came with the case, right? We might actually just use the ones for the PSU. Almost certainly, that's what's gonna happen. Okay. Um. Yeah, my room is such a mess right now. All the cardboard's around. Is this? Oh, this is magnetic. Oh. Okay, okay. I see it. See, I kind of see the vision here a little bit. I do see the vision in here a little bit. Okay, so we get one power thing into this fan header, and then we have a bunch of fans. So certainly going to need to look at the manual. So let's go ahead and pull up the manual for a moment. Oh, and this is supposed to actually be here. Oh, wait. Is this supposed to... Hold on. Oh, I think this is... I think this... So you take this off and then you slide it in, and then this is... Oh, wow. They know what the hell they doing in this mob. This... Man. They know what they're doing here. Okay. See? I'm so excited, man. I'm gonna just go ahead and pause, because I need to see this. This is like, I'm not even thinking about anything else right now. All right. So do we? Yeah. See. So yeah, I took this off, and it sure do look like. Yeah. And then this, I see this in like that, and then I'm going to slide that in. Okay. And I can actually go ahead and I'm gonna just go ahead and throw this in this bag here. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let me drink some more. $400 MAs each. Let me see. Can you tell me what each of these ports are for? Oh, damn, that light is really killing me. Hold on. I'm trying to see. No. Okay, there we go. USB 9 pin to USB 9 pin. What is that to? Pass the cable through the motherboard chamber to connect it to the motherboard's USB 2.0. Oh, so that's how you. And actually, I think I have one more USB header. And we did do everything in the case. I don't have no extra um accessory thingamabobs. Okay, so that's what that is. Okay, so we use the USB. So the hub is going to go into the motherboard. So that's actually pretty cool. So we're about to
is about to be cool. And then if you did not have another header, that's why they gave you the USB. Yeah, that's why they gave you the USB port so that you could actually plug that up. Okay. All right, and then let's see. Ordinary USB 2.0 devices controller, except TL LCD control. I don't know what that means. Connect your own USB device. Connect your own USB devices. Oh, this is just for the Edge PSU has a built-in 1 to 7 USB hub split among 4 ports in a 2x2x2x1 format. The device's 2.0 cables can be plugged in for use. Oh, you can. Oh, these are extra USB hubs. Oh, so now I got extra USB ports. Oh, okay. Okay. Then support two products, TL LCD and TL, and it requires a USB 2.0 port with two hubs. Therefore, the TL controller is only compatible with the top 3 USB ports on the Edge PSU. I truly do not know what any of this means, but sure. But that's cool. That's cool, I suppose. And what's this? We have okay. So here's the yeah, here's the things. So yep, put that. That's what I did without even looking. So we're good there. Oh, is that if we wanted to? I guess if you wanted to mount it somewhere else, you could have. Okay, yeah. So that's for mounting it somewhere else. Any okay. Yeah, that's for extra panels. So you need to mount it somewhere else, but we don't have to do all that. All right. So this part is good. Okay. So these are USBs. These are fans. These are USBs. These are fans. Okay. Okay. That's okay. Let me just look at the other manual. We'll see what we got here. Anything in particular that's crazy? Oh, does this come off? Oh, it does. It's a mesh. Got some weird string gooey stuff on it. Okay. Let's see. All right, what we got? Anything of importance? Okay, cool. So nothing of importance. That's cool. That is cool. Now that's cool. I'm sorry. That is cool. Okay. Now let's yeah, let's go ahead and just install it now. Where is the thing right here? And then of course put it in like this. Okay. Let me hold you up. And I guess yeah, right. So you're just gonna go. Let me just get a look and feel. Okay, yeah. All right, cool. So let's secure some wires. Yeah, we can plug the we'll plug the thingamabob in there. Oh, so I need to make sure for that USB hub, I need to make sure I plug the right one to the motherboard. So where's the one that goes to the motherboard? Looks like the black one. Okay, yeah, so it's the black one like I kind of figured. Okay, cool. So it's that one that's going to go into the motherboard. And then we're good there with everything else. Sure. All right. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead, let's secure some wires. Let me do that. All right, let's secure some wires and yeah, secure some wires first. Then we'll plug her up, and then yeah, then that should be it. Let me just look and see how I'm doing this. Okay, so secure the PSU first, and then we'll secure the wires because I'm gonna need to know like how the fans are gonna go in there, and then I'm gonna have to put the other fans in here too. So okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We are getting there. So here's the so let's use the PSU fan screws. I'm not gonna use the not the ones that came with the motherboard. Won't need those. Get that. Okay. So we got that on the stuff there. Cool. Yeah. I gotta jump. I'm sorry, Glock. I just been busy. Brian,
Hey Brian, what's going? What's up, man? As you can see, we are busy. We're busy putting this monster of a PC together. But once we're done, like we'll finally not have like so much technical issues anymore. So that's what I'm doing. Yep, PC building. You been doing all right? What's going on? You graduated yet? Ain't this the month? This the month you're getting out of school, or you got like another year? Twist. Yeah, twist. Oh, and then I'm sure you're probably like that. Mic volume so low. Okay, let me try to like move it over here. Um, yeah, sorry about that. I have something I'll be able to do that next time for this build, but I don't have no double A's right now. I have a one of those like wireless mics that can plug up to the camera that this is feeding off of for next time. Next time, or maybe there won't be a next time. But yeah, I was asking like if you're graduating this, you graduating this month, or do you got like another year or so? No, I'm still in my first year. Oh yeah, man. I feel like it's been a minute. Been a minute. I don't know if you can see this. I'm trying to show the shirt. If you can read what it is. Let me see. Can you? Right there we go. Can't really see it, but can you survive 5 nights at Diddy's? When I saw the shirt, I had to get it. Can you survive 5 nights at Diddy's? All right. Let's see. Got my screwdriver here. But okay. So just 1 year, man. You got 3 more to go. Hopefully, there's still an education department. Oh, but you know something? I think. Let me move the microphone down here. I mean, it's crazy because like now we're so far in on Trump stuff that like there's some things that I'm looking forward to is actually kind of good now. I don't know if you actually saw it, but he had did an executive order. This was like I think like a month ago, where he was actually going to change Diddy's party base. Yes, sir. So Trump is actually going to do some changes to the accreditation, so the accreditation system, and I want to say that now, um, it was something about like restricting or preventing like some type of like regional locks where like some schools like could only be accredited by like certain accredited institutions that service that area. Because I know Florida was doing something like similar to this, where the school, instead of having to only go to these certain accredited institutions, these institutions to get their accreditations, they can actually now go to any accreditation, any institution that gives accreditations throughout the entire U.S. And I think it has something to do with removing that barrier between regional and national accreditation. So it is an actual like cool change that's coming up, at least through the executive order, right? As far as like what they're looking to try and change. Of course, stuff like that needs laws passed around. At the end of the day, Congress is real slow, but like I said, I try to be fair, when it's warranted, and it's actually one of the few things that I think is actually good that Trump's doing. It's by state. If you're a Cali, you're kind of just set. Yeah. And like I said, and the stuff that they're trying to change with regards to accreditation is supposed to tackle that. Okay, I was about to say, bro, where's my thing at? Okay, hold on. I'm just screwing this PSU in. But if you're undocumented, it's going to be hard to get some FAFSA. If you're undocumented, you're getting packed up out of the United States. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, no such thing as FAFSA for you, my friend. You're undocumented. You're going away. I was telling my Mexican friends that are like legal U.S. citizens. I was like, I say, do not shop at Home Depot no more. I say, they're packing these boys up for less. God forbid that's the day you forget your driver's license and you're in front of the Home Depot. You get you get profiled and you ain't got your driver's license on you. It's a wrap. Didn't they put somebody in Florida in prison for like 10 days and it was a US citizen? Have you been getting a lot of scams lately? Scams from what? Like scam calls? I get those every so often. But like what do you mean by scams? Are you talking to scams calls, scam emails? If you stop surfing the porn websites, those greatly reduced. I'm just letting you know. Wait, why is this? Okay, it's in there. Like, bruv, stop it. Because there actually is a reason for that. And actually a reason for what? All right, come on, spill it. Tell me what's happening at the ground level over there. Whatever it is you're seeing, since you're always out and about, while us like real people here have to work for a living. Come on. Why is this group playing with me right now? This shit was never even in to begin with. Fucking course. Congress Gov. Okay. Let me see the link that you gave. Oh, it's this Twitch, right? Bastards. Let me you know something? Yeah, I'll use the laptop over here. Twitch. Okay, let's see what we got here. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, where's the? Oh, it's down here. Okay. Pandemic oversight. The Biden administration's new anti-fraud proposal. Oh, so this was done 2023, March 2, 2023. Trump removed it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Released a new proposal with 17 components intended to enhance the response to fraud against COVID-19 pandemic relief programs and apply lessons learned during the blah, blah, blah. There's evidence that some key pandemic relief programs. Oh, is this to do with the, like, do you remember, like, when they were, there was a lot of, like, what was it, PPP loans? Like, the PPP loans that were getting, a lot of people were getting, were, like, gaming the system, the government on those. Let's see. The administration plans to changes proposing new legislation, a total of $1.6 billion potential new funding. The actions proposed are divided in three broad categories: support of pandemic program fraud investigations, prosecutions, fraud and identity theft prevention for government programs, and help for identity theft victims. Okay, so this is like a two-pronged thing. So definitely for the fraud that happened against the government, but I guess the fraud that must have been happening to people in general. Okay, got it. And Trump got rid of that. Of course, anything with Biden's name is getting packed up, so we know that. It's been a tumultuous week. Oh, can I just play this? Hold on. Where's the audio? Where's my audio? We gonna.
So much for being with us.
Hey there, Scott.
Check this out. What's been happening with this agency?
Well, there's been a lot of layoffs this week. That's part of Trump's plan to massively reduce the.
Okay, that's. Oh, my Jesus Christ! Hold on, bro. What the hell is playing? Is it this over here? Okay, sorry. Let's do that. Yeah, I already have this muted, right? Yeah, just mute it. How did you know? Nobody knows this. Bro, you know what? Bro, I know everything. Do you miss Sleepy Joe? Honestly, you know, not honestly, it's all the same to me. You know, at this point, I think, like, once again, I what I find to be, like, really cool is just the fact that we're not at the point where people are actually starting to turn on Trump. I don't know if you've seen the stuff with Joe Rogan, how Joe Rogan isn't liking what Trump's doing. Candace Owens is also turning on Trump. What was it? Vinny from the PBD podcast, when Trump was talking about, like, putting resorts. I know this was a while ago, but putting resorts in Gaza, right? So, you know, he didn't like that. It's cool to see. And then, like, the universal dislikes for the tariffs. Did you see that he caved? He caved, I think, today, right? I think it was just a post. I didn't read it yet. I just saw a headline that said that Trump just made an announcement, said that they reached something with China for, like, a hard reset. And it sounds like to me what really happened is that the Chinese wore him out. And now they are going to now, like, he's going to sit there and try to, like, reduce the tariffs because he realized the Chinese aren't going to budge. And now, because I think, like, what didn't he do this? Was this like a month ago? Was it a month ago? Yeah, Candace all of a sudden did a 180. Yeah, but like it was like a month ago, I think, right when he had Ben Shapiro too about the tariffs, um, and that's just because like I think it was like a month ago, right? Was it a month? Because I see it's so hard because like there's just so much that just happens in the span of just 30 days. A month ago when he did his like the universal tariffs, right? And what people realized was that like all these small businesses, like all these small business people that were crying on TikTok and everything, that was like, oh my god, like look at my bill, I have like what, like $10,000 worth of products, toys and stuff in China, and now now it's going to cost me $200,000 or whatever. It was like the bill, and I only have like 3 months before I have no product and no more money, and I have a loan against my house, and it was all this like crybaby stuff, and I was like, bruv, like I'm sorry, like you should have known what you was voted for. Like that one guy, oh my god, there was that one guy that sat there, like he made like angry TikTok posts because people were making fun of him because he voted for Trump. And he assumed, right? He was like, he knew Trump was going to do the tariffs, but he assumed Trump was going to have things in place so that it didn't impact everybody. And I was like, what's so crazy? It's like people only hear, no, listen, people hear, right? What you hear. They hear what you hear, but they sit there and they apply their own assumptions to make it seem not as bad as what it is that they're hearing. Because at no point when Trump was asked about like who's paying for the tariffs, and he sat there and he said China's paying for it, and you're a business owner and you pay tariffs, right? At no point did you ever hear him when he asked that question that he ever said that China's going to pay for it because we're going to have everything in place to make sure small businesses are able to transition to homegrown supply, blah blah blah. You never heard him say that ever in his ever in any of his speeches, any of his like interviews. And so like you just assume something that never actually came out of his mouth. You deserve to go bankrupt. I'm sorry. Like you most certainly deserve to go bankrupt because you was not thinking. You need to go by what people say, not what you assume that they're going to do. Hold on. I'm missing a screw. 1, 2, 3. It's crazy. Hold on. I'm missing a screw. Jesus Christ. Did I? How is it? I saw 4. I saw 4 screws. Brev, there's no way. Brev, I had, am I tripping? I must be tripping. Hold on. Let me look in here. Am I? Well, that's not good. Huh. I'm really missing a... Jesus Christ. All right, let me think about this. We're going to think about this. Okay, what am I going to do? I do have extra screws. I would really love to find a screw that was supposed to be here. Did I not count? Was there... This is the bag. And there's no more screws. It's not in here. No. Not in my hand secretly. Not in my pocket. Bro, I literally went nowhere. I was just sitting right here. Honestly, Charles, you really can't do nothing. Cults will be cults, and I'm gonna. You know the thing is like no, Brian, that's not cults. That's people just being retarded. That's straight up just people being retarded. I doubt he even pays too much attention to what exactly like the day-to-day stuff that Trump even does. I think he just literally just heard Trump say some things that he liked. Didn't like what Biden was doing, even though like Biden was doing everything that the best president the man could have possibly ever had. And then just was like, you know what? I'm so tired of Biden. All my inflation and stuff has gone up, even though I have no sense of like understanding between supply and demand. Clearly, I have no sense of understanding between supply and demand, right? With regards to like the pandemic, supply chain slowdown, dynamic built up, blah, 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 blah. Trump is saying something that's different, so I'm gonna just support him and go with him. That's exactly just that was the limit. That was the limit of their line of thinking for him. I promise you. That's all that people ever think about. People aren't in the trenches like you, Brian. Remember that, all right? you do this stuff every day, or you pay it the close attention to this. Most people, right? They have like, they have like 5 kids and maybe two baby mothers, and they're usually busy working jobs. So you get the freelance and be a bachelor, sit there, and all those girls you deal with. But a lot of those people, they don't have the time to look at this politics stuff. Bro, where is this screw? Is that it? I think I see it. Oh, I think I see it. Hold on. Oh, my knees. Hold on a second. Bro. Let me. What the hell? Okay. I guess I'm going to get extra screws now. Let me just touch my feet, right? Or have my feet pat around the floor, make sure they didn't fall. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. I literally don't see the screw. And I went nowhere. It's right. I had it right here. Well, bro, stop ghosting me. Jesus Christ. All right. Did you see that one interview about whether a president should take his oath to the Constitution of due process? Oh, Jesus Christ, bruv. I didn't even see the interview, but I caught the clip, or I caught the headlines that said that he was saying he doesn't know. He doesn't. What part of the Constitution he doesn't think he believes in or thinks is enforceable, which is due process. I'm just like, bruv. Like at this point, it just doesn't matter no more. It really just doesn't matter no more. Just keep talking. I just want him to just keep talking because, oh my God, I was worried about the midterms. I don't think I'm worrying about the midterms anymore. I really think they're gonna go through unless he does something crazy. That's the only thing we gotta worry about. If he does something crazy during midterms, but other than that, I think there's gonna be a nice clean sweep against my party, unfortunately. But my party's retarded right now. Oh, did you see the North Carolina Supreme Court judge finally won from the last what was it, the last 2024 election that was still pending because of all the challenges for the Republicans. Not that it matters in the grand scheme of things, because they still have, I think, like a 5-2 majority. I think it's North Carolina. It's either North Carolina or some other state. But they were trying to get like 60,000 votes thrown away because it was like a lot of overseas people and whatnot. And they were trying to do this after the fact, which is just always just like, which I hope they continue to do that. I hope they continue trying to do it after the fact, because most judges that I've seen, even back in 2020, were like, yeah, you're retarded if you think we're going to like okay you trying to change up some rules and stuff after an election. Nah, he ain't going to be impeached, man. Well, I'll take that back. He's not going to be convicted in the Senate. Okay. We might win a majority in the House, because all it takes is a majority vote in the House for impeachment. But the conviction needed in the Senate needs basically, you need a supermajority, so you need 2/3, and you're not going to get that. Like I don't even is there even enough Senate seats even up for this midterm to eat? Like if they were all to be won by Democrats, would it even? I don't even know if that would even like flip the I don't even know if that would even flip it to make it a supermajority. I know like this, I believe all of the House seats up, but I don't know about the Senate. Was it when Elon Musk was paying people to vote for the other guy? Yay! I think so. Yeah, that might actually be the same one. Hold on, bruv. All right. Just give me a moment. I need to go. I'm gonna go grab a screw. I might actually be able to do it right here. Is it right here? It's not this one. Hold on. Okay, so that's those two over there. Wires over there. Throw this. That's not that. The motherboard. It's case. I need the case screws. Where's the case screws? Hold on. It was the case screws for PSG. Here we go. Okay, I found my extra screws. We're good now. All right.
That's crazy. I could have, bro. I could have swore I had a fourth one in my hand. I don't understand where it could have gone. I don't, but I only need one of these. I only need one of these. So I have three. I have like 3 silvers and 1 black back here. But I guess it is what it is. But I think I think it's that same one where like Elon Musk spent like all those millions of dollars and still that judge still ended up losing, or that election still lost. I want to say that's the same one. Okay. All right. Let's. Okay. PSU's in. Woo. Okay. PSU's in. Let's tighten up these cords real quick. Let me just tighten up these cords. Right. Yeah. Come on. Come on, bastards. Sorry, I'm gonna adjust the camera in a second. I'm just asking myself why I chose to make my life hard this way. There we go. Bam. Hey, that's that. Just poke myself in the eye. All right, let me move this around. Come on. Whew, Jesus Christ, bro. Let me just kind of do it so that you can see it a little bit better. Cool. Okay. Now let me just try to strap these bad boys down. Right. Okay, cool. Like that. Right. Oh, got one more wire that's like trying to get away. Yeah, I think that's fine. This looks fun. What if this too? Oh, this was the thing. Where you two, okay, you two go over there, and I need this. I need this to go this way. Oh, this is supposed to certainly. Okay, I see what you're doing. I see. I messed that one up, but it's okay. It's alright. Have you heard of Mehdi Hassan? Mehdi Hassan. I don't know. There's a lot of Hassan names, but no, I'm not familiar with that one. Not at all. Okay, let's pull that back and get this in here. Give me a quick like summary of what is it? Terrorist? Sounds like sounds like sounds like maybe might be a terrorist. Maybe I don't know. Um. Okay, put you here. All right. Okay, cool. Ooh. Okay. And did not like. Okay. Yeah. Did not like that. Thing there. I've never done chord management in my life, and here I am doing some chord management. Okay. Um. Single MB signal. I don't know what that means, but let me just put that in there. Come on. Come on, wires. Not a terrorist, a debater. Oh. Well, sorry. Yeah, nah, I'm not familiar with him. You'll have to send me like a link of him if he has any videos out there debating. I'll definitely watch or take a look at him. But yeah, no, definitely. I don't know, man. There's like this. There's a lot of Hassans and I was gonna say Muhammad's, but that's just by circumstance. That's just because it's a common name. But it was quite a lot of Hassans that just were been terrorists. But maybe that's circumstantial too. I don't think Hassan was that common of a name. Not as common as Muhammad, but so yeah, just circumstantial. Get you
Come on. Can I? Yep. Yeah, you're gonna have to do. And the saddle one. Um, let's get this wire screwed back first. Check his short video. Um, yeah, throw me a link, fam. Throw me a link. Yes, there you go. Hooking a brother up. Let's see what we got here.
Stretching will not make you flex.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that guy. You know, I never put a name to the face. Yeah, it's just that guy. Okay, yeah. I'm familiar with him actually. Yeah. He tends to have some like some decent takes. At least like from what I've seen, I haven't really had any issue with like the stuff that I've seen of him talk about so far. But yeah, no, yeah, I'm familiar with him. I just I don't know. Hey, if I play this, can you actually hear it well? Because I can't. I'm not in a good position to like kind of funnel this directly into the stream right now without it blowing my microphone up. But let me see.
I didn't say anything about legal charges. The person who has well, there are many legal charges against Donald Trump.
Did you hear that? How did that sound? Because if that sound fine with you, then I'll actually play it. But if not, then I'm gonna save this for like my next stream. Okay, so all right, so these are done. Put that over there. Okay, we have the SATA cable, so we just need to get that screw back in. Then we can start plugging stuff up, and I think we're good. Oh, that's right. We disagree on a lot of Middle East Middle East stuff. Oh, but I mean, yeah, you know, they'll pander to or like they have a lot of. I don't want to say pandering, but it's like an emotional attachment to where did those two screws go to? Oh my God! Now that I think about it, I have no idea where these screws were actually supposed to go to. I might be hoed. Well, we'll find out. But yeah, like you know, there's a lot of emotional attachment to like their place in the Middle East. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so then I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play that video. Just give me a moment. As a matter of fact, let me take these screws and move them over here. I don't know where these two screws. This isn't the one I was looking for the PS2, but I'll just move that over there. But yeah, there's like a lot of emotional attachment. So like I understand, like especially like Palestinian people, like it's just because they're essentially hold for all the Palestinians, especially like the Muslims that sat there and like voted for Trump because they thought it was gonna work out better for the Palestinians. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, but like it's just been one wrong decision after another for you guys since Hamas came into power, I suppose. So I mean, it is what it is. You guys about to get packed up. So he's Muslim, so bombers will always love bombers. That's crazy. Okay. I disagree. I wholeheartedly. I just want to put this on the record that I do not agree with the statement. I support his what is it? You know, I defend his right to say it, even though I disagree. Okay. Let me just say it so I don't get canceled. Where did I put the sorry, here. Screwdriver. Here we go. Okay, hold on. Let me just move this around. Come on. Like that. Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. Alright, hold on. I just gotta work this wire. Man, hold on. Can I turn? Damn it. Oh, this motherfucker went all the way back here. I can't even grab it. Okay. Screwdriver, don't fail me. Just pick it up. Pick it up. Nope, you're not gonna do it. Okay, fine. Oh, actually, yeah, do that. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. How do I delete chat? Actually, I think you couldn't actually delete your chat since you are a mod. You can check and see. It's fine with me. It doesn't bother me one bit. At least within the era of Trump, that we're past a lot of the political correctness. Oh, did you see the thing on Piers Morgan? Did you see the lady? Now this is actually interesting to me as somebody who's like supposedly black. There's that thing with the racist lady, the white lady that called like some child the N word, and then after that she starts a GoFundMe and gets $500,000, right, raised by conservatives, right? It's stuff like that that reminds me that at the end of the day, uh it really is what it is. It's a losing battle to like care about any of that stuff because it's just uh at this point with Trump, it's gonna always be blatant now. There's never gonna be any shame. Shame is over with. And so like that Hassan, that Pierce Morgan debate where like they were talking about it or whatever, and that white lady was like, or this is a different white lady, not the one that actually used the N word, but she was just like, I think she did say that she was that she do use the word too. But she was like, yeah, like she wants to live in a country that is not you people should be able to say what they want without shame or whatever. Or just whatever stuff. And at this point I just don't care. I have to watch that video when I get a chance. I just remember reading the headline thing that she managed to raise $500,000. $500,000, bro, for calling some black child the N-word. Like bruv, like damn, like can I do that? Can I do that? Can I find like a black let me I mean, I understand I'm black too, but like damn, like if there's that much hate out here, will you let me do that? Let me do that, get $500,000. I'll do that for $500,000. Shoot. At this point, it is what it is. That's $500,000. That mofo got $500,000. $500,000 just to call some black kid the N-word. That's crazy. An adult calling a black kid the N-word. $500,000. Here you go. Jeez, man. That's crazy. All right. Okay, I finally got it. Jesus Christ. Okay, so it's turned this way. Oh, that's where those two screws went. Okay, yeah. Now I know where those two screws go to. They went here. Okay, see, for a second here I thought I was cooked, but no, I'm not there. Hold on. I'm just trying to bounce this over here. Let me play this video, I guess, while it's 10 minutes. So let's see what we got.
The DOJ to make them go away, as you know, in a corrupt fashion. Piers showed us a clip at the top of the show. I don't think an American president's ever done what Donald Trump did yesterday. His top donor gave him hundreds of millions of dollars during the election. The New York Times is reporting that he just gave another $100 million to Trump political operations. And the president went out on the south lawn of the White House and turned the White House into a car dealership so he could help his top donor sell cars. I mean, that is astonishing on multiple levels. I've criticized Republican presidents in the past. I can't think of a single Republican president who's done something that's corrupt and pathetic on Musk's behalf, by the way, but corrupt on Trump's behalf to do that for a donor, to sell cars on the White House lawn, to put out tweets saying, I'm buying a Tesla. Yeah, for your top donor. If Joe Biden had done it, you would be screaming from the rooftops, as with your party, you'd be filing articles of impeachment. So give it a rest on the kind of patronizing stuff about exact language. Corruption is exactly the same way as from White House. Look at the crypto money. The guy just pardoned a crypto guy who the DOJ was investigating, who's put money into the Trump family crypto scheme. We could go down the list of all the various corrupt things he's done. On free speech, by the way, he's called for multiple journalists to be fired. President shouldn't be calling for columnists. Do you support him calling for Eugene Robinson to be fired? Do you support him calling for MSNBC to lose its license?
He's not going to answer.
This is absurd. No president has gone around and attacked journalists in the way that Donald Trump and Elon Musk have attacked journalists. Right. I'm going to come to Dan.
All right.
Political record tomorrow.
Well, you did say, whether you remember or it's irrelevant. He said it, Dan. Oh, I don't remember it. That's going to be your defense. He said it. Did you have a problem intrinsically with the concept of what they're doing? It's happening now. Dan said something, then you add something, so I can't deal with multiple things. I'm going to deal with Dan first. Dan says this is all normal and we have precedent for it. Dan's being disingenuous. Elon Musk is running a government department. He is not vetted. He has not gone through Senate confirmation hearings like cabinet officials and ambassadors. George Soros has never led any kind of government department. If he did, Republican heads would explode.
Hell yeah, George Soros.
Man. Musk is literally standing next to the president He's telling cabinet secretaries what to do. He's attending cabinet meetings. They're going to court. Dan's not telling you this. There's literal court cases going on right now to determine the status of Elon Musk and Doge. And by the way, government lawyers are telling the judges he's not the head of Doge. Donald Trump stood in front of Congress and said he is the head of Doge. Maybe Dan can tell us today if Elon Musk, who hasn't been vetted by Congress, is the head of Doge. What's so sad to see is members of Congress like Dan just completely abdicating their responsibilities as a co-equal branch of government and deferring to both Donald Trump and Elon Musk. That's kind of embarrassing to me. Finish my point. I didn't interrupt you, so when I finish, you can come back in. I know it's 2 against 1, so let me deal with peers now. Well, we're both throwing stuff at this. Let me deal with it. Yeah, pull me. It's fine. I'm used to it. Doge is a joke of an outfit. Do we all want to get rid of wasting government? Of course I do. I did a long monologue on my show about why we should deal with the Pentagon, which fails an audit every year and wastes billions and trillions of dollars. I want to deal with corporate welfare. I want to deal with people who, have conned the government. Of course we do. But that is not what Doge is doing. Doge is a joke, chaotic outfit. It claims to have found fraud, Piers.
I think I do want to say though that I understand about like the Department of Defense thing. People wanting to figure out why they keep failing their audits for the money that they're spending. But my understanding it has something to do with a technicality. It's not that they can't account for where the money has gone. It's that they legally as far as it's just really weird because the way the audit system is written, there's stuff that is paid for that's like top secret, right? And that is accounted separately. But the problem is that because like this, whatever is the audit system that they use that or like the audit process that they use, that is what's the word I'm looking for? That's doing the actual accounting across like all of DoD as well as other agencies. It can't actually include it or it can't account for that in like its in its analysis or whatever. So it's an always it's a apparently it's a default failure. Even though like on the top secret side, right, the people can go in and actually like say, yeah, this is where this money went to, this money went to here and stuff like that. But because none of the information can actually go on the actual audit stuff, apparently that's why it fails. From what I learned. That's at least from what I learned. Oh, the fans are also is everything just being powered by SATA now? This is crazy. But yeah, I do want to clear it up because like otherwise it's just kind of crazy that you would think that it'd be something serious if the Department of Defense keeps failing an audit every single time, and it is actually because of fraud, like somebody actually stealing money or negligence. But that's not what it is. That's why you never hear any follow up to a failed audit, like who's being investigated, right? Or here's charges. You ain't see that under Trump. You ain't see it under Obama. You didn't see it under Biden, right? And how drastic that is between those different presidencies, between those different flavors of Congress, right? There's never been any charges. There's never been any investigations into in an audit thing because that's actually what's happening. It's not that, that the money's going missing. It's just that like it actually this would actually be a bureaucracy thing. Just because of bureaucracy, it actually literally can't. Man, this guava stuff was good, but maybe it's because I'm thirsty.
Not just white fraud. Yet Dan gave me a lecture on precise terms. Fraud? Has anyone been charged with fraud? That's a crime.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Fraud. Crime.
By the DOJ. We've seen no evidence of fraud. So that's been a lie from Musk. As for waste, you know this, Piers. We've talked about it on the show. $8 billion they claim to have found. It was $8 million. They said they found $250 million of waste at the Social Security Administration. It was $500 million. They triple counted a $665 million contract. The Wall Street Journal, that lefty bastion, has found so many mistakes and exaggerations in what they found. They've been absolutely harming the US government. They got rid of people who were looking after nuclear weapons and then tried to hire them back. They got rid of people who tried to fight Ebola and then tried to hire them back. They got rid of people who tried to fight bird flu and then tried to hire them back. They fired veterans at the Department of Veterans Affairs who were manning the crisis line for veterans.
Okay,
Dad is a veteran, served the country, should be outraged. And then they tried to hire them back too. The whole thing is a disaster and a joke.
This is what he ran on. This is what the American people wanted. This notion of Doge government efficiency is indeed still popular with the American people. There are going to be
controller
problems associated with going this fast.
heard Dan say this before, that Elon Musk is not firing people, cabinet secretaries are. Well, that's news to cabinet secretaries because Sean Duffy at a recent cabinet blow-up called out Musk for trying to get rid of his air traffic controllers, and they had a row about it. So the transport secretary thinks Elon Musk is coming after his vital staff. Well, they're the ones who are feeling pressure from Musk. Everyone's having to bow the knee to Musk. It's funny, I wrote down this headline from CNN from last week. Republicans push Musk to let Congress vote on Doge cuts. It's embarrassing to see Dan's party having to go cap in hand. Please, Mr. Billionaire, who's not elected to anything, please let us vote on your agenda. And it's for Doge being popular. The poll out today. As for the poll, hold on, you had your piece. Let me answer. Spears is rushing me on. The poll out today from CNN shows that Musk is super unpopular. He's more unpopular than Trump. He's more unpopular than Vance. This is not a popular agenda, and this is not what people voted for. People did not vote for the annexation of Canada. He didn't mention Canada on the election campaign trail, and they did not vote for cuts to Social Security and Medicare, which Musk on Fox Business said to me, that's the next big thing to eliminate. We're going to cut 600, 700 billion from Medicare and Social Security. No one voted for that. It will be a disaster for the Republicans if they let Musk do that.
Ceasefire. Ukraine just agreed to a little while ago. Now we have to go to Russia. So hopefully President Putin will agree to that also.
So many, here's another example I would say of where the Trump hysteria doesn't really help anything. This is all part of Trump's plan to try and force a peace deal, which it clearly seems to be. The onus is now on Russia. But do you accept that what we saw in the Oval Office and all the reaction that came out of it was premature?
No, I don't agree. And it's interesting you use the word unfortunate, because I've told you this before in the past when you say you're not conservative, you're not on the right. You use language that always minimizes what the right does. If Joe Biden has done it, if Kamala Harris has done it, you'd have been up in arms. It was a joke. You know it was a joke. The entire world watched that in shock. No president has ever behaved towards their allied leader in public like that, maybe in private. We know what our European allies thought of it. They thought it was a disaster. They didn't think it was just unfortunate. And look, if your argument is bring him to the table, there are other ways to bring him to the table. I'm someone who supported a ceasefire in Ukraine for a while. In fact, a year ago, 2 years ago, if we had this conversation, I would have probably been the most dovish anti-war voice out of the three of us. Both of you would have been much more pro-Ukraine and hawkish against Russia than me. My problem is, while I want a ceasefire and a negotiated settlement, and I've said that since the beginning, even when I was doing my MSNBC show, I wanted it done by neutral mediators who have the best interests in peace. Donald Trump doesn't care about peace. He wants to win a Nobel Peace Prize. Than the Barack Obama got one. He loved the fake ceasefire in Israel. He doesn't mind if he gets a fake ceasefire in Ukraine. My problem is the negotiator shouldn't be an American president who is so blatantly and viciously in the Russian camp. Piers, you cannot deny that he is not a neutral mediator. He only berates one side, not the other. He pushes Russian lies. If I had said the stuff he said a year ago, you and Dan Crenshaw would be attacking me as a Putin stooge. He said Zelensky's a dictator. Lied about that. Then he lied and said he didn't say Zelensky was a dictator. He said Zelensky had a 4% approval rating. That was another lie. He lied and said Ukraine started the war. An outrageous lie. Russia started the war with an illegal invasion. He lied about how much money America has given Ukraine compared to Europe. He's lied and lied and lied. And that is my problem. And my biggest problem, and Piers, surely you agree with me, is can Russia be trusted to maintain the ceasefire? I'm glad the ball's in Russia's court. But don't forget what caused that blow up in the White House. Zelensky, not rudely, but firmly asked J.D. Vance, how do you know Russia's going to keep the ceasefire? 25 times Russia has violated previous ceasefires. Vance couldn't answer the question, so instead he personally berated and insulted and verbally abused the president of Ukraine. That's what it comes down to now. Can Russia be guaranteed to hold a ceasefire? And can Trump ever hold Russia accountable? The one leader in the world he'll never, ever.
Stretching will not make you flexible and it will not eliminate your recurring injuries. Stretching will relax your muscles and make
Jesus
you feel
Christ.
good.
Why they have her in that position? Stop it.
Why should America
Thirst trap.
It's everyone's policeman.
You know, the thing he was talking about with like Trump not caring about the peace, exactly, right? At the end of the day, he doesn't care because like just his actions just show that he doesn't care, because at the end of the day, regardless, like, Putin was the one that invaded the country, right? Ukraine didn't invade itself. So the fact that you could show so much deference to Russia, but not Ukraine, who is who at the end of the day is the victims of all of this, just most certainly is like very telling, because you got to also remember too that just think of like the tariffs, right? Remember when he put tariffs against everybody, against all allies, everybody, right? It was supposed to be across the board tariffs. Well, it was across the board for everybody except for Russia. And then when asked about it, I think it was the whoever's like his trade guy, when the trade guy was asked about it, he was like, yeah, why would you sit there and put tariffs on people that you're trying to like get to come to a negotiating table about the war, blah 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 and stuff. And then I sit there and I went and looked and I was like, well, that's crazy because like you put tariffs on Russia, but you didn't actually put it on Ukraine, who's also party to the same thing. And I was like, I'm done listening to this. Any idea that he's supposed to be all about peace and stuff, not the case, right? And look how quiet everybody's being about or trying to like quickly get in front of the whole India Pakistan thing, right? Because remember, that was a big thing, right? Oh my god, my camera on out. That was a big thing, right? That, oh yeah, like, you know, all these wars that happened under Biden and, you know, they didn't happen under Trump. And then look, right, while Trump is president, right, we have two actual nuclear powers, right? Two actual people that have nukes that started attacking each other. Not Russia and Ukraine, because Ukraine don't have nukes. Not Israel and Hamas, right? Who obviously doesn't have nukes or even a thing exactly, right? But like India and Pakistan, two nuclear powers starting to attack each other while Trump is president. Stop it. All right, stop it. Okay. But then they're going to sit there and they're going to say, well, you know, they sat there and they agreed to a peace deal or whatever mediated by Trump, which I guess is technically true, since it is happening currently under Trump. Bro, where does this go? But the fact that it started, right? The fact that it started on him is very telling about you know that their arguments about like, oh, you know, he wasn't, you know, Biden wasn't respected, because then these people was like, oh yeah, you know, there's weakness, so we're gonna go ahead and attack. But you're gonna see how they're gonna try and spin it. Okay, I need to figure out where this is supposed to. Oh, I think I get it. Is this supposed to go on top of? Got it. Okay. Wow. Okay. I actually need to take this. Actually, sir, I need to take this out and put this up top. All right, hold on. I'm playing back the video in a moment. Hold on. Gotta work these wires through here. Come on. Bam. Nice. All right.
Backing them with money, with military, everything else. If the Europeans won't even pay their membership fees, he was right then, and he's right now like Europe stepping up.
I'm so fed up with this propaganda, because if you as a European are pushing about, Europeans spent, if you do support for refugees, Europeans spent $300 billion on Ukraine. Even if you just do military and humanitarian aid, that's down itself is accepted, it's equal. If you throw in refugees, well, they spent billions, it's absurd.
And what's the territorial size of Europe against America?
Biggest Ukraine
is many, many times the size of the United States.
Hold on. The US wanted to bleed Russia in this war. The US had national security interests, they claimed. Republicans and Democrats told us, including Democrats, in fighting Russia. So don't act like this is some humanitarian gesture or charitable act by the US to Ukraine. Come on, grow up. That's not what happened in Ukraine.
Let's move on to the final.
Go back to my
Mahmoud Halil, who's this prominent figure in Columbia University pro-Palestinian student protest movement, been arrested and detained on Saturday after an executive order by President Trump ordered terrorist sympathizers should be deported. Trump wrote on Truth Social anti-American activity, and the Trump administration will not tolerate it.
Section 8 U.S. Code 1227, being a representative of a political or social group that endorses or espouses terrorist activity is against the law and a violation of your
Bro, did you see that? You know, thinking about it, right? Did you see that interview about the interview that Trump did, where the interviewer, I was upset with the interviewer for a little bit, but the interviewer did get him to say some shit that I was just like, bro, like Trump is like so retarded, bro. He always got to get the last word and seem like the big guy and everything. When he asked Trump, he was like, you know, you have a phone right there. The Supreme Court said you need to get Garcia. I believe the guy's name's like something Garcia, right? You have to facilitate Garcia's return, and you could bring him back. And then Trump says, yeah, I could bring him back. Right? And I just sit there, I was like, oh, like, bruv, like now when this eventually this is going to work its way back around, just give it some time, right? You just basically admitted that you are actually legit not adhering to a Supreme Court order, right? And I don't understand why people are dying on this Hill thing, right? Like, what do you get out of like trying to go against due process so much? They said bring them back, right? You're saying he has a valid deportation order. Show that you're at least adhering to court orders by just bringing the man back and then immediately deporting him somewhere else. I'm sure you can do that. Why are you digging into something that's just like I don't think you get anything out of it. I don't see the political benefit of like sitting there and like denying these people due process and stuff, right? I actually looked a little bit more into exactly how Obama was able to deport so many people. You know what he did was that, which Trump would never do because Trump is too old. He's already digged into like how he wants to handle it, and that's the thing with old people, right? You can't teach old people new tricks. And like the way Obama did it actually was that for people who just enter illegally, right? So they haven't committed any crime. He was able to do an expedited type of hearing where they didn't even have to go in front of a judge. They went in front of like some kind of immigration officer that would hear their case, like whatever evidence they would sit there and provide. And like if he felt, and then if the guy felt like, yeah, like this isn't anything, or like, I'm sorry, like you don't have enough for asylum, right? And then he would then that would be it, right? That would be the final decision, and then they would deport him, right? For the people that commit crimes because of due process, right, they would have to go through a full hearing, right? Full court hearing. All that was all fine and dandy. But for everybody else, you could sit there and you could expedite this. He could have, that illegal executive order targeting those law firms that caved in because they're like little biatches, right? He could have sat there. He could have put them to work. He could put all those law firms to work and be like, hey, I'm going to have Congress pass me, like authority to like use you guys for hearings, for expedited hearings for non-violent illegal immigrants. And I want you to sit there and process these as fast as possible and get these people deported. He could have easily did that. He could have put those all those law firms that wanted to like sit there and cave into him to work and start handing out deportations like he's Oprah. But instead, like he's sitting there, he has to do this by going against the Constitution, going against due process and stuff. I'm like, bro, like I don't understand like why you're doing what are you doing all of this for? It's crazy. To me, it's crazy. I'm sorry. It's crazy to me. All right. I'm done. I'm done. Let me just I'm just trying to screw in this fan here. Let's go.
The social contract of having a visa. That's the argument. This isn't some sarcasm. This isn't some vague issue.
I'll tell you.
Well,
No,
not
I can
true
tell
according
you.
to who?
According to the White House, Stan, the White House went to the Free Press. You should check your facts before you come on and defend the White House. The White House went to the Free Press and said, we're not accusing him of breaking any laws. So Congressman Dan Crenshaw was coming on TV making wild accusations of law breaking based on a quote that's not from any
Not
other
all accusations. It's just referencing the law.
They are. Well, hold on. You're wrong, Dan. First, accept that you're wrong. The White House said to the Free Press, Barry Weiss's right-wing Free Press, this week, we are not accusing him of breaking any laws. In fact, if you want to understand the laws, you need to look at the Immigration National Act of 1952. They're actually taking him into deportation proceedings under Section 237A4CI, which allows Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, to personally deport a migrant because he believes that migrant's presence has serious potential adverse consequences for U.S. foreign policy. That is the obscure act, which, by the way, was designed for Eastern European Jews to get rid of them because they were deemed to be communists in the 1950s. That is what Rubio is using to get rid of a lawful permanent resident. Now, whether that's legal or not, Trump's late sister, Judge Marion Trump Barry, said it was a violation of the First Amendment. We'll see if the Supreme Court gets involved. But the idea that we should live in a country where Marco Rubio or Antony Blinken can remove a green card holder because he doesn't like his views and they're against U.S. foreign policy, some nebulous thing, that's outrageous. And there was a time when the Republicans
Thank you for making the argument.
And the thing is that I agree with that, but the problem is just that the way that law is written, it looks like that they have that authority to do that. Although I will say though that again, right? See, this is what I'm talking about like I just don't understand what they get out of this for like fighting this, right? That law that they're using was for visa holders. It's not for green card holders, right? Green card holders, I don't think were actually subjected to this. I don't think they were subject to the same thing. I'm pretty sure if I read it correctly, it was visas. It was visas that were subject to it, where the Secretary of State had the authority to basically he could basically revoke the visas for just any reason that he chooses to give. And so So the only way the only way Trump could possibly get around that is they actually have to find something credible. He didn't obviously commit a crime, so so they did that part is out of it. So they can't revoke the visa, his green card through there. They would have to find him, which I think they did try to lie and say that he did, right? They'd have to find something materially false about his green card application in order to reverse it. And I don't think and I think they did try to like sit there and lie to say that, oh yeah, he didn't say that, he didn't mention he was part of like some organization or something like that. But they can't weasel their way out of due process on this one. So I'm pretty sure that one's actually going to fail in court. But yeah, like outside of that though, like anybody that has a visa, like I'm sorry, but as far as like as far as the laws are written, Secretary of State has he can essentially he can do it just cause he can literally do it just cause he can just like feel like it and to be like, yeah, he just says that, having you here is like bad for foreign policy, and then he packs you up, and then that's it. You can't really challenge that, and that's the unfortunate reality of how that law is written. So to me, I wouldn't even. So honestly, I wouldn't even argue about the law itself. I would just be arguing that the law shouldn't apply to green card holders, because that's different from visa holders. Because I'm pretty sure that law is specifically for visa holders, not green card holders. Because green card people are people I believe are trying to like gain legal permanent status in the United States. So hold on. Shoot. Sorry, I got one more. All right, I got one more fan to do. One more fan to do. I really like these fans. Like they don't have any wires. They just have like little prong things here, which is cool. I don't like that you gotta like slide them in, because I feel like it scrapes against like the contacts. But I mean, other than that, these are pretty cool. These are pretty cool. So we'll give that. Yeah, I guess this is fine. Hold on, let me just get this. This is like the last one, and then last fan. Come on, fan. Come on. Come on. You can get in there. Did I make you too tight? Yep, I made you too tight. Okay, there we go. All right. Come on, just need this edge in there. There we go. Get in here. Get in here. And maybe I should have like maybe attached them all in one go. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do next time. Ain't gonna be this time, but maybe next time. Bitch, if you don't get your get in there, Jesus Christ. Come on. There we go. Sheesh. All right. Damn. Okay.
Stretching will not make you flexible,
Bro,
and it will
why
not
is they
eliminate
keep
your
giving me
recurring
this
injuries.
thirst?
Stretching will relax your muscles and make you feel good in
Why they keep showing me that thirst trap ad? That's clearly a thirst trap ad. Like, there's no reason to like have her in that position like that. You could easily like could have backed the camera up or something. Like, Jesus Christ, man. That's clearly thirst trap territory. You happen to have any other video to look at? I'm only gonna watch it if you recommend it, because otherwise I'm gonna try and finish this up. I'm gonna try and bring the AI in a second. I just want to get this last part, which is this back part here, because these fans, I knew these fans was gonna involve extra thinking here, and I'm like slightly retarded, so I can't. I have to put some extra focus into this. Come on, bruv. Where's your... Come on. There we go. I know I am gonna sleep around. Wow. That actually looks pretty good. They actually did. Damn, AI killed that. They look pretty close to like their One Piece like counterparts. That's crazy. Andrew Wilson versus the apostate prophet Zionism debate. Putin proposes direct talks with Ukraine and Istanbul on May 15 without preconditions. May 15th. What's today? Oh, it's 4 days from now. That's not too long. That's not too long. Hold on.
Jesus.
Okay. My goal is to try and have this done all in one day. How long is this? 3 hours in? Almost 4 hours in putting this together. It's crazy. All right, come on. Let me make sure this is tight because I don't know. And I already tightened this up right here. Cool. Okay. All right, last one. Last screw here. Closing sale up to 80%. I didn't know it's almost 3 in the morning. I can't believe you're still up, Brian. That's crazy. But you probably fell asleep. You probably fell asleep now. Okay, we're done. We're finally done. Okay, now let's get this part here. Okay. Come on, are you gonna let me, no? Okay, well, why does that side look, wait, don't tell me this cord is, don't tell me this is actually smaller. How would they do this? Why would they put this, okay, fine. That's crazy, right? The cord would naturally easily flow this way. The LCD is on that side, so it's not like I can flip it and have the LCD panel on this side over here. I need to have it that way. But now I'm going to have to flip this. Yeah, I'm going to have to flip this. And then that means now the wires are going to kind of flip around. Maybe I might actually just be able to, can I work the wire? Let me see. Can I work the wires through here? I might be able to. Let me see. Can I work the wires through this slot? I don't think so. It don't look like it. Nah. There's no working that through there. Although actually, but it don't matter because they can go right here. As a matter of fact, is that a? Oh no, that's not a. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, let's. And there's no alternative, right? Yeah, there's no alternative. Not for this. Wait, is this one of those things where like I can potentially like, let me see, where I could potentially like move this around. Let me see something. Oh, yep. Okay. Cool. All right. There we go. Right. And then I can actually, yeah. Right. And then small on that side, big on the other. And then actually flip this the other way. Right. Flip it like that. Okay, cool. So at least now we know we can do this. Cool. Just work that wire in there. Just work the same wire in the here. All right. Cool. Just gonna have to like bring it in. Come on, all right, just like that. Work it, nice, and then put it back. Boom. Okay. All right, so it's not as bad. Nah, that's not as bad. Okay, cool. Hold on, let me. You got. Do this. God, I can't wait for this to be done, man. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Now it's, whoa, what happened? Why did it just, hold on, do I go like that? Yeah, okay. I was like, hold on, like, why did it just like fly out like that? Okay, cool. Okay, so this is USB. Okay, so this is going in there. So I want to say what? So I guess you would go here, right? guess you would go in here, right? Yeah, there we go. All right, so I guess you get to go in there, and then you are just for a fan. So yeah, so I guess you go here. Yes. All right. Okay. Cool. What's this to? No. What's this to? I don't know. So this looks like this is it's for another USB of some sort, and this is SATA, but it's two. Am I tripping? It's not like these goddamn Chinese products and like not having no real manuals. Like I just don't understand it, bro. Like is it like is there like some kind of like like I don't know, like some foreign decree? I know I keep saying Chinese, but it could be Korean potentially, and I don't want to like sit there and just assume it's just Chinese. But like it's just it's like bruv, like I swear to God, it's like it must be a culture thing. Like they must like everybody there just must they fuck. Like I'm just tired. I'm tired of just like having bullshit instructions that just don't tell you anything. Like it's always the same thing with these like foreign products, bruv. Like why do I not have a manual to explain like what this is? Like this thing, especially this thing with the SATA cable, right? It makes it seem like it's supposed to be used for something. But I'm assuming, okay, that all these fans are powered together. And I don't feel like going online to look it up anymore. I just want this to be done. Okay, so I have every single item plugged up now. All of the headers are plugged up. Oh, besides the PSU. Yeah, let me do that real quick. I think it was this part, wasn't it? Yeah, it's right here. What is that? I don't even know what that is. But here we go. All right. So we got this header. This header is getting gold here. Okay. All right. Let's plug her up. All right. So that one's goes in there. And then I need the slider on over here for the other header, which is right there. Okay. Let me make sure I'm not crossing the wires, not nowhere. Cool. Okay. Come on. All right. We got that. Now let's go ahead and again, all right, put the. Oh, I see. That's this one. I guess they didn't orient it right because this one is USB header name will be upside down, but I guess it is what it is. Okay. 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 So these were the PSU cords. Where's it's this thing right here. Worst part is I don't even know this if any of this even worked, but I guess we'll see. And this is some special long port thing. Let me see. Okay, well, definitely ain't none of these. It must be this. It ain't this either. The hell wire is this too? SATA. No, it's not that. USB is a dual wire thingamabob.
And I don't see no such cord. I only see these two that are left in the back because I already took the one for the USB header out. And you can't mix that one up because this one's a nice flat one, and that's not what these are. So I'm definitely lost at this one here. Let me grab these. Grab this and put this over here. Okay. Where in tarnation is the other wire? Right? I know it's not that. The box would have came. Oh, is it over here? Must be. This got to be it. It's got to be it, right? No, this is not it. Got to be this one, right? Oh wait, no. You know what? This is from the from the other stuff. So this isn't it. This is from the cooler. So it's not none of these. Definitely none of these. So this bullshit didn't even come with a thing for this wireless dongle, even though it said it did. Is it? Is the wires like? Did I like get them mixed up or something? Or no? No, I don't see no. Don't see it. Don't see it. Let me think about this now. Let the two connect this special wire that should have came with the goddamn box, but didn't. Unless it's maybe it's in the box and it's just hiding somewhere, right? It's gotta be. No, it can't be. It's just I find it so hard to believe. Right? I find it so hard to believe. Band controller. Uses of rubber pads. What the hell is that? Oh, that's to pull off the things. Oh. Usage of rubber pads. Remove fan interlocking keys. That's I think this thing right here. I think you just twist it. Okay, I guess you just twist it maybe. Wait, was this supposed to... No, it makes no sense. It's still a fan header. It's still a fan on the USB header, and this is not that wire. Oh jeez, bruv. Fan connection. This is the craziest thing I think I've ever seen. This doesn't exist. Yeah, this is not these two wires are over there. Like this doesn't exist. Like the wire this is talking about doesn't actually exist. It's only these. After everything's all set and plugged up, it's just these that you have left. It's these four, and I'm looking for the one that goes into this, which is 2, 4, 6, 7. This has seven. It has seven pins. It's a 7-pin plug. Yet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 2, or that's not even 2. These are males. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, I'm getting me something to drink and yeah, I'm gonna give me something to drink real quick, and then I guess this will just be one of the ones that's permanently in the back. Fortunately, that's crazy. That's really crazy. It's really crazy that there's no there's no thing for this. I don't even know where I put that part at anymore either. I don't know where I put that part at. But let me just clean up some of this trash. There, got my RAM, bubble wrap, right? Just like this. I don't even know where this even went. Might be underneath. But yeah, there it is, right there. Give me no, that's not it. Sorry, thought that was it, but it won't. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know where. I don't know where it went. I don't know where the wire went. And I don't know where my PC keeps blinking out. But it's whatever. It's whatever, I guess. I just have to keep an eye out for it, I guess, for whenever I guess the shit comes up. And here's the screw. Here's the screw for we're gonna. Yes, I am gonna sit. Well, no, you know what? I'm gonna throw it in there with this just so I can always remember. This is for hard drive. Where's the PS? I think I just left them separate right here. All right. Well, at least I found the screw. That PSU screw that we were missing, we finally found it. Fantastic. Okay, well, I'm just trying to grab some of this excess plastic now. There's excess plastic out the way. All right, let me take a quick. I'm gonna grab something for me to drink, and get some tissue. Grabbing me a Pepsi, guys. You know, I bought me a case of Pepsi and Coke because I was like, you know what? I'm finally gonna answer to myself which one's better, and the answer was Coke. Coke, at least in these cans, the can form, the Coke was definitely more flavorful. Pepsi, I don't know what the hell they be having going on. If I had to guess, I think the base flavors, Coke is probably the best. But I think then like the enhanced flavors like cherry Pepsi or something, those are probably actually better. If my memory serves me correctly. Because I don't remember any of the flavored Cokes actually really being all that different from the regular Coke. It's like all right. But I do remember the flavored Pepsis actually do having some kick to them. Man, that's good. As I was thirsty. All right. Okay, that's done. Yeah, I guess I guess I'll throw all these back now. But that's crazy. It's a 7-pin. It's a 7-pin wire, and there's no 7-pin wire in the thing for the USB. So it's like they need you to 245. That can't be the case, right? No, because all of these have the little things that you can't even put it inside of there if you wanted to. Yeah. Cause see they all have like they're all either too thick or they have the little groove thing to keep you from putting it in there. But I was thinking that maybe like these 5-pin ones, like you technically if it's small enough, like you could only like kind of like what they do with like the front header port, where like some cords are actually smaller than the actual port itself, and they just make sure it's just like sizing wise and excess plastic is small enough to where you could fit it in without hitting those other pins. That's what's that's what it that's what I was thinking that maybe that's what that was, but no, because they're not meant for that. So okay, so I guess I'll just put it right there. Okay, now we're at the part where we're doing the rest of the power now. Rest of the power cords. Man, they could have at least zip lock this. I want to say the GPU only needs one cord, right? So I guess I only need to take out one, right? Ooh, excuse me. And what's this? This is it's a 2-to-1. There's yeah. Motherboard 18 top. Oh yeah, so separate. That's that. Okay, yeah. So it's this, right? Otherwise, you could do the PCIe this, but I rather do the cord to cord. So, okay, so we take this out for the GPU. I can't wait to see the 5090 in action, man. Especially when I get to the video editing parts. Oh man, it's gonna be my dreams have finally been made true. Now we can focus on other things. Now we have everything that we wanted. And this should be, I believe this is it, right? This is the thing, right? Let me see. Right? Yeah, yep, this is okay, cool. Okay, so first things first. All right, so we have our GPU cord, and I meant the oh my Jesus Christ. Bro, where the fuck this come from? Where did this shit come from? Did this wire just like poof out of I felt the wire. I swear to God, the wire just poofed out of nowhere. Bro, we looked up. Oh no. Oh no. And it didn't come inside the VSU bag. Bro, it's crazy. Unless we was looking at this and didn't realize that it had a secret little tiny one, which would be for the USB thing. That's wild. That's crazy. Bruh, I swear to you. I swear to you, that's crazy. That's crazy. I don't even know what to think of that no more. All right. Cool. Let's do this. Okay. So I want to go ahead and do this part now. So it's this wire, right? It's just going, oh no, it has to go this way. Right? Right? Come on. You go in, right? Yep. You're in. Are you magnetic? Can you be magnetic? I mean, I guess technically you could just go right on top of the thing. I guess it don't matter. Right? And then this is what? This is another fan and USB header. Crazy, I know. All right. And the thing is I don't even know if all of this is even going to work, but we'll see. We'll see. Excuse me. Come on. Can I? Damn. damn son, can you like get behind this PSU for me, bruv? I'm trying to keep the wires the attempt to look like something. Look like I'm not a hooligan. Alright. And this is what? This is okay, so this is another USB header, which goes this way. Okay, cool. And this is another fan header. Yeah, bruv. If I didn't get this specific PSU, bruv, I don't know what I would have did, because this stuff would not have all worked out. Because I only had 2 USB headers, so I would have had it would either have been the fan or the LCD thing, and that wouldn't have worked. But plus, and I still don't even know if this will work, but we'll see. We'll see. Motherboard signal. Oh, that goes in the motherboard. My special. Yes, yes, it does. It goes in the motherboard. Okay, I need to actually pull this back out, and that wire, that it's not black, so yeah, it was a fan and a USB. So is it this white one? I guess it's this white one. Motherboard, right? So this is the one that goes into the motherboard. Okay. So it would have been nice. Oh well, the cord for the USB one, which goes into the black port, I know for certain is not black as well. I wish they would have at least made the wire black too, but it's all good. But I need to see where I'm putting this though, actually. So hold on, let me see something. Hold on a second, guys. Let me look. Gotta look at my motherboard. Hold on a second. Man, that Pepsi's hitting. Let me see. Here's the ARGBs, CPU optionals. So none of those. ARGBs, LEDs, TPM machines, system fan 1. I want it in the system fan 1, and then we have system fan 3, system fan 4 pump. Okay, yeah. So system fan 1 is where I want it, and I am going to have a hard time getting to it. Okay, hold on. Woo! We actually made it. All right, cool. That one actually needs to. The wire has to go through here. Get that. Just get that through there. Okay. All right. Let me twist you now. All right. Look at this. Look at this. And now let me get you to come through here. And then here we go. And one, two. Oh no, it's 4. It's 4. I'm sorry. It looked like it was 5 to me for a second. I was like, hold on, this is 4? I've never seen such a thing. I'm true. Okay, system fan done. Okay, now we're on hitting the PSU side this time. Okay, now we're hitting the PSU. So, oh, I mean, I guess I could technically run. I mean, I guess we could like maybe have the wires like I guess sit like over here. I guess for the access ones, but not really. Don't really need that. Don't really need it. All right. Okay. Well, it's okay. Yeah. Now it's actual cards, right? And all we need is just the CPU, motherboard, and we have the GPU. Oh, and then the SATA thing for this random ass wire cord. So let's see. This is what? This is PCIe. So we don't. Okay. So we don't need
I'm gonna take them all out so I can actually look at them and see. Right. Oh yeah, this is hard drives. Don't need. What is this? This is another PSU. This PCIe. Um, I think this is isn't this yeah, isn't this for like those GPUs? Yeah, I think that's for that type of GPUs. I know what it is. Alright, okay, so here's a CPU. So that's one CPU. It's two, right? Ain't it two there's usually 2 ports, right? Oh, it's one in the and then like the extra. So actually I think this one is yeah. I think this one would actually be it. Right? Yeah, because this is only PSU CPU, and that's not. That one has. I say it like I can't check, right? Let me see. No. One, two, three, four, and then a spare. So this is not it. Oh yeah, this definitely ain't it. And one, two, three, four, and then there's like a four. So it's not that one. So definitely those. It's definitely these. Okay, so it's none of these. The hell wire is it? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. PCIe, PC. This is GPU stuff, right? I'm gonna put the CPU one over here just in case. But I noticed that one ain't it, right? I want to see. Hopefully, there's one where it's just only one and not a stack of four. I don't want to have a stack of four, but I mean, it is what it is. And then what's this? This is 1, 2. I'd rather have the stack of four. The stack of four is less wire, so it's that. Um. Oh wait, am I supposed to? Four? No, it's two. It's only two. I have no idea, bruv. I have no idea. I don't know what's going on. It's three. Um. No, not this. All right. PCIe. PSU. CPU, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And into the PSU. I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, I think we have a problem. We're probably gonna have a problem here, but we'll see. Okay, so let's see. So, okay, so this part into PSU, and this part into the motherboard. Okay. I'm concerned because that four slot. I gotta look at the motherboard. I'm gonna have to look at the motherboard. Where my phone at? The hell motherboard I got? I don't even know, man. Isn't it like a 870? This shit called. 850 B50. Okay, cool. I found somebody that already asked the same question on Reddit. Okay, so those extra ones are for extra power that I guess you'll never need because the CPU doesn't need that much power. Okay, so I'll just use. Okay, so I have one of the CPUs. I can put that one back. The motherboard, GPU, and then my the thing for the monitor. All right, cool. We are golden. We're golden. All right. You just kind of run these cords back in here now. All right. Go in here. This in here. Figure out what I do with that another day. This ain't gonna be today. I am supposed to like plug this shit up though. I should. I'm supposed to. But I'm just not feeling it though. I'm just honestly not. Fuck. I'm not really feeling this, man. Five, no, three strips, the manual, six mounting clips, two Type C ins, Type C outs, power harness, and thermal sensor. With power harness and thermal sensor. Room for one PCIe 6 pin power, one USB 2.0 header. I guess. Let's get everything else in here and then we'll try. We'll think about it. Ay caramba. Alright. Okay. Alright. This is coming together. It is coming together. Alright. Let's do this. So now let's start with CPU first. Let's do CPU first. Right? So because that one will be easy, right? That one's just gonna make its way up top. Okay, so alright, so this one goes into here. Alright. Okay. And I am working it through here. Well, first, before I do that, can I get let me get these wires. Let me get these wires, right? Can I? Is it possible for me to grab these boys, and get them inside? I see. Not really, huh? Not really. Trying to see if we can, trying to reduce this wiring footprint here. I'm trying to keep it together. Okay. So that way I know that this needs to go over here. Nice thing is this like soft rubber. Okay. Right. No, it's supposed to actually I have to do this because then I need to twist this. Twist it to this here. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's one down. Okay. All right. So that's the motherboard's next. Motherboard is next. Hmm. We might open up the LED strip just so that I already have the power plug kind of set up. Because I don't want to, because that's the only problem, right? The motherboard plug's always in the way. So, or maybe it won't be. Yeah, because we got plenty over here on that side, and then we have thing over there. Actually, I think it might actually be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so this is for the PSU part. So let's go ahead and get this in here. All right. Okay. Oh, sorry. My head's big. Don't worry about it. Sorry. I know. I wish you guys could kind of see. That's what I was saying about the beauty of that PSU. Like if you could see like those ports being on this side right here, man. I'll tell you, this is life changing. This right here is life changing. The PSU ports being on this side is life changing. Okay. My God. Okay. What's next? Okay, you're actually supposed to go. So I'm gonna get you underneath this so that I can work you through here. Oh, that's why I had the cord there. Hold on. I have a port thing because I didn't like the angle that was going to be in. Is it this one? Motherboard supply cable ATX. Yeah, I think it's this. Hold on. This is me seeing something that seemed interesting, buying it, and then not having an immediate use for it at that moment in time, but planning on in the like distant future. And then Lord and behold, right? Oh, and it has one of those three things that could plug up to the all-in-one thing. Okay, so cool. I didn't even get it for it has LEDs in it, and I didn't even really care about that part. I just because of the angle. So I'm gonna show you guys what I'm talking about. So like this right here, I don't know if you can see it right. So this right here, like this, you put this, put this in the motherboard, and then that way you have this here that you're then able to plug up straight to it. And then luckily, I can't show you right now, but like that, well, I guess I could flip it. Stop being lazy and show you guys, right? Oh, you can't even really see it at the beginning. All right, right there, right here, right. You see, so instead of me having to work this cord to then bend it around to plug up into there, I could just use this to plug it inside of there, and then boom, right? Then I could just actually plug that straight there. So that's what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna go ahead and also, well, let me just plug this other wire thing in here real quick. This goes which way? This way? It goes this way. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get this USB this thing in here. All right. See what we got. You look like you go like this. Yes. Okay. So let me actually do the. Is it this way or is it going to be the? No, it's going to be the other way. I'll flip it around for right now. Let's see. Just pop right in. Okay, cool. Now let me actually look behind it. Look on behind it. See if I can twist, right? Was it already twisted? I think it was already twisted. Right? Just twist, right? It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. It's a lot of like weird looking wire, but all right. All right. Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. Actually, I don't think I can. Hold on.
Unless, oh, I get it. I'm supposed to move this down so that way you can actually bend the wire more, right? Right? Is that how it's supposed to? Or do I, let me see. Do I go like that and then that way I can, okay. Woo. This bad boy kind of stiff a little bit, ain't it? Can I, right? Yeah, right. And then that way I can, I don't think it's enough. I don't look like it's enough slack. Let me see. Let me see. No, it don't look like it's enough slack. It's not, it can't work. At least I don't think so. Let me see. Okay, it just barely worked. Yeah, it's in there. It's in there. It's in there and it's secure. Okay, yeah, it's like fully flush. So I guess it did work, just barely though. If it had just a little bit, if the motherboard just had a little bit more rise off of the case thing, it would have been spot on perfect. But anyway. Oh wait, is that what those cords are for? Let me see this. Is that what these are for? Oh, so yeah, I got it, got it, got it. Let me see this. Okay, okay, I get it. That's what the RGB things are for. I got it. Let me. So you're fine there, sure. This one we're going to go ahead. As a matter of fact, I'm actually run it through here. Right, I'll run that through there. Right, this for right now, right? And so that way, yeah, so those will match up, right? Cool. And then this matches up onto the motherboard. Yeah, I was totally about to not even have these plugged up. I didn't even understand that these are the actual. This is the light thingy. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna. There you go. So no, you see me trying to work you in there. Okay. All right, cool. That we got that going. All right. CPU stuff is good. Yeah, this wire, we'll get that together. Okay, motherboard's in there. Good. Now all that's left is the GPU cord. Which I can say, GPU is going to be the very last item we put in. Um, excuse me. Yeah. So let me just work the wire. Guess I'll just work it through here, right? Cause I gotta do the LCD panel thing anyway. Whoo! I almost spilt my soda. That would have been sad. Putting my soda can over there away from my stuff. Okay. So now about these wires. Well, I feel like I can. Yeah, I feel like these could potentially move down underneath here. Right. Yeah. And I won't necessarily bother like trying to secure them with, because for something like this, right? if you knew you wasn't going to use the motherboard for a long time, oh, you wasn't going to like change out the motherboard or anything, you would have done the motherboard cord first, so it could be the furthest backed item taped down, so it wouldn't be in the way. Since I have it up in front all at once, I'm not going to bother securing it because when that comes, when I need to do whatever wiring, then that's when I'll redo to make it more advantageous for me. Um, so I'm gonna just leave it be for right now, and then next time I'll do fix that part up. But anyway, okay. So here's the PSU, right? I will actually work it around the motherboard here instead of underneath it. Oh, oh, yeah, I did hold myself. Huh. Okay. I actually do have to pull this out. I have to pull this whole thing out. Like I said again, this would have been a lot harder with a regular standard PSU, but luckily, we don't have it. So damn, son, that motherfucker in there. No, I ain't hear no. I ain't hear no click or nothing. Jesus Christ, bruv. Is that in there? I can't tell. Of all wires, like this PSU one this like 60-watt one is the one I don't want to get fucking fried. But okay, that's in there. But damn, son, kind of playing with me, ain't you? Am I sure that this is in there? Yeah, it's in there. Okay, it says it's in there, and I keep knocking that cord out. Sorry. I don't know why the HDMI cord. This is the only HDMI cord I have in the whole house, and it's just flimsy as hell. Hold on, I'm gonna get the camera back up in a second. Fuck, damn. All right, hold on. Let me just get this. Okay. We'll just. All right. Okay, doesn't look like it's letting me get the it's letting me get the signal back. Hold on. I don't know why the signal's not coming back up, but hold on. Um. All right, let's. This damn HDMI cord, man. Okay. Did that work? Yep. I got it back. Okay. All right. Okay. Last wire thing, which is this, and this is going to be for the LCD panel. We'll get that together. Yes, right. Looks like it's to be this area, but I'm most certainly going to need to work the wire through here. Okay, cool. That's in there. And now finally, right, we can send that through here, right?
Come on, wire. Just help me out here. Boom. Okay. That's, bro. I want to say this. I want to say this is everything's done. Holy God, bruv. Everything's done but the GPU, right? CPU's in there. These fans up in there. The Noctura fans at the bottom are in there. PSU stuff, CPU power, yeah. It's all done. It's all done. Okay, now what do I do? Yeah, bro, you need to figure out how the hell you doing this wire. Okay, because I see you kind of, you kind of fucked up a little bit, but it's all right. I can't really. Oh, actually, right? Oh, that bitch wasn't even in there. That shit was slid. That shit was. That slid the hell out of that. Okay. Wait, what is that wire to? What is that? Hold on. It looks like it's to a USB. Oh shit. Hold on. It's the hub. My hub is Hold on, Mr. Hub. What were you two again? What was this part two again? Oh, it's for power. It's a 4. It's a 4? Let's see the manual on this. It came with it, so okay. So in other words, I should plug it up. Is there a short one? Well, I guess it wouldn't make sense to get a short one if it also can do the other configurations as well. Got it. PCIe to... Let me see. Right? Right? Is it this right? Yep. Oh, yeah, that would have been another thing that would have kept it from working. Where the fuck is this manual at, bro? These damn PSUs and their lack of good, meaningful manuals. USB. It looks like it doesn't ever mention. Okay, here we go. Connect with Leon power supply connector. Connect with a third-party power supply. Warning, any power supply removal method for the hub must be performed in a completely powered environment. Since the hub is fully powered, the external will stop providing after shutdown. The two power supply methods for electrical hub cannot be used simultaneously. Okay. I was about to hold my my setup. Okay. Sure. Yep, was certainly about to hold it. That's why I didn't even bother taking the thing out. Put you back. Alright. Let's get you back. It's magnetic, so it'll fight with me. Okay, cool. Throw you back in the bag. Okay, wanted to make sure. It's probably as good as that's gonna get. Hoping that's in there and that's not a problem. Okay, these need to. Okay, I need these boys. These ones need to be zipped down. So, okay, so let me get the wire. Right. So I can get y'all fastened down there. And then you just need to be like, oh, better yet. Yeah, better yet, can I just get you to just perfect. Woo! Okay. I'm just trying to just get them to fit where they can. Okay. Can I move you over some? Okay. All right. That's all done. Okay. This side is now officially done. Just about. I have the energy now to do that LED strips because I don't want to come back here in this power supply section. So, man, it's Pepsi. Where did I put the box at? Right here. Okay. All right, let's see what we got. So there's plenty of headers in this motherboard, so I'm trying to use a screwdriver to like, yeah, man. What they be making the plastic out of? Oh, here we go. Here's a point of weakness. Okay. All right. Oh man, this section of my house is such a mess right now. All right, I'm trying to open it up. I can. There you go. There's an interesting smell. Interesting smell to it. Okay. Let's see what we got in here. Accessory box. Oh, and then here's the actual LED strips. So let's actually take a look at these. What are these supposed to look like? These are USB. Okay, so daisy chained USB-Cs. Okay. I'm guessing the box, or maybe it's the portal. Let me work you back in here real quick. Oh, I don't want to take them all out. Let me just see what's in here. USB-C in, USB-C out. Excuse me. Yeah, two, right? Because the third one is going to be one that's going to be out, I guess, right? I guess. Portal power harness, which is that. Legacy fan and thermal sensors harness. We're gonna have to look at the manual for this, and then mounting clips. Okay, and then you got mounting clips in here. Okay. So here's the 3 strips. We have the 3 strips. and the actual things to hang them. And then what's this? All right, and then this is the actual portal. Next is link channels. Okay. Nothing inside of that side of the box, but this side of the box, that's. Oh, I guess you don't daisy chain these. You actually just plug them straight into here. Okay. Okay. Wait, so how the hell are you supposed to connect this? There's the instructions. For additional product information and to download the Height Nexus, please refer to these links. There's no instructions. Oh, there's no instructions. You see legacy fan support, sensors, system requirements, room for 1 meters of lighting, 1 PCIe 6-pin power, 1 USB 2.0 header. Alright, I guess this is the we figure it out part here since it didn't come with instructions. Okay. Now I'm actually kind of sort of getting tired of this BS. And we're nearly done too, because once we do this part, we can put the covers back on, and then we can get the GPU. We can do the GPU plus like whatever the last little bit of cord stuff, and then it'll be done. Like it'll literally be done. So let's see. Put you over here. And this is assuming even that this port thing even works. This whole time this port thing could just be not working at all. This port thing, yeah. So alright. Okay, so I do need to. Okay, so first off, I need to mount the clips. Let's get the mounting clips and figure out where we're putting these. Interesting. Okay. Oh, this is where you want it to actually. Okay. I see what it does. It's a sticky thing. Okay, so it's a sticky thing. Yeah, so this is okay. So this is plastic is just gonna come off. Well, allegedly it was gonna come off, but now it's there we go. Okay. All right. Do that. Okay. So I think you do daisy chain these. It look like you're supposed to daisy chain these. Okay, I guess I have to look to the front of my case to see front of it to see where I'm how I'm orient this. Oops, sorry case. No, I just got you, but okay. So let me see here. Hold on. I guess up top. All right, let me see. I guess I could put one. I need to put it like this way. Yeah, I guess if I go like there. Where's the mountain? Well, let me just envision what I want first. So it would be like this. Maybe, right? Can I squeeze this in here? No, I don't think so. No. For a second I thought I could. I was gonna say like, oh snap. Look at that. Um, okay. Yeah, right. I'll put one. Okay. I would definitely have one right there. Um, I'm trying to also take in consideration that these have to plug up into this, which I'm gonna have back there. Um, I guess technically I could also put the other one. Well, I might as well. Yeah, I was just saying I might as well. Shit, where the hell I put them at? Are they still all over here? Okay. I have one there. Take it off properly this time. Okay. Um, and it looks like I could probably put this one. This one fit. Yeah, yeah. See, so this one I could probably, you could probably squeeze. Oh, if you don't. So the crazy thing is that this is something you would have probably had wanted to like do before any of this other stuff because it doesn't look like I'm getting you in here, at least not easily. But right, and I guess what you would go. Yeah, then I could just put you. Yeah, I could just put you right here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then I could. Yeah, and then I would literally just wrap you. Yeah. I just need to get the sticky thing to just be right there, or whatever hell the mount that mount thing is. Where is it? Let me see. Where's the? I have them right here. How the hell are these? How are these supposed to even? I'm not even gonna get that right there. So I need to figure something else out. I gotta figure something else out. I'm not getting that down. I'm not getting that over there. Um. Oh, and you know what I think about it? Technically, I did build another PC. It was a firewall though. I built it strictly for the purpose of acting as a firewall. So, I mean, there's that. How the hell are these? So I just stick them somewhere and then you just work the wire through. Okay, I see. I see how this is supposed to work. Let me see something. Yeah, because it's not supposed to. It's not like it's supposed to go in. It's not like it's supposed to go in through this, right? Hold on, let me. Yeah, no. This is strictly to just to be placed like something like this. It looks right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. No, that's fine. In that case, well then, so it's just a matter of will I get this to even fit in here or not? And the answer is it's an astounding no. Yeah. I'm actually about to lose it. And I lost it. I tried and I couldn't get it. Do I want to settle for just one strip for right now? I think so. I'm thinking I might just settle for one strip. Um, just because the USB cores just they don't look very. I understand there's a. I understand there's extensions, but still.
So here's the two extensions, which don't even look like they're even all that long. I think I'm gonna just do one strip right now. Rob, honestly, I'm gonna just do one. I'm just gonna do one strip and call it a day. If I ever get the desire to do more than one, then that's when we'll do it. But until then, till that day comes, these are gonna be good harness. So actually, I am probably gonna need one. Well, no, actually, I think I'm gonna try and like fasten it up there. Okay. Okay. We got it. We got it. We got it. So let's get this back in here, and we and we'll be able to keep it in the case. So that's good. Okay, let's get this back in here. This one's in here. All right. Cool. Right, put that in there, and then if I recall correctly, then we were like this, right? Okay, cool. What is this supposed to be? Oh, so they're all supposed to go into one strip, and then this goes into the two USBs to go into power. And okay, so I see what we're doing here. Okay, now I see what we're doing here. So, does this have like a, is there like an opening or something for this? Oh, it is. See, power, data, thermal sensor, legacy. I gotta search this up, right? I assume I'm only supposed to the USB ones would cover all of this. But I wish they would they would say that, you know? But it's gotta be. It's gotta be. Because then this is what, right? So this goes into there and no, because it's the same ones, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Yeah, see it's still USB ports and everything. Yeah, still right? It's yeah, still four things. So fan, right? It's still no, that's not fan. It's something else. But you know what I mean. Okay. No, so this is certainly the thing. Okay. Cool. All right. So this is most definitely for this. All right, and that. Oh yeah, and then even the design too. That wire don't even look like it's supposed to even get in there all that well. So okay. All right. Let's do that. All right. At first, I thought it was supposed to go in here because I saw the two slots, but no, that's not. Definitely not. That was definitely not it. Okay. Cool. So we have that. So let me put the one mount. Let me put the one mount in. As soon as I figure out what I did with it. Okay. Guess I. Oh, that's right. It fell in the. Yeah. Got it. All right. So let's. You gotta be careful how you take these stick things off because they stick so much to the
whatever the glue thing is, that you might actually rip the glue thing off too. Whatever is that part that's supposed to just stick. Like, see, this is coming off with it. So now I gotta see if I could just get the other side. Rev, why? Why can't things ever just be simple, man? Things are never just simple. It's never just. Okay, let me see if I can just using it. There we go. Had to use like my finger to make sure I ain't tear it off with it. Okay. All right. Okay. Now. I wanted to make sure that I actually had a way of getting that in there, because I was worried, because I put the mount on the cord and then put the cord in like the perfect spot, not taking into consideration the clearance, that there should have been clearance for me to be able to naturally get the cord in and out, instead of it just being like, perfectly placed like it is. But actually it worked out perfectly, so that's good at least. All right, and then we get that in there. All right, so let me get that USB cord from in there. Get you back on now. Oh yeah, so now we can. All right, we're approaching the end game, guys. We're approaching the end game. Let me. Yeah, let's throw this stuff. Let's throw this stuff up in here. Right. Okay. Yeah. Let's throw this stuff back up in here. So we're already using that. Yeah. Once we plug this up, then we are then we're done. Okay. Then we're finally done. That. And yep, get right here. What time is it? It's 4 in the morning. Rev, I cannot believe we was working on this for 5 hours. 5 hours, right? This is almost a full-time job. Now I see why those services sit there and like make you why they charge so much, bruv. Or why like it takes them so long to make a system, and then the thing you gotta do is like over and over. Jeez, man. I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Well, then again, I am adding all this extra fancy stuff. It was just been just wire, and then plug, and then you're done. Oh, did I throw that USB? I did throw that USB. The USB cord that I was going to use back inside the box. Jesus, man. Okay, but let me get right here, because now we're about to close this up after we get this last hub thing in there. So let me take this back out, because I'm an idiot. So let me take this back out. One, two. Am I sure? I thought yeah, here's the third one right in there. Okay, so I was right. I did throw it in there when I didn't mean to. Okay. All right. That's what is it supposed to go in here like this, right? Yep. Okay, cool. And all right, yeah. So this hub thing, where is that? Right here. All right, so this hub thing, right? Is there a? I don't even know if there's even a. Where would I even place this? I guess I would also throw it on top of there with the other hub thing. Yeah, I guess I would be lazy and just kind of just throw it in there. Sure. All right. Plus, it would need to be near the PSU anyway. All right, so let's see what we have here. So, all right, so I have this. This looks like this goes like for one of the SATA, so the hard drives, right? So, I love that it don't even show you how this is supposed to even look, bruv. Right? Isn't it? Hold on. Am I supposed to be like? So that definitely does not. Okay, yeah. So that's definitely not fit. And then if I turn it this way, right? And this is definitely not a fit. Okay. But this is a what is this? A one? It's a four, right? Yeah, it's a four. There's only there's there's only fours and there's sixes, right? It's none of these unless this is what they mean by like that's why they gave you the other stuff, right? Is it for that very reason right there because you wasn't gonna have these actually match up to anything? Is that what? Oh, are you supposed to use a Oh no, I think you're meant to actually use the power cords to these. That one? Yeah. Okay. PCIe, right? Yeah. PSU, PCIe. Okay. Yeah, I'll just use one of these then. Actually, I don't even think I even need to right? Looks like it, right? Yeah. Although I think it's supposed to be that way, right? Yeah, there you go. Yep. The perfect fit. So okay. Um oh, this is one of those doubles. Okay. I don't think I have a single in that box, and I do not feel like trying to go back in there to like try to find it. So it's just gonna have to be where it is. Okay, so that's in there, and then what's up with these two? And this is a USB header, and then the fan. Okay, and yeah, and we're almost out of fans. How great is that? Okay, so let me start with the what USB, right? So right, okay, and then all right. Then we just work to get this wiring into here, right? Can I? Yeah. So I'm gonna let me untangle this. Or better yet, actually, we do that, and then we can do this, right? Okay. And then that way, and all I gotta do is get this. Yeah. So then all I gotta do is just get this in here into into come on. Just need you to get into position. All right. I need you to just get into position now. All right. I know it's tight. I know it's tight. It's really tight in here, but okay. It's really tight in here, but we got it. We got it. All right. Come on now. Come on, PSU. Work with me to get you in here. Come on. Yeah. All right. Come on. Okay. In there. Let's get you like over there. Woo. Rev. Damn, son. That is intense. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So next thing's next, and that's to get these panels back on here. Oh yeah. So now we take the cardboard. Okay. Now we're taking the cardboard off. And I do see that I didn't have to take all of them off. I necessarily. Ooh, calm down now, guy. All right. Yeah, you. I need you to. Yeah, there you go. You probably could have left it. Well, did I use the top for anything? Not really. I didn't really use the top for anything. But yeah. Okay, cool. And I want to say these two screws. Right. These two screws were for this right here. So let's get this glass panel. Get this glass panel tied in here. Because we're good now. We're essentially done. Man, was that oh I didn't plug up the USB. Funny. I didn't even bother to that's funny. Yeah, I guess I can yeah. Right here, right? Right here, right? Right? Yep. Looks good to me, I think. Or is it supposed to be this way? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's actually just designed for either way. I wish it was a more satisfying like click or something so you knew we're good. But alright. Nevertheless, we are done. We are done. All I'm gonna do now is just the PSU, the GPU, and then that's it, you know. Oh, and the RAM. Yeah, then but you know the RAM's easy. RAM's is easy. Okay, bro. It's 4 in the morning. 4 in the morning, and we're here doing this. Okay. Let's grab this. Grab this. I'll clean up this mess someday. It ain't gonna be today. Well, actually, technically, it will be today since it's 4 in the morning, but you know what I mean. Okay, so I can put this here, right? This just pops on, right? Where's the manual at? I want to make sure. I want to make sure that I want to make sure that the glass is not supposed to be specific water. But I feel like this gap here means that maybe the other one's supposed to be in here first and then the other one. But let's see.
take that panel away. Let's see. So, what is it? It's yeah. So it's the very front panel to the motherboard. Yeah, it's fine. Back panel and then the top. Top, and then back panel. Okay, yeah. So it don't matter. All right, don't matter. Cool. Cool with me. Cool with me. All right. Cool. Okay. And now for this bad boy. Yes, it is supposed to be through here. Does this go? Why does this look like this is like a screw or something? Or is it just a? Okay, it's just a latch. All right, well, let's say so. You say so. All right. This is great. No dealing with screws or nothing, bro. You literally just pop it and it's in there. I just wanna here an edge, get stuff out the way. She is heavy. All right. Okay. She is heavy. Let's just do this. Okay. Okay. One. Cool. All right. Now we're at the last piece of this, right? Well, almost second to last, right? So first thing I'm gonna do the RAM. Good. Let's do the RAM real quick. It's 4 pieces, so. All right, 16s, right? 4 16 cards. 4 16 cards. All right. Let me. Just want to make sure. Okay, so it's 4 16 cards. Come on, bastards. Get me. Come on. Come on. There we go. Need you to. All right, it is. We are going to start playing something so we can see. What do I want to meet for tariff negotiations? Middle class reactions. Ooh, you know something? Fuck it, you know.
Alright, guys, welcome back to Middle Class Reactions.
Let's see what he got. Let's see what he got.
I'm sure some of y'all, if y'all pay attention to politics, this debate has been making the rounds. The Pierce Morgan show is always kind of spicy, but this one got real spicy. It hits on a lot of issues that, and I made a video about this probably a month ago now.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
About a lot of people.
I'm only because I see, yeah, a white guy here, right? So it's always interesting to see what the take is. Like other cultures, it didn't even have to be like necessarily white, right? It could have been like anybody that's gonna like in definitely part of like a different culture, like Mexican or even foreigner, even African. Even African would have actually been a really interesting one to even look at too, because even like African and black culture is also substantially different. So
Getting kind of tired of the black culture, and this debate really showcases this. There's some good points made with people who I usually wouldn't listen to. So yeah, take a look at it. I'm gonna skip around through part of it. Specifically the part with this dude. I'm gonna do something else.
all right, let's see what it is. Like, I don't know how I'm feeling about it so far. So he agrees with some people on here, so let's see what he says. That he normally don't listen to, so I don't know. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
So you have some context if you don't know what's going on.
The way things are going, you're going to make a millionaire out of a woman who racially abused a child. Did you call the joke?
Get into my own business. You've got to. What you're advocating for, it seems, is that for the rest of Charlotte's life, she should be cancelled and silenced rather than try to bring some redemption into the situation. She called black people the N-word and racially abused them. Unfortunately, yes.
Redemption. Here's $500,000. More money than most people ever see probably in their lifetimes. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's the argument.
Ricky, look, my take on this is a stain on all their houses, right? I just don't know what is happening to society when you have such vast sums of money being raised for what seems to me to be deliberate, racially charged, motivational reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're trading ugly with ugly right now, and I think this level of racial tribalism and hostility is just simple.
I think would you agree? You know, when you're at the second, you're not using the N-word, and that's big.
Just like I'm looking for, I'm looking for the spot where Myron starts talking here.
To the extent that no one should, you have a right to speech in this country. But I'm not donating money for it. I feel if I worse about her GoFundMe than one for the person who would
Saying past for the millions of Americans, that's what.
That's the only thing. Like at the end of the day, like I support people being able to say what they want. Sure, the fact that you get $500,000 for doing it though is kind of crazy.
When it comes to getting a job, when it comes to getting into colleges, white people on the other hand have been getting attacked relentlessly. Look at 2016 and take a look at all the riots. We just had to sit back and watch people burn down our cities and do nothing about it. So the way to fight back against essentially this anti-white hatred that's been systemically, ingrained in U.S. society.
White patriot?
White unity. We don't see white unity on.
So just to be clear,
What?
this has got nothing to do with anything you just said. This is a disgusting,
Yeah.
racist woman who repeatedly spews the N-word, first at a young child, and then at the person taking the video of her, does it with complete impunity, does it numerous times. We're talking about a bona fide, unquestionable racist. So I don't understand why what you just said to me bears any relation to white unity or anything you just said. She's just a racist. Hey, isn't she? You wouldn't dispute
But
that.
it's not about her. It's not about her. It's about
Whatever.
I mean, supporting the right person just.
support free speech, and you cannot have free speech.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna try and be fair. I'm sure the excuse they're gonna use is that, well, other races do that too. Like, if it's actually, I don't even know if that's entirely true because, like, from what I've seen, so just like a quick disclaimer, I understand that I'm black, right? Skin colorized, right? But like as far as like growing up, I actually have not. I've been outside of just about all cultures, okay? Too white for black people. Obviously I'm black, so don't necessarily just directly fit in with white people, right? I have zero attachment with my Hispanic side family, right? So like I've just been chilling on my own, right? And so I can say definitively from at least from what I've seen is that like unity and stuff like that is not just, they don't really have that for black people, right? They'll kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to say this the like most accurate way possible if I didn't have like such poor vocabulary here. But like essentially, if something goes wrong, you're kind of quick to get discarded. If I'm being quite honest. Now there are pockets of it. I've luckily gotten to experience that myself, right? Where at the very least, like people do try to like help you out, but it is only for clear injustice, right? Most of the time people, black people, right, don't be trying to like get involved like that with like with anybody's other stuff. But then like if it's like a clear injustice, like it's clearly wrong, like something's clearly wrong, right? Then we're like, oh yeah, nah, like and then like it looks like it and it especially looks like you can verifiably say that it's tracing along racial lines. Then that's the only time you'll really see like black unity and movement. Other than that, you don't really get that much often, because if you did, then like communities and stuff would be policed up more often, I believe, right? That's why like it's getting better now, right? But like growing up, that's why you had so much you had so much community born problems like shootings, gang banging, drugs, stuff like all of the typical stuff that they portray black people as, right? You had so much of that just going around, and there's always two sides to it, and I understand that
environmental stuff, right? This is coming off just like maybe like 10 or 20 years after the civil rights or something like that, right? So it's not like, it's not like hard hard-coded racism wasn't still in existence back then. I get it. I understand that, right? But the fracturing was certainly present at all times, right? Because like I said, it was all, self-preservation and everything. Try to get yourself good, and then if you can, you would try to reach out. You do, but like it wasn't a collective effort, right? It's not a collective effort like you would see in you would see in like other communities, like Asian communities or Hispanic communities, right? Where there is actually a lot of like what is it, intervention. It wasn't like that for for black people. But so like the thing for her, like talking about some like white unity and stuff, as if like as if it's like being attacked, and it's portrayed that way. But I well, at least I'm gonna just actually abstain from really talking too much in that, because like I only have like just the things that I've seen and the things that I've watched. But at the same time too, I understand where the sentiment's coming from 100%, and I seen the things that are verified as sentiment. So that's why I'm gonna just kind of abstain from it, because I just don't have enough background knowledge to sit there and say one way or the other about whether it's really truly the case that, like, that there's like this universal attack on I guess white unity or whatever it is that she's saying.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. She is. I mean, would you use the N word out of interest?
Yes.
You would.
I do quite frequently.
You use the N word quite frequently.
So I don't agree with this lady here on a lot of things. I agree with her on some stuff, but I will say she's got some balls going on Pierce Morgan's show and falling on that sword, especially with this dude on the left, with that guy right there. Because that guy right there is like, well, you'll see how he reacts. But I'm not saying I agree with her on everything, but like, she's got ball on that sword on the show. That's fine.
Why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist, are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
You use the N word repeatedly. You are a racist, are you?
If that means helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, child interest is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony doesn't matter. That's a different thing.
Now look, okay. Now see, that's what I'm talking about, right? Now that stuff is wrong, okay? Like, just because the lady sat there and said the N word, now to sit there and do all of that extra stuff is 100% wrong. Like I said, I completely support, freedom of speech and everything, and like people say whatever they want, right? You just have a right not to associate with them, but you don't. I would argue you do not have a right to like start attacking their very livelihood, right? If they're not like an actual physical threat, if they're not trying to uprise a physical threat, and it doesn't have to necessarily be violent, like a violent physical threat, but I mean, because like there's also like other ways, like passing laws that disadvantage like one race. Now obviously disadvantages one race over the other. That's why you had like the war on drugs, right? Why, what was it cocaine? Like cocaine, was it crack or was it cocaine that was which one was the most richest form? Let's just assume that cocaine was the richest form of the drug, right? And crack was like a watered down version of cocaine, right? Because they would take a smaller amount of the pure cocaine and then lace it with other stuff to make up the volume, right? So just think of like akin to like getting a bag of Doritos that instead of filling it all away, you only do like 20% and then you fill the rest with air or something, right? That's like the difference between cocaine and crack, right? Same drug, but cocaine was so much richer than crack. And do forgive me if I have it flipped, but you'll understand what I'm getting at now with this, right? Because when that happened, right, they criminalized the poorer version of the drug. Like, if I recall correctly, and I won't have the numbers exactly right, but the concept stays the same, right? You would have to have like 10 grams of pure cocaine to get the same kind of sentence. And remember, it's pure cocaine, right? So the pure stuff is obviously going to cost more money. It's more expensive, right? You would have to have 10 grams of pure cocaine in order to get the same prison sentence, the same like length prison sentence as somebody who'd had 1 gram of crack, right? That was how huge disparity. And guess what? And we're talking about in the past, right? Way back in the past, in the war on drugs and stuff, right? If a drug is cheaper, guess who's going to have more access to it, due to income disparity, which has been like a historical, a historical case in the U.S. When we track against racial lines, right? Black people, right? And so the thing is that on one hand you can sit there and say there's nothing racist about it, right? As far as how they was penalizing the drugs, right? Because at the end of the day, there was nothing tied directly to race, right? But you knew that if black people were more likely to commit this crime versus white people, right, that would more likely do this other crime, I'm gonna make sure I criminalize and make this one much more harsh than the white, whoever the stuff that's impacting white people. That's how it's like typically always been. What's this? This is brackets. Okay, yeah, these are brackets. This is a side bracket. I won't need the bracket since it's horizontally being fit. Cool. All right. So this is the 5090 GPU. So let me just throw this back in here. So like like stuff like that. But again, right? Right? There's a proper place for resolving that type of stuff, and it doesn't involve ruining the person's life, right? If they're in a place for passing laws, then you get them voted out of office, right? You do everything you can. Yeah, definitely shame them in public, show them why you're shaming them, and provide the evidence, right? But never attack their personal lives, because it's an unnecessary casualty. It's an unnecessary casualty that will probably work against you in this day and age. Now will work against you versus Jesus Christ, man. It'll work against you versus with you. What is this? All right, this is the. All right, this GPU is massive, bruv. This is a 5090. You know what? I'm gonna go wash my hands. That's how important it is. And I'm gonna give me another Pepsi. Be right back. Yeah, put the Pepsi right here. Wash my hands. All right, let's get back to the video.
You use the N word regularly. In what context? You use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate? When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
You're an unexpected racist.
That's such a.
I guess that's not really fair. I mean, why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
You moved it on and this very quickly to your own racist. Why
Oh man, this is massive. Look how big this GPU is. This GPU is massive.
People have to watch. And shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable.
Hey, so here's one thing that bugs me about Pierce Morgan is he'll go in anytime race analog brought into this. He'll go on this friggin' tirade like he just did about how you're such a despicable human, but then he'll interview the Taliban. He'll interview Al-Qaeda, which is like, I enjoy the interviews. Good on him for interviewing. But like, you can't call one person despicable while you also bring people.
That's crazy. That's actually okay. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to give you the benefit of a doubt, but nah, fam. Like you're not approaching this. Oh, you know, I mean, you still got plenty of video left. Maybe there's something else to it, but like it's a talk show, right? It is a like a, I don't say like a news necessarily, but it is a talk show, right? So like why would you argue about the despicableness of him bringing on people if that's what he does, if you name all these other people that he's bringing on, which would also then align up with her that he's bringing on, like that just from a logical standpoint, that argument actually doesn't work out, because then it actually matches up perfectly with his behavior. Then if he hosts usually all these despicable people and then has her on and calls her despicable, then you know then there's no inconsistency. Basically, what I'm saying is like you're presenting the argument as if it was an inconsistency problem, and that's not what it looks like. Well, that's definitely not what it is, right? Because there's no inconsistency from that, especially for somebody that's, you know, it's a talk show kind of thing, right? Especially in even the name of the show, right? Uncensored. So like the whole point is the host or you know push things that like are, I guess, generally shunned on or not really mainstream or public. You know how they tend to say. All right, hold on. Jesus.
On who are fans. You know, it's like it's kind of a hypocrisy argument here from Pierce Morgan, but you know.
Well, shame on white people for allowing themselves to be systematically discriminated against in the United States. This is our country. This is a country that should be.
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. Now that's a problem.
History. Is that what you're saying, that they've all just landed in America?
That's her. that's their country, right? This is their country. Yeah, that's a problem.
This is stupid. This is stupid and racist. And at some point, we've asked ourselves, we want to reward this kind of disgusting behavior by platforming.
So now we get into, I disagree with you. Granted, she's saying wild stuff right now. Like, to be fair, she is. But we immediately go into, like, on a show called Uncensored, funny enough, we immediately go into, should we be platforming her? On a show called Uncensored.
Okay, you see? So yeah, I am right? I think he's kind of wrapped up in something, because that immediately contradicts then what he was just complaining about literally like 2 minutes ago about how he hosts these other people like the Taliban and all this other stuff. Like it literally just like in just 2 minutes is a contradiction. And that's what I was talking about. That's why I was like, you know, again, right? Giving it the benefit of doubt, trying to you know, be fair to it, but like as of right now, it's, as far as Pierce Morgan is concerned, it's not he has not contradicted anything, right? That guy, you know, actually I'm not even 100% familiar with his work and stuff. I only like seen like touches here and there, and it just seems like, yeah, it seems like that is typically, he seems like he would typically have that energy just across the board. But yeah, let's put this yeah, I guess I would, yeah, I guess I'll throw it in here. That's fine. Ooh, and then I'm gonna have these extra screws. Hold on. I'm just trying to put, excuse me. That Pepsi's hitting. Put these in here. Oh, I'm tripping. You're right. I am tripping. I need those screws for I need those screws for the PSU. I mean for the GPU. Yeah, I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I'm certainly tripping. This is a giant toaster, Bev. 2 HD, no, it's 3 DPIs, one HDMI port. Okay. 3 DPIs, 1 HDMI port. Okay, so first let's work you into here. Right? Can I work this cord into here? It looks like I cannot. Is there a reason I cannot work? Oh shoot. You bastard. Hold on. That's what I get. Oh, hold on. I see it. It's recoverable if I do it slow. Move this over here. Hold on. Let me just. Oh, will you place yourself? There we go. Please. All right. Let's okay. Woo! Hold on. See, I have to angle this. This is crazy. Okay. Yeah, right in here, right? And then okay, yep, there we go. And then right, yep. That is a massive boy. You guys see it. You see it. You see it. It's she big. She is big. Okay. Let me get the power cord from in here. Boom. And I would have rather had a white 5090, but you already know. I wasn't about to just pay so much extra money for it. Jeez, bruh. Hold on. So I'll make sure nothing's being seated up or nothing crazy. Okay. All right. Yeah, I saw that the Elgato thing's gone out again. It's all right. But yeah, like he's yeah, I think he's like he's trying to pick at something that really has no weight to it.
Listen, I didn't know if you were going to say that. I don't disagree with you.
I'm with you. I don't think you knew ahead of time. I'm saying at this moment, someone was saying that technically black people were, no, technically Africans were stolen and enslaved, and they built this country. And
they were stolen from. I mean, we didn't steal them. We bought them. To be fair, like we call them bottom, but they were. It's not ignored the fact that they were.
Woo! Well, that's partial. That's true to an extent. Yes, in some places, yes, they were sold. 100%, right? But but when you say it like that, you're saying it as if like they were only bought, like they weren't actually like stolen and ripped away. Yes, fam, I'm sorry, but like there was definitely a lot of that going on too. Yes, there's plenty of documentation that that black people, that the Africans over there wherever were selling other Africans, right, to the colonies and whatnot. Yes, I get it, right? But that was not their only source for getting slaves. So nice try.
Captured, enslaved, and sold by other black people. Let's not forget that little quinky dink of a point there, because it's kind of an unfortunate truth that a lot of people don't want to remember. It's not like we went into freaking Congo and rounded up black people, rounded up Africans. That's not what happened.
You know something? You know what? This is a perfect opportunity for me to bring up ChatGPT. Well, not ChatGPT, but the AI guy who, yes, is off of ChatGPT. But we are planning on moving them. We're planning on moving on to a different service relatively soon. Let me just hold on. I'm pulling up. You won't see it on this computer. It's on the other computer. I'm pulling them up. Ooh, excuse me. Wait, threads. Voice mode. Get the other screw here. Oh, that's the second time almost. Like, hey, Jeffrey, can you hear me? Let me just start by testing the microphone.
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear. Sounds like everything's working fine. What's up?
You can hear me, you right, Jeffrey? Can you respond? Let me know that you can hear me.
Absolutely. I can hear you just fine. Everything's coming through
Give me
clearly.
1 second here. My speakers over here that I didn't have set up properly. So let me just get that, and then we can get rolling.
No problem. Take your time. No problem. Take your time. Let me know when you're all set.
All right, Jeffrey, I am good to go. All right, so now that I have that set up, can you do me a favor, right? I just because I want to make sure that I am correct, based off of my history, since it has been a while, right? I understand that back in slavery times, right, there were Africans that captured and sold slaves to like the colonies and stuff. The people that eventually made their way to the United States, right? I do want to make sure that I am correct in that while that did exist, there were also plenty of instances where, like they were being naturally captured by these colonizers and stuff to be put into slavery. It wasn't all just strictly basically purchases, right? If you understand what I'm saying, let me know if I need to clear it up.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're correct that the transatlantic slave trade involved multiple dynamics. Some African leaders and merchants did capture and sell other Africans to European traders, but there were also numerous instances of direct raids and captures by European slave traders. The process was brutal and varied, involving both coercion and force in many cases.
Right. And I just wanted to say it's always good to just have a double check because in my mind, especially like back then in developing times, right? Why sit there and pay for something that you could just get for free yourself if you're willing to put in the little bit of extra work, right?
Exactly. The economics of the slave trade often meant that European traders and colonizers resorted to force and raids whenever they could. While trade with local intermediaries was common, the demand for labor and the profitability of plantations often drove more aggressive and violent methods of enslavement. It was a harsh and complex system driven by greed and exploitation.
All right, thanks, Jeffrey. I'm gonna keep you on standby for when I need to ask you some more questions. All right.
Sounds good. I'll be here whenever you need me.
All right, and with that, everything's in. CPU's in there, the fans in there, everything's plugged up. 5090's in there. Let me take a photo. Where's my phone? It's right here. That is a big boy of a. Whoa, why is it so blurry? Oh, is it because of the light? I think it's because of the light because I have the light right there. There we go. Oh, I guess I also needed to clean up my lens. But let me. Just trying to trying to get some still photos of it because it's about done now. Grab this. Isn't there? No, I already put the bottom piece back on, so we're good there. We are good there. Let's. All right, let's get it there. All right, yeah, looks good to me. But before, can I get you? Oh yeah, it's fine. Very fine. All right, all right. And then what I want to do is I need to get some glass cleaner. All right. Is there plastic on this? Oh, it is. I'm gonna leave it on there. I'm gonna leave the plastic on there. It's fine. It's fine. All right. So
I almost do want to just leave it right there. I feel like I can leave it right here, right? Let me see. Let me. If I was oh shoot, I'm tripping. I'm tripping actually. Let me pop this back out. Yeah, I meant to get a rat. I meant to get the white I have right here, and actually wipe around the thing over there, man. And look, I understand. Well, I don't know, right? I don't know this guy. I don't know what his thinking behind it is. Look. And the thing is that like if you're a racist, it's not even necessarily a bad thing per se. Okay, like people are entitled to think what they want or whatever. Sure, fine, whatever. It's only the actions that are taken on it, right? Harmful actions, and then yes, you could argue that calling a child an N word is crazy, right? But at the end of the day, there's no physical harm or anything, and I would have rather it just been left alone after that. Yeah, shame or whatever and stuff, and then just leave it be, right? If she was doing that in a workplace, then obviously then yeah, you give her the business. Yeah, but in her personal life, I would have I would have just asked to just let her be. I just let her be because it's such a losing it's such a losing argument to try and make when you're going to pair it with actual harm done to her life in response, right? Actual like physical harm, right? She still has a child, she still has her own children, right? That she still needs to be able to feed. um the hope is just you just hope that like that her children, even though they're going to be raised by her, that her children still grow up being like, yeah, like I don't think that this is right. This isn't cool for me. It is what it is. I'm a treat black people with dignity or respect or whatever. Obviously for those that deserve it, right? Don't obviously respect is universal. Okay. Um, Damn, I meant to do this before putting this GPU in here, but I guess it's fine. All right, but all right, well that's that. Just want to make sure I have it white. Okay. We know. Yeah, because I know it's a little bit dusty, or a little bit dirtier, or here and there. I'll just like do a quick touch here like this, right? Cool. All right, good enough, right? Good enough. And then I'll leave this there for wiping. Oh, actually, yeah. No, let me move you out the way like that, and try and get this, because this is hella dirty. Don't understand it, bro. Like, white surfaces get dirty so like it's gotta be you know what, maybe it's like low quality like white surfaces, right, bro? Because I can't understand like why is it that and I've only experienced it, but the thing is that whenever I always bought white stuff, it was always just cheap. But I just can never understand why like this like white surfaces, like it's like they attract the dirt, and it's not so much that, well, though, like other surfaces do the same thing. You just obviously you could just see it more on the white stuff, and it's not that, right? It's just that like it's almost like as if like they attract and they stick to, they just stick to the surface. We're not talking about something like like if I sit there and I have a regular colored desk, right, and I just leave it there and then don't touch it for a long time, and then you see like the layer of dust and stuff built on it, and you try to wipe it, and then you get the the stuff, right? Like that happens everywhere. But it's like it's this weird thing where I'm just like these surfaces, and it could be just like the stuff that I'm buying, honestly. Because when I'm buying cheap stuff, that's when I'm buying white stuff, right? Otherwise, it's Otherwise, it's like typically like the light tan wood colors is like actually what I prefer, furniture color wise. Okay. Yeah,
think I'd rather. I think it's fine like this, right? Let me see. I think it'd be good. I think it'd be good like this. All right. I think we'll see. We'll see in a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna clean all this. I'm gonna take all this off my desk so I can actually wipe. Okay. Let's put this back here for right now. All right, let's work right to left, and let's listen to the video while we're doing. Oh, let's put the yeah, let's put this back on here too while we're now that we gave it a good clean. Now that we gave it a good clean, let's put this back. Okay, you know. Is that like a? Sorry, is there? Whoa, what's wrong? Is it? Did I miss something? It's in here. All right. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, cool. Okay. Right. And all my USB things should work without a problem. Cool. All right, man. This was a mofo, bruv. I'm telling you, this was a mofo. Okay. All right. Right to left. Play the video.
Go and capture them and enslave them. And then sold them to not just Americans, actually, the vast majority of slaves weren't sold to Americans. They were sold to Africans, they were sold to British, they were sold to Arabs. Slave trade coming out of Africa, the vast majority of it wouldn't go to America, but that's a whole different conversation.
The idea that you can justify calling a baby the N-word by saying white people losing the country is absurd. It's morally bankrupt, and it's honestly besides the point.
He does have a point there. There's no reason to say that divided.
These are just distractions from the fact that she wants to justify dehumanizing and even animalizing a small black child. It's disgusting.
Well, it's,
Although he did not too long ago when Trump had that little super young black kid with like brain cancer or something.
Oh my God.
Coming on saying that Trump was doing it. It's racist that Trump had him on because somehow he was trying to benefit from it, kind of thing. So like, he's virtue signaling right now, and he only makes this argument when it benefits him.
Oh well, now look. I don't know if maybe he made some odd argument like that. If that's true, then that's just yeah, that'd be weird, right? But like I remember when it was talked about on Pierce Morgan's show, like the brain cancer kid that had the you know, was became like the secret agent for like a day or whatever. I like all of the what was it? All of the Democrat arguments that I was seeing against it. I don't think I ever saw was I never came across a racial based argument against it. That so I don't know if like he specifically made that and that's what he's complaining about, but I can say for sure, right, that was definitely not by and large the issue with the brain cancer kid, right? The just the main issue was just the fact of just trying to use a situation like that for political points anyway, right? It was the same thing like with the I think like with the transgender with the lady whose like daughter wasn't it a transgender like wasn't it a transgender thing where like her daughter was trying to transition and the mother didn't want and like maybe the school was trying to like allow her to do it. Some weird stuff like that where it's just as like, you know, where these are obviously like extreme cases or just like stuff that's just like meant to be like brought about for political points, right? It's just, you know, that's just the nature of the game. I never heard of a racial thing with that, and I don't know if he did it, but that's what the brain cancer thing was. It was more about political usage than it was about race.
To be fair, like to be clear, like he did make a good point. There's no reason to call a 5-year-old, you know, those kind of names.
no, you might as well have done because you're just unashamed. Let me bring in Myron Gaines because you've been smirking and laughing. What's funny about it?
I don't know who Myron Gaines is. I don't like him usually because he does debates with a bunch of OnlyFans whores that like I'm just not interested in. To me, OnlyFans like you're a modern day prostitute, and I don't feel bad for you having a bad look, and you should be ashamed. So, usually that's kind of stuff he does. I'm not a fan of. Here recently, he's been doing stuff more political. Like he had Nick Fuentes and Destiny on his show. I was watching the debate today. That I'm also going to be doing a video on. So this side of Myron Gaines I actually enjoy.
Anyways.
Well, I mean, I find it interesting that you guys want to virtue signal and, you know, wag the finger and say she's a racist and everything else like this.
No, if she's a racist.
Well, let me
I'm not wagging a finger at anybody. Respect, Mark. I don't need to wag a finger when somebody says, yeah, I'm racist. I use the N-word against black people. I don't care. That's a racist. I'm not wagging any finger. I'm not accusing anybody. She is admitting it proudly. You can't defend that, surely.
everybody is racist to some degree. The reality is, it depends on a lot of people want to be politically correct. A lot of people want to sit there and say, "Oh, I'm not racist at all." We all have biases. We all have stereotypes. We all make jokes. We all are racist to some degree. Now, how racist you are is a whole other situation, but everyone is racist. That's number one. Next thing I want to say. See, I think the Shiloh, Hendricks, and Metcalf situation is a microcosm of a much bigger problem. And that bigger problem is what I call systemic organized. And what I mean by this is, for decades, we've had black people literally running around with black supremacy, committing crimes, not getting accountability for their actions, and then they blame the system for it. For example, George Floyd, criminal. Ferguson, criminals. Freddie Gay, criminal.
Seeing without accountability for black people is crazy, right? Especially when you think about the era about the war on drugs era that I was just talking about, right? And then the thing is like the George Floyd thing, like the sad thing is that like nobody argues, nobody sits there and trying to defend the crimes that he was doing. The problem with George Floyd, like, look, like if you want to understand George Floyd, like what the key issue was, it was just simply this, okay? That what you had was somebody that was essentially executed without like due process or anything, and it was done in a manner to which you would sit there and strongly believe that had it been any other class of people, right? Whether that was whether that was white or somebody that was affluent, right? Somebody that has some type of status, right? That it wouldn't have happened. And then just basically the blatant disregard for like human life, because at the end of the day, like kind of like what the Supreme Court is arguing right now, right? Even criminals, right, are entitled to due process. Criminals are entitled to unilateral execution. That's what the George Floyd thing was all about. And then it wrapped like closely to race, since that's typically a plight that black people usually have to deal with. Versus, I think statistically, right? I want to say statistically it was it's been like shown that time and time again.
A lot of these people are criminals, and what ends up happening is they challenge the police officer, they get into a physical altercation, things go left, they die, something happens, use of force is utilized, and then they want to cry about the result. When in reality, it's not the police killing black people, it's black people killing black people. And if you want to talk about black on black violence, black people kill white people 2 times as much. And on top of that, most of the shootings in America, a lot of the time, are white people killing, white cops killing other white men. So
when he says most of the shootings, he's talking about most police shootings. The vast majority of police shootings are police shooting white males that have mental health problems. That's the majority.
Yeah, that part. Well, so that part ties mostly into like just encounters, right? Because obviously, like, because it's kind of odd that what was the thing? It was about population, right? Population density. So like since historically, obviously, like, black people have never been like the majority, right? It's always been a minority. So it would make sense that police encounters where then you get shootings would be more, right? Would involve white people more than it did white people, right? It was about the outcomes that were that were the sticking point of the issue, right? Like, notice that it's shootings and not deaths. Okay, shootings and deaths are 2 completely different things. And again, right? And then it's about the circumstance, right? Because it could be very well. Because the thing is that, like, if you had, let's say, an entire nation, you had 100 police shootings, right? And 80 of them were involved white people, 20 of them were black people, right? The issue, like you would think like, oh, okay, well, clearly the black people, there's no issue stuff, right? But then if you sit there and you dig into it and you find out, well, yeah, but like those 80 were like white people that were actually like literally shooting shooting at the cops, or or like some blatant obvious dangerous act, right? Versus the 20 where it's like 10 of that, 10 of those is that, right? 5 of those is just the cop just being like just trigger happy. Like, I still remember that one at the when the police pulled that black couple over, right, in the car, right? And then like he came up to the thing, asked for license registration or whatever, and then like the guy went like to reach for it, and then he immediately took out his gun and started blasting that, shot that man in like in the stomach or whatever. And that was just like you right, it's just it's like Brad, like like I'm sorry, like white people typically don't have that experience like black people do, right? And that is what was statistically validated, right? It's not so much as the occurrence of just police encounters. That's not what it is. It's about the outcomes, right? The outcomes with respect to the circumstance or scenario. Okay, so I got, yep, so that's in there. Oh yeah, I said I was doing right to left. Let's get back to video.
Okay. Even and if this video ever goes viral, someone's gonna come in the comments here and they're gonna say, "Oh, that's because there's more white people than black people." I'm talking about per capita. Per like 200 white people, 100 black people, there will be more white males shot with mental health issues than black people shot. So that's what he's saying.
This whole systemic racism or police brutality, or oh, it's all so messed up. The reality is this: black people have been able to get away with.
I'm sorry, I just want to add one more thing. Think like shit. Wasn't it just a couple weeks ago that like there's the super old lady, the old black lady that was sitting there, she like first off I don't know like what the what that cop was doing, like letting her do all that stuff that she was doing, like going to this room, going to that one, whatever, right? And then when she was like, she was obviously, she clearly obviously had like some mental health problems with her, right? And she was like, yeah, I'm gonna throw this hot water on you in the name of Jesus, or whatever it is. And he said, you better not. And then he pulled out his gun, right, when she was about to do it, and then shot her clean in the head. Like it's just stuff like that, right? Where like you would see more dangerous situations, where somebody's being actually aggressive, and the cop is doing everything he can to not turn to the firearm, right? He's doing everything he can to de-escalate, or whatever, right? That's the experience that's argued and talked about more. And again, like me personally, I've never really been too much into the into the race stuff. Like honestly, at this point in in our nation's like our nation's history, it just doesn't matter. It really just doesn't matter anymore. But but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist and it's not there, and I will certainly acknowledge it where applicable. But I just want to just like also point out, right, because that was like another like really good one, right? And then the thing is that like, you know, and it is more so about the system than it is just about race, right? Because then we have that one where like you had like that black police squad that like ran that dude down and like and literally like beat the shit out of him, right? Stomped that man out or whatever. And then like and I guess like just like left him there for a bit, and then had the ambulance come in. I think he like died later, you know, stuff like that. Like and that was like an all black crew. Like I if I recall correctly, that was an all black crew, right? And so like it's just it's so much more multifaceted than simply just you know black versus right. It's all about outcomes. It's all about outcomes, where a lot of that tracks with race, but it's, well, and then even in, well, I mean you could argue that even in a circumstance with the black police crew, right? I mean at the end of the day, the victim was still black, so I mean, sure, I guess you can kind of argue that, but you know what I mean, right? It's just like it's a little bit more nuanced, but it still tracks pretty well with race.
A ridiculous amount of privilege in America for a very long time. They're able to be racist with it. It's called white people crackers without being John's back. And quite frankly, white Americans have enough of it. And
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where the cracker slur has been like used heavily. So I don't know what he's talking. Like this is what I'm talking about, right? He's just saying like finding an instance of somebody doing something doesn't also just mean that it's widely being used. You know what I'm saying? Like and that's the thing, you just got to be careful with people, like with people that make these type of arguments, okay? Because they'll sit there and they'll find you cases of people doing this, but this isn't like this is a far cry in comparison to like to systemic implementations that are being challenged, okay?
So this is something I've been talking privately with some of my friends about here in the last probably 6 months before I had a YouTube channel. That at some point, and this is another one of those. This video goes viral. I'm hooked. But at some point, what you're gonna see for young men who don't have a lot of black people in their area.
Let me guess what he's gonna say. Especially since he said that if it goes viral, it's gonna get cooked. What is he gonna say? Not enough, especially with young men who don't have a lot of black people in their area. He's gonna say that there's gonna maybe it's gonna track somewhere along the lines of like a natural divide or something, where like, you know, it's which is there's not necessarily wrong with it, right? But like it's basically gonna be like a self, like white community, like white only community, like white only push and stuff, right? Kind of like how the Asians and like other races do it, right? Like that's why you got like the Asian, the easiest one to just compare it to is like Chinatown, right? Where like you literally have like the Chinese community bringing themselves together, the Hispanic community bringing themselves together, right? So like that's what white people would do more and more about isolating maybe themselves from black people. Maybe that's where he's gonna go with, or and then maybe just go with in the act of isolating, not caring about like, um, black people all that well. Maybe I don't know. That's kind of where I'm going. I'm thinking more of like the isolationist path.
I'm trying to see is they see the thing with George Floyd and how the black culture reacted to that. They read statistics and look at crime statistics specifically, and just see what is normalized in black culture now. And then they see stuff like Carmelo Anthony. They look at all these things. What do you think is going to happen? And then on top of that, you have about 4 decades now. We'll say 3 decades, about 30 years of society saying, "Hey, white people, you need to accept, forgive and forget the past, and you need to accept black people in your culture." That conversation started in the 60s, but 70s was kind of sketch. So really about the 80s and 90s, really for in the black world, and blah blah. And so you've had pretty much since the 80s, so 40 years, 45.
Here's the
You had white people were told that you need to forgive and forget the past. We don't act like that anymore, and you need to accept with open arms different cultures, different races. That's an overall experience. And then what happened is as a white, like it's specifically white males, but everyone, anyone who was white, as a culture, not person to person, but as a culture, as an ideology, we got sucker punched. And then it didn't become, hey, we need to all be friends, we need to all be equal. It became black superiority. And how you achieve that? Let's fight for black people down. I forget the guy's name, the dude who one of the major writers of DEI. See if I found his name.
Now I will actually agree with him for most of what he's saying. Okay, I think one of the most terrible things that did happen was that like, um, in trying to elevate black people, it came at an unnecessary cost for white people, right? I understand, like you could think of like even when we was talking about DEI stuff, right? I was gonna go more so for like affirmative action and things like that, right? Where you could argue that back then like it was needed and necessary, and it truly was, but just understand that like in order to raise and fix one, it comes at the expense of another. There's never a system you can really implement that doesn't like negatively impact one group when you're trying to elevate another. It just doesn't exist. I haven't really seen it, right? And I'm talking about like initiatives, right? I'm talking about action. Think of like the woman push, right? Like all of the initiatives to raise and get women and empower women, all the stuff. And what did that come at the expense of? It came at the expense of men, right? No, hardly any programs for men to develop, to get access to whatever programs and stuff, to be trained and stuff like that, right? With his thing with DEI for example, where like where female would almost certainly internally be preferred more than the male, as long as the thing that they don't talk about is just as long as the qualifications and stuff is still there. However, right, it was also understood too that the company would also be more willing to like work with the female to get her up to a level, as long as she wasn't like too far behind. Think of it like if you had like somebody that had 3 years of a college degree versus someone that had 4 years, right? If you compare a third year to a 4 year person, there could be there's some meaningful, there is a little bit of a meaningful gap, but if you're willing to, you can get the third year person up to speed relatively quickly to the 4 year person, since like there's nothing necessarily unique, as long as the third year person is willing to work hard and put in the effort, right? And that was the thing that was like hoeing a lot of men, right? And you had that in the early days when it came to trying to fix like the black issues and stuff, right? And you could argue that you know since it was still such a small part of it. I think like what, like if you was to say like maybe like roughly like 10%, like let's say if we was talking about academic admissions, like maybe like 10%, like to try and like just get more people in. It's not like we were just sitting there like just hoeing like just blatantly just like, yeah, like, just, yeah, you get in, and you're not this color, so you don't get in and you don't get in, right? um like it was slotting, and then it was still like academic criteria to a degree that might have just been like more lax, sure, but by and large, white people still had like the majority share. So I don't know, but but again, right, you could sit there and you could still make the case that it's still not good, right? It's still taken away from one to give the other, which is always not necessarily like, obviously it won't be agreed upon by like everybody. I'm gonna put these in here is what I'm gonna do. So I'm trying to clean up here. Um, and then in fact, like hell, I think I, if we wanna really be honest, I think I think Asians were the one being hold a little bit more than whites, right? Wasn't it isn't that how we had the affirmative action overturned? Wasn't it the person that like sued, because like he was, he said that, yeah, he didn't get in because he's Asian and not like black or whatever. So like if I never actually bothered to read too much into it. I'm gonna assume, stereotype here, I'm gonna assume that he must have been like a really high achiever, right? Had all the academic kudos. um well, I don't even need to stereotype, right? Because if you felt that strongly that you take a court case, you take it to court, right, and you push it all the way to the Supreme Court, right, that it would, um then yeah, I assuming that you had a really strong case, so you must have been like a high academic achiever, where like you look at the person's like resume, or not resume, but academic achievements and stuff, you'd be like, there's no way he could not have not gotten into Harvard, right? I'm gonna assume that, right? And then he still got hold, and maybe he found out that there was somebody there that like he was a C average student, and he got in, and he was he was black or something, right? Which I seriously doubt. But let's just play with the example, right? Then like I said, it's stuff like that that's like, yeah, kind of not good, but I understand, and the idea, right? And the thing is that I just hope that people just understand why affirmative action even exists to begin with, right? Because the idea was that you know, if you had people that were in a disadvantaged community, or in a disadvantaged environment, and they could be super achievers if they was just given the opportunity to be in a proper environment. That's what that was really for, right? And the thing is that not everybody, right? Not everybody is going to be a super achiever that comes from like a poor background, right? That's always the typical story, right? That's always a typical story that people go with, like, oh yeah, this amazing person, they sat there and like, their parents sometimes had to use candles for light because they couldn't pay the electricity bill, and they were poor, skipping meals and stuff like that, and had to always use like used clothes, and to survive, blah blah blah. And now they're this super awesome person after they got there. Like, everybody does not fit that. Most of those people get hold. Honestly, most of those people get hold, and when they get put in a good environment, most of the people do not take off, right? They'll obviously do better. They may do better and stuff like that, but a decent amount of times they'll either just like do marginally better, like somebody that just is in a better environment, so now they can actually like just do things a little bit more. But versus somebody that just is like, now this mofo's like freaking like Einstein reincarnated, right? That doesn't exist. That's not that doesn't happen. You know what the hell is this? Do I need this? Do I need the what is this? Oh, this is the GPU thing. I'm a keep it to read it, just so I can just make sure. The 59 needs a little fable, so I'm gonna just keep it to read it, and then I'll see what happens. Yeah, then I'll just start away. I just want to make sure there's nothing in particular I want to learn about with the GPU. I said the most latest card I had was a 3070, and then I did have the AMD Pros that I'm going to try and use for my development stuff because I want to build things for AMD specifically only, rock them. But yeah, the 59 is the first like high tier premium GPU I've ever purchased in my life. So all right, let's get back to the video. Oh, yeah. So let me just wrap up by then just saying that like it's like it people they did get hold, like white people were attacked to a degree, but it's like nothing. It's like nothing. Is nowhere near as bad. Oh, great. It's nowhere near as bad as like what they portray it to be. It is nowhere near as bad as what they portray it to be. I promise you that, right? But again, right, it's kind of hard to say that because when you're the class of people that's actually having the issue, which like I said, that's why I say I agree with him mostly, right? When you're the class of people that are the victims of the targeting, right? Then yeah, then it doesn't matter, right? It's still like a threat to your livelihood, and I get that, and I understand that.
That the whole book was about the key to fixing racism is reverse racism against whites. Then you have people like Jesse Lee Peterson show, and he's having very prominent, not just some randoms, but very prominent.
God, bro, these anecdotal one-off, man, it's like it's it's like when you find a Jew that's like, yeah, like Israel shouldn't exist and the Palestinians need to just take over all the land. You find that like the one thing that, and then try to like elevate that to be like look, see, this is, and that's what that is.
People with black culture and in the black community on his show, they're just straight up saying that like, yeah, we're just like your superior ones. So it's happened whites so much. Like I was in high school like 2015, 16, 17. We were told the whole time, not in high school because I'm from small town Texas, but a lot of things that were being taught was like, hey, it's not okay to be proud to be white. You don't need to be proud of your heritage. You don't need. It's not okay if you say white pride, like holy Christ. It's the end of the world. And then we would turn around and we see things. Black power is a good thing. Black lives matter. Oh, that's a good thing. And then you say white lives matter, and it's like, oh, you're a horrible racist. And all these different kinds of things. Same for eventually that's gonna turn around. What you're gonna have is pure tribalism, where you're gonna have white people, the vast majority of white people, hating black people because of what's going on right now. And I think in the next 20 years you're really gonna see that. And you're starting to see it now. You're really starting to see it. So I think that's where we're going as a society. I hope I'm wrong. I hope we can all be friends. But in general, if you look through the world right now, you have two people, or you have two cultures. I mean, people are tribal. Tribal, like, at our base, we're very, very huge tribal. And what's going to happen is that's going to come out where it's like, okay, you know what, we try being friendly, we try being nice, and you sort of bunch us, so now we're going to go back to our old place. And that seems to be what's happening. I'm not saying it's a good thing, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just observing. As someone who's lived in the South, I've lived on the East Coast, I've lived on the West Coast. We're in one of the most little cities in the nation, in Northwest Washington.
The hell is
And
this?
it's like, there's young and these kind of conversations, the fact that they're being had now on something like Pierce Morning Show, one is wild. Two, I think they need to be had. Because if we don't talk about it and we don't start trying to find a face to it, I think it could get very bad very fast. The George Floyd riots, the Summer of Love, is a fantastic example of this.
Great. No, but for literally the better part of almost 2 decades since the Obama era, we've had to have BLM and liberalism shoved down our throats, and quite frankly, we're all tired of it.
Right, but just to be clear, you would have no problem with one member of this panel openly saying she uses the N word at black people with impunity and is proud of being a racist. You have no problem with that.
My worldview on the protection of the First Amendment and freedom of speech overrides my personal feelings. She has the right to say
That's
it.
fine. You can support the First Amendment, but you can also have a personal view about what she said.
My feelings are relevant. The Constitution is the Constitution. That's what matters.
Oh, that's fascinating. Hold on. So when it comes to chastising black Americans about their behavior, about calling white people crackers, as you say, about moral play, about their racism, you can levy a judgment against black Americans for all the things they do. But when it comes to this woman, saying that
Yeah, he has a point. I'll give it to him. He has a point. Like he sat there and said that, yeah, my personal feelings don't matter, and whatever, right? And that's just because he just doesn't, he doesn't want. He wants to sit there and try to play it safe for both sides of the rate, for both, both sides of the argument and stuff, right? But like his defense on that was like very pure, very poor, because he was clearly chastising, like all of the black. All of the black stuff, clearly, right? And then in the same breath, just sit there and say that personal feelings and stuff, that none of that matters. I'm just gonna sit there and just be fine with the First Amendment stuff like that, which all of that is still tied to the First Amendment at the end of the day. You know, Black Lives Matter, White Lives Matter, all that stuff is still, it's all First Amendment stuff at the end of the day. So, and like, you know, just pushing it down people's throat is, you know, be the same as just like, I mean, it's just, as a matter of fact, isn't it, don't they have that thing in Texas, where like the Civil War? Yeah, as a matter of fact, yeah, wasn't there like a push many years ago, a few years ago, I'll say, right, for like, you know, there's certain places I was like, yeah, you know, the Civil War was only about states' rights. That's it. It was only about states' rights. That's the reason why the war happened. It was about states' rights. And that's why you had it, right? Especially in Texas, boy. Texas ain't playing around. Um, okay. I had, oh yeah, so oh yeah, let me take this and wipe this off. All right, let me make one trip and go from there. All right. So all right, let me make one trip here. Um, so I'm gonna put this back in that main one. My empty boxes that I need to keep just in case. Right over here. All right, yeah, you guys caught me now where I'm trying to like now kind of wrap this up. Um, this is trash right here. The motherboard thing, the motherboard connector thing, like this, because this is all trash. This is, I mean, all this is trash, but the thermal paste here. Do I need that PSU? Don't. Super. All right. Okay. So, yes, I am most certainly am going to keep my manuals for the. I will certainly keep the manuals for the PSU, and oh, you know something, the cord though. Okay, I will keep the PSU box. We will keep the PSU box. Let me see. So this. Okay, so this to keep there. Do I need to keep the motherboard? Yeah, I need to keep the motherboard. Okay, so we do keep the 5090 box. We do keep the PSU box, just so that way I have a place for the cords. You are not the cords. Or the PSU cords. Right. Just do that in there. Um, hell, you know something? We might just throw all this extra stuff. Oh yeah. Where's Oh yeah, it's right there, right? Because I do need the. What I do need to do is I do need to. It's trash, right? Okay. What I do need to do, let me put these all here right now, is I forgot about the Wi-Fi antenna thing. Where's that at? It was a white thing. It was a white little device thing of the sorts. Look and see. Certainly keeping the case manual for sure. Right, put you there. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. What are these things for again? What the hell is this supposed to be? G connector for. Oh, this is for the. Oh, I get it.
Oh, I could have. Yeah, too late for that though. We'll keep the motherboard thing though. Uh, the motherboard box. You know what? I might ask Jeffrey about racial, but I don't even know what to even ask him about. I don't even know what to even really ask him, honestly, with that. Just because it's just one of those things where it's just like, it's just whatever. Really, it's honestly, it's just whatever. Let me. I guess technically it's. Oh, this is magnetic. Can I put you right here? I sure can. Let me set you. You know what? I'm gonna set you like here. All right. Yeah. I guess you can sit right there too. Sure. That's cool. That's nice that they made a magnetic. All right. Let me make sure there's nothing in here that I'm supposed to use. Doesn't look like it. It's cool that they have a splitter, audio splitter. I keep that in my mind. I have a knock splitter. All right, let's get this video.
Say the N-word. And this other woman endorsing it, and she herself uses the N-word. Now all of a sudden we can only talk about the Constitution and the legal right. We can't offer any moral judgment against it. That's disingenuous. And it's for Black America. That's quite frustrating to me. If you want to be soft and get offended by that, that's your fucking problem, not mine. Let me Ricky. This is about being soft anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I would have just argued that it's not just about being soft; it's just about just showing that your argument is obviously like full of holes. So, you should actually try to just I would actually say you're the one being soft because I just showed you that your argument is actually like invalid. That is clearly invalid, and you don't actually believe it. You're clearly hiding like what it is that you actually believe in. So why don't you just actually just say what it is that you actually like think and feel, because your reasoning First Amendment doesn't make any sense when you when you're complaining about the same exact thing. That is what I would have just like probably just came back with.
It's precisely why we have this problem. It's not about being sensitive. It's about Mark, I don't articulate any sensitivity here. What I said, in the same way that you let me to just Black people, I'm letting my basic claims terminated. I'm no more sensitive to what you made your claim. I'm simply saying I disagree with you. And so immediately jump to your sensitive. This is a distraction. I'm making an argument. Just try to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
By being free and powder. Being is proudly founded in America, but by people who value harm.
Gave him a specific point as to why your argument is invalid, and then that, oh well, you're just soft.
You seem to make a lot of inconsistencies in Mr. Wells' position, not least the donning of the Christian hats when it suits them, but then removing it when it doesn't.
I think it's definitely tough to make the call here and there and where to censor. I err on the side of not censoring as much as possible, but I agree with you that the selectivity of having issues with abortion, but not with these campaigns is certainly a problem. But I also want to go back to our point before too, and make the point that I hate this argument.
By the way, one thing I cannot stand is when someone says, I see this in the gun community all the time, oh, hey, I support free speech, but there's no but. Hey, I support the Second Amendment, but no but here. You either support free speech, including speech you don't like, or you don't. You either support gun rights, or you don't. There's no such thing as, oh, I believe in people's freedom of speech, but Pierce is so bad about this. He'll say, oh, well, I run a show called Uncensored. That way I can have whoever I want on it. It's all about free speech. Again, he has literally had terrorist organizations on his show. But then someone will bring up a topic that like race that he's super on one side of, and he'll go, I don't know if we should platform these people, because that's the fancy word they use to cancel somebody's platform. This guy, this dude right here, he did it earlier. Hey, I'm all for free speech, but no, there's no but. You believe in it or you don't.
Argument that because some people were tribal, we should be tribal too, and shouldn't we want to live in a society where we say tribalism is bad in general and negative in general, and so therefore we.
The human history is tribalism. That is human history. Different tribes killing other tribes. That is all of humanity.
We should be erring towards individualism and not fighting tribalism with more tribalism. I think that's a net negative.
I agree. Myron, your last words on this.
Just a note, guys. Please don't devolve your arguments or your
your perception of that, saying that yeah, just because just like yeah, this was done in the past. This is how it is. This is how it was in the past. Stuff like that, right? There was a lot of shit that was done in the past. That doesn't mean that like that doesn't mean we make ourselves less civilized and sit there and then just accept it, right? There was a lot more wars back then than there is now. Um, there's a lot more disease than it is now, thanks to vaccinations, right? I always hate when people always just say that yeah this is because Myron does this about like about the dating advice that just animal male instinct, this and stuff like that, as if like you don't have any self-control and all this other stuff, right? Or like like self-preservation isn't like an option.
The thing with tribalism is it's a natural human instinct. Like we are literally designed to want to be in communities and want to be a part of a set community because it ensures our survival. It's been that way since the beginning of time. So the thing is that people are typically going to align with people that share similar features, and that's why we have the tribalism we have going on right now. So the problem is it's not going to go anywhere. I think the problem is that we've had this fencing up for literally decades, and this has been a response to it. You have people that are coming out and supporting someone who you guys might deem as a terrible racist, but I think it's also very important to understand how we got here because we're going to look at the smaller problem. We can't look at the bigger problem. It's why I said before, unchecked systemic.
All right, Mark Hill, your last words on this.
Just repeating the word. I mean, first of all, I want to mention that offensive. Particularly someone who doesn't identify himself of that community who is not brown. I think that's incredibly.
I'm the African American. I'm the African American.
In troublesome, and as a Sudanese American or an outsider who's an African American, right? Technical terms, saying Elon Musk is an African American, I think it is a bit.
The funny thing to me here is that like he's the student in the middle here is saying like, oh, you're using African American in the technical term. You're either African American or you're not. And just because you're black, that does not mean you're African American. Just because you're black doesn't mean you're African American. Most black people today probably have the same amount of
Huh?
as I have in me. Like a shrewd.
Oh, is that just nitpicking about like just? I won't even talk about it. It's such a stupid. I don't know. Stuff like that. I don't even bother to even like talking about it. It's just such a stupid. It's just such a stupid thing to just get hung over. Oh yeah, I can use these wipes to then hit the other stuff instead of just getting another cloth thing. Okay.
Small. So if you're 0.01%, if you're 2%, you can't say that. It's like saying I'm 2% Indian or Native American. I can go around saying Indian. I'm not 2%.
Sure, why not, right? I think isn't the don't they just default to just saying that, well, I mean, on this continent, black or Africans were not were indigenous. They weren't natives here, right? It was Indians. So by that logic, well, actually, right, this was actually tied into like those the extreme right side of the argument, right? You could sit there and you could say, well, that just goes to prove that when you take history into consideration, that all black people were not. I mean, yes, the same thing applies to white people too. But hear me out, right? All black people are not native to the U.S., right? That they would have originated from Africa, just like how all the just about all of the white people, right? Because I understand, like I think France had like some territory. I don't remember if they had people there or whatever, right? But by and large, all of the white people would have originated from Europe, since this was like mostly like Indian land.
Disingenuous. But the bigger issue here, I think, is that this idea of equating of one side to the other side often loses track of this issue of power. To use this example, when black people stand up and say, "Hey, let's build our own stuff. Hey, let's have a black power movement," that is not the same as a white power.
It's literally the same thing.
You speak on it. Let me finish, please. So when black presidents say let's preserve our culture, I think probably or anyone else say let's preserve our culture. But when we don't talk about ethnicity but actual race, and white people say let's preserve whiteness, it's an exclusionary practice. It's about
20 seconds ago he just said, hey, when black people say we have black power. The black power movement. There's nothing wrong with that. As soon as someone says black power movement, see that right now, that's a perfect example of it right there. Perfect example of it. Because what happens? We saw this kid during George Floyd stuff.
I'm gonna have to listen to what he said. Okay, I think he's right. I think he's right. That's the problem with trying to have it both ways based off of words and stuff. I understand what he is saying about like how like because it's actually it ties exactly to what I was just saying earlier, right? That because like black people historically were more fragmented than white people were, right? It was that's to try and like have more black unity, more black involvement in communities and stuff, and uplifting black people and looking out, blah blah blah, all that good stuff, right? But when you see like that same level of effort for white people, right, then it usually can have some type of exclusionary connotation since they never really like had that issue of like helping each other out is what I believe is what the argument would be. I don't necessarily believe that, but that's just my understanding of the argument, right? You could just think about like just for example like the all of the protests and stuff about like the racist um what was it, the statues and stuff, man, all the statues thing, like, oh yeah, you need to preserve it because it's a part of history and everything, right? And all this other stuff is like, no, this is about like a dark past and stuff, and we need to just let it go, just like how like the Nazis, or just like how Germany got rid of all of the Nazi stuff. We need to get rid of all of the stuff that basically what's the word I'm looking for, heightens or lifts up people that were had particular like racist backgrounds or whatever the argument was. So I was still relatively young, so I didn't really pay too much attention to it. But Jesus Christ, bruv. Um, but you saw the but guess where a lot of that a lot of those movements, guess where a lot of the support was coming from, right? You have people that generally believe it, right? You have people that generally believe like, yeah, this is a part of history, why are we getting rid of the history and stuff like that. You have people generally believe it, but like at the end of the day too, like you also had the people that was sitting there doing it for an obvious clear reason, right? You see that for black people, but you never see it in the same numbers that it is for white people. That's probably like the biggest difference that he would probably argue with, right? That I think that he would probably like sit there and tell you, and I get it and I understand it, but like I said, that's why I don't that's why I don't that's why I don't try to argue stuff like that too much, because it's a losing battle on both sides, because people refuse. One side is not going to want to acknowledge it, because as far as they're concerned, they're just being attacked just for existing, which is like, the white plight, right? And then the other side is like, well, we've been disadvantaged and attacked, you know since our incarnation, that like we shouldn't have to sit there and tippy toe on the stuff, while you can argue that it's been tiptoeing and all that stuff has been done already in the past, and it hasn't really changed much of anything, which yeah, sure, right, I guess, but at the same time, there we go, let me get you. But at the same time, like, if it is what it is. If it doesn't change anything, then it just doesn't change anything. It's like with the Palestinians, right? Like, you either, at the end of the day, you have to, that the people that have the power, the people that are in control, are the ones that like ultimately decide. Okay, it's no longer like back in the day where people used to used to hope that in a racist country that you just wait for the population for people more noble, righteous people would begin to start outnumbering like the racist people, and then begin to like actually make a change to help everybody, right? It's not like that anymore. Now it's just going back to like, obviously, whoever has the power, whoever has the the capital, are the ones that get to dictate what they get to say and do. And there's a lot of things that go by it. Man, I shouldn't have put the damn tape sticky thing on here, because now I can't get this thing off. Sorry, I'm over here cleaning, trying to get this together.
What happens in Black Power movements? What happens? You have people who are in that movement. No, not one or two. You have a lot of people in that movement who are like, oh, we're superior. Okay, cool.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know where he's talking about, where like this, like because he'll show me one group where a majority of them is doing that, but then he'll sit there, but won't sit there and then include the 9 other groups, right? That aren't like that. And that's the same thing with like the Black Lives Matter thing, right? You know, as misguided as it was in the end, right? At the end of the day, a majority of those protests were peaceful, right? Because like you had all of those violent protests, right? But when you compared it to the number of actual BLM protests that happened, right? They were a very very small portion, and I'm talking like, you know what? I don't even want to give you a number. We're just gonna look it up. We're just looking up. As a matter of fact, hey Jeffrey, do you got that? Do you have that information? Let me know. Hey Jeffrey, quick question. First off, are you doing all right? How are you?
I'm
Doing
doing
okay?
great, thanks for asking. How about you?
I'm doing all right. Good. I just wanted to make sure you were good. Um, so quick question. Can you, I'm sure you probably have the data already, based off of your training sets. Can you tell me how many registered BLM protests there were? And out of that number, how many of those were actually violent and that, it was like property damage or any type of like escalation?
Sure. Estimates suggest there were over 10,000 Black Lives Matter protests across the US from late spring to early fall of 2020. Studies and reports have indicated that the vast majority, around 93%, were peaceful. That means roughly 7% involved some level of violence or property damage. The scale and context of each incident varied, but overall, the protests were predominantly non-violent.
And that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, I guess he was just probably all of them, from local county ones all the way to like the major highway blocking ones, right? And that's what I'm saying, right? At the end of the day, a majority of BLM protests were peaceful, right? That is a hard fact. I'm sorry. It's inconvenient. It's inconvenient for the people, and I'm not even all that what is that, supportive of being on the beginner, right? I just stick with the facts though. Like it's just majority peaceful, and that's why like I hate when they bring that argument, because like it just goes to show that he sits there on one end, talks about the slavery, all of that was like bought from other Africans that were selling Africans into the slavery, right? So you sit there, you want to have that nuanced approach versus the general understanding of like how slavery came to be. But then when it comes to something like BLM protests, right, you conveniently leave out the fact that out of the majority of BLM protests, right, a small fraction of those were violent, right? Less than 10%, right? Like I said, right, you'll show me the one group that's like that, like all of it's all extreme and stuff like that, but then you'll ignore the 9 other groups, right, that were all perfectly fine. That's the stuff that I've always hated. Like, Jesus Christ, bro. Okay, this is now cleared. All right, let's move this. Okay, so we can take this in the back. We'll take this in the back because this is what we're keeping. Oh, hold on. I got some more boxes. Hold on. All right. So keeping the CPU box, right? Obviously, for if that day ever comes where we're swapping out CPUs. I kept all my fans. This was right, and then obviously it still has the other strips in here. And I'm only keeping the NVMe ones in case there's something wrong with them and I gotta like send them back. So yeah, okay. I don't know why this glove is right there. Let's do that. All right, let's bring you over here. All right, bear with me. I will be back, guys. We'll be back. Oh, and my RAM sticks in case the RAM is also bad and I gotta send it back. So. Whew. All right.
let me go ahead and do this trash real quick here. This is all trash. All right, I'm gonna keep this Lee and Lee bag. It's this bag hard. This bag hard. All right. Now back here, I'm going to need this USB drive for Windows, and I need to do an underrated thing to begin with anyway. Oh, in case anybody wondering, right? So let me fight the stereotype. So excuse me. So I get all my I prefer my shopping via Walmart online, like the grocery and stuff, because it's so convenient. And this I feel like this is a great example. Let me get the other one, right? I bought two, right? This is a great example of where our society has fallen. Okay? Because clearly if I order these things, as part of the grocery things, right? And you take it off the shelf, you see this and you read this and you're like, you know something? This probably needs to come off. Let me go to the let me go, it's in the tech area, obviously, right? Let me go talk to the tech, electronics associate worker person, right? And have this removed so that way this doesn't stay on there when it goes to the person who purchased it online. And yet here we are with this stuff, right? So now I'm gonna have to use scissors or whatever and just cut across or get a knife or something. But yeah, I find this funny that somebody really put this. Somebody took it off the shelf, right? And saw that they were all locked. They all had this thing. It says security protected. They took it. They had to take it, right? I don't know if they have to scan the actual product or they scan the barcode on the shelf in order to verify it's the right item. I feel like they probably have to scan the actual item itself. They took it. They had to look at it with their eyes and be like, okay, yeah, let me scan it. This is the right thing. Seeing this on here. And then just then throw it in their little crate thing that they do for their orders when they're doing the online or gathering all items for an order, right? I don't know. This is society's cooked. Society's just cooked, bruv. This is just crazy, bruv. I don't know. I don't know. I want to say, okay, I want to say that's it. Let me bring my chair. Okay. I'm gonna finish this video. I'll talk to Jeffrey for a little bit. Some AI conversations. Oh God, bro, I'm tired, man. Sorry, guys. Y'all get this angle of the camera today since we just built our baby. All right. We just built our system. For my vertical people, for people that's on the vertical stream, I'm sorry. Obviously, I can't zoom it out anymore. I should have tried to zoom it out a little bit, but excuse me. I mean, I guess it is what it is. Yeah, let's just finish this up because then I'm gonna kill the stream and then I'm gonna do what I need to do for this. But we finished it and it only took us 7 hours. So we're officially done. 7 hours. 7 hours to build it. So full work day, essentially. Let's finish this up.
So when white people come out and fight, we'll do white power movement. Oh, you're racist, you're bad. It's like, can't have cake and eat it too. If you're gonna have black power movements, you're gonna have black power movements. If you're gonna have someone in a group come out and say, hey, Black Lives Matter. Cool, rock on, White Lives Matter. Racist. Okay, I guess.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying about the argument, the word picking. That's why I just don't argue the word picking, right? Because at the end of the day, the word thing is stupid, right? Because it's about the purpose and the meaning behind the words, right? They sit there and it was always the case that when people said Black Lives Matter, it was because it was in direct response to all of the instances where it just seemed like the value of the life was just always it was always devalued when it came to like black people. Hence why, like, like I said, like when the cops like are real quick to use their weapon versus like on in like in like a generally non-violent situation versus like the white encounters in the same circumstance, well, in the circumstance where like they are being like more violent, and yet like there's more resistance to it, right? That was always the thing, right? And then the thing is that since obviously technology expanded and we got more things on camera stuff, now you're actually able to see it a lot more, because then back then, right, which he doesn't won't acknowledge, is that back then it was always this diminish, or just like push aside, like this is not what's really happening, this is crazy, blah blah blah. And then when you finally get the video, now all of a sudden it's crazy, right? Now all of a sudden, like the video where you see like the 4 or 5 white guys beating the one black guy, or planting evidence, right? Like all of a sudden now it's like, oh, like I never know, but it was being told for however long now. As a matter of fact, don't you have that thing, like I think like the youngest person ever put to death row was like some 16-year-old kid that was accused of rape or something, or whatever it was, right? And then it was a black kid, obviously, right? And then just to find out many years later, after they were already killed him, was that, oh yeah, no, he was actually innocent. Like, it's just I'm sorry, like, it's just, this is the stuff that's just it's there, it is there, right? It's just like like I said before, one side is going to pretend that it's not there, and then the other side is going to sit there and then act like, or sit there and like, and then like take it too far, and trying to like seek justice, reparation, whatever you want to call it.
Preserving laws and practices and tactics that do harm to other people. A Black Power movement was about opening stores and building businesses.
Yeah, that whole Black Power, Black Lives Matter movement. Yeah, a lot of stores did it. Just like.
You see what I'm talking about? Like I said, statistics matter. Less than 10% violent.
$4 billion a day. So was it?
White Power movement. Was it a white power? Let's see.
When's the last time, think about this? When's the last time you had a negative White Power movement happen? The only one.
Well, let me see, because there's like well, I think the biggest one was probably like the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. There was probably like that one. Didn't we just recently have one just a couple of weeks ago where like you had like what was it, like was it a KKK group or something that went into like a predominantly like black like county or something like that? Where it was on the news briefly, but then they just like was like, it's just whatever. What else? Right? I wouldn't. Some people might point to I wouldn't consider January 6th necessarily exclusive. I mean, obviously, the participation, sure, but like that wouldn't be something I exclusively say is like, white born or, right derived. Oh, I was gonna say, what the hell happened?
To mind is the event that Donald Trump got raked over the coals. He said there was good people on both sides. He had the one.
Yeah, Unite the Right. That's what I said.
He drove his car into a crowd and killed somebody. That's the last time I can think. That would have been what, 2015, 16 time frame, maybe 17. So working on 8 years ago ish, somewhere in the realm, 8 to 9 years ago. Yeah. Then we just had like 2.5 years of cities getting burned down and people getting destroyed.
2.5 years is crazy. It was not that's crazy. 2.5 years of city burning okay. Now you're crazy.
Very different. A White Power movement was included lynching and included Ku Klux Klan.
Last time I had lynching. When's the last time anyone's even seen a KKK? Come on, man.
Let's not pretend that these are.
You see what I'm talking about? When did this come out? 2 days ago. When did it? Okay, now I have to look it up. Now I got to pull it up real quick. Hold on. Let's see, bro. What was it? Wasn't it KKK group protests black? I don't even know, because I don't even know if it was necessarily KKK or something like that. Yeah, see, I'm getting a bunch of historic black community hit with KKK flyers. Okay, yeah, so here we go right here. So it was in Ohio. Yeah, I remember, right? A historical black town in Ohio was hit with basically KKK flyers weeks after residents had to confront a group of neo-Nazis displaying swastikas. That was, it was the neo-Nazis, just like the Unite the Right people. And shouting racial slurs. On Sunday, dozens of flyers from the Trinity White Knights KKK were found scattered across Lincoln Heights, an area widely known as the first all-black self-governing city north of the Mason-Dixie line. yeah, right. And this was what? This was in February. You see what I'm saying? And the thing is like I saw it like this was on the news. Like this had some attention. Granted, not much, but it goes to say like that's why like I'm always careful about. I try to be careful about like making statements about hold on when was the last because you just don't know, right? And like I said, there's always like these one-offs, right? Because granted, you don't see or hear about the KKK very often, and even in this circumstance, right, it was the neo-Nazis that were sitting there just trying to antagonize black people, just using like you just doing stuff in KKK name, right, i.e. the flyers. So like like I said, like it holds some weight, sure, but again, right, like the stuff is still there, the stuff still happens, it's still is most certainly still around, right? Who remembers like when Donald Trump run his first presidency, right, when it was wasn't it, as a matter of fact, wasn't it in the military, wasn't it one of the military academy where like they spray painted the walls that said that I might be getting the two events confused when they were like where like something about like your vote doesn't something about like your vote doesn't matter. God, what was it? Let me see. 2016. Your vote. Your vote doesn't matter. Does your vote? Let me see. One person will vote. 2016. Wasn't it like spray paint? Spray paint. Your vote doesn't matter. Oh yeah, there it is. Black lives don't matter, and neither does your vote. Yeah. See, and okay, so it was like some other stuff. Yeah, like there's just so but like there was something I forgot what the actual incident on like one of the military academies were, but it was like something along those lines. See, that's what I'm saying. Like it's I'm done beating a dead horse. So.
Opposite sides of the same coin. White people say our country, even using language our country. When black people built this thing,
he does realize that. Surely that guy realizes that. What blacks here, right? That doing that. Yeah, the West Coast was the Chinese. You did have blacks here. You had Irish who were white, who were also considered like the trash when they first came over here. It's like you can't. These kind of guys do this thing where it's like they pick certain parts of history and they're like, oh, we're gonna look at black slavery. Cool. What about the Irish that were enslaved and brought over here as well? What about them? No, they didn't exist. Black people built the country. I mean, they helped for sure.
My last thing. I'm gonna just look at this up and then I'm killing this for the day. Okay, what do I want to see? Wouldn't it be let's see. Wouldn't it be Oh, I gotta fix that. That's right. So that's why the chat thing wasn't coming up. Cause I never fixed the thing. True. Okay. Let's see. Let's just stick with Irish, right? Because I know how many Irish slaves were there in the US, right? Slaves to a myth. Irish indentured servitude, African slave. Sure, this is a college. Ooh, this is a 52-page paper. A deliberate fallacy. How sugar harvesting worked, demographic changes on the plantations, voluntary indenture, involuntary indenture, the position of Irish settlers in society, slaves and servants. Okay. The Irish were not slaves. Okay, well, I mean, there's a lot of so I mean, there's quite a bit of people basically saying that there's something up with the story, right? And without diving too deep into it, let me just try and touch a little bit of it. Debunking the myth, the Irish were not slaves too. Sure. Oh yeah, that was my vote. Doesn't matter. English Irish slaves. Records are replete with references to early Irish Catholics in the West Indies. Blah blah blah. States that the first considered immigration in Ireland. Blah blah blah. 1629, 1641. This population was this many. Okay. Well, I can understand, right? Because back then, like, you did have like a lot of like indentured servitudes. So I guess sure. So I'm sure, obviously, like some of those people came into the U.S. Like, there's no question about that. The flow of Irish to American colonies remained, but not nearly as massive as between 64 and 60. Some of the many statements by historians gave evidence of this Irish tide. Ingram reports that in 1664, the Irish took the place of the French. Blah, blah, blah. Smith claims that during the 4 years leading up to 1675, already 500 Irish servants were brought to Jamaica. 500 Irish servants were brought to Jamaica by ships. Damn, they had them boys in Jamaica. England that stopped in Ireland for provisions, 1680. Right? You see how crazy that number is versus like the purchasing that was done for the Africans. It's crazy. That's crazy. But Emmett clarifies Smith's statement in detail, saying the early and continuing immigration of Irish to this country during the 17th century has been lost sight of in consequence of this change to English surnames and from the fact that I could kind of see that, and they would just like obviously naturally assimilate into the rest of the European body. Got it. Like I said, I don't feel like diving too deep into it, but I want to say that I can probably say without a doubt that it's probably nowhere. I seriously doubt it touches anywhere near the level of black slavery in terms of just raw, even just like in terms of raw numbers, But we're just gonna end it right here because I'm trying to move on to the next thing now. So all right, well we're done now. So let's go ahead and get up out here. So let's say I got some quick testing to do, make sure everything's good, and try to get Windows installed and do all that nice fun stuff. So appreciate everybody that's stopping by. Like I said, I caught you guys. Like I said, this is the system that we want to be using so that all of this is like done with going forward, and we won't have like all of these like technical problems anymore because now we have what we need. CPU with no bent pins and a hell of a GPU. So with that being said, you guys, I appreciate you all. You all take care. All right. See ya. Hold on. I think I pressed the wrong button. It should be this one, right? Should be. It's supposed to be.
Is it time to start learning Russian? Will democracy survive another election? Or will it go stupid like Trump's economic intelligence? Find out next time on Velazquez Stream.